The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. A slew of decisive results shook up the standings at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Frontrunners drew their marquee matchup, opening the door for Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, who happily stepped through, capitalizing on his opponent's mistake to win the game and jump into a tie for first place. Wesley So's won this event before and is poised to make another run at the podium, defeating the world champion to climb into co-second. One new leader, 2 rounds remain. Day 8 of amazing chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the round 8 of the Sinquefield Cup. The pressure is on, every point matters now, and only 4 players will qualify for the finals in Brazil. So let's go to the studio and follow the action.
The 2025 Sinquefield Cup is coming to a close, and there is still no clear leader. With time running short, who will claim the title? The penultimate round starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter, great pleasure to be with you both as always. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. Well, the fight for the playoffs remains as intense as ever with much to be resolved in today's penultimate round. Nazi, do the honors, the standings please.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
After round 7, we have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano, Caruana and Praggnanandhaa with 4.5 points. Half point behind them are 2 players, Levon, Aronian and Wesley So. And there's a three-way tie for the 5th place.
And the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup?
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. Players are not allowed to make any draw offers, and It's a traditional scoring system.
Well, we're running out of road as far as the schedule is concerned, but nonetheless.
Today, players are back for round 8, only 2 more classical games to go. After round 9, if there is no clear winner, we'll see playoffs tomorrow, and we may also see GCT playoffs on Thursday.
Thank you, Nazi. And Peter, 2 absolutely enormous games are going to be played today.
Yeah, there are 2 very clear highlights in today's pairings, so let's take a look at both of them in turn. Beginning with, I think, the absolutely central game of the day, where one of our co-leaders, Praggnanandhaa, plays the white pieces against Wesley So. And Prag is sitting kind of comfortably in both the Sinquefield Cup standings and the GCT standings as of right now. But if he were to lose this game to Wesley, admittedly with the white piece he doesn't lose very many, but he does generally play for a win regardless of the tournament situation, things could change quite dramatically. This is, as you can see, his line score. 2 very important victories with white in round 1 against the world champion, and yesterday a very, very good win on the black side against Alireza Firouzja. Playing a very solid tournament, a very good tournament, and normally you would expect him to play maybe slightly on the safer side today, but I don't think his generation does that very much. So this could get very exciting, and we'll talk about the implications for the GCT standings when we have those on screen. So that's game 1. And the second one is our other co-leader, Fabiano Caruana, is playing against MVL. MVL is sort of the shadow leader of the tournament, arguably missing 5 decent chances to win a game out of 7 games, which is frankly unheard of. Playing very, very solid chess, playing very hard-fought chess, getting chances pretty much every day or thereabouts, but missing them. As you can see here, these 7 draws are very unusual, I think, for MVL. He is a very dynamic player. But good thing for him is he is very safe in terms of qualifying for Brazil. He pretty much is in. There might be some absolute miracle corner cases where he needs to fight for it, but I think he is pretty safe there on 33 points. And this is what the graphic I was waiting for to once again speak a little bit about the game between Prag and Wesley. They swap places if Wesley wins, which by my rough count is a 7-point swing in terms of GCT points. So they would just swap places altogether. Wesley would be on 30.5 and Pragg would go back to 27.5. Once again, he is white, he's playing a very solid tournament. Wesley generally doesn't play much for a win with black, but he is more or less in if he wins. Would be very interesting to watch what he does today. But that's only 2 games out of 5. Let's talk about the other 3 as well.
All right, thank you, Peter. Let's talk about the other 3 pairings, Nasi, for
Let's have a look.
round 8.
What we have today. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is playing Alireza Firouzja. Praggnanandhaa against Wesley So, as Peter talked about it. Sevian against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. MVL playing one of the leaders, Fabiano Caruana. And Gukesh against Levon Aronian.
That final game, Gukesh versus Levon, that's a game that would really have our attention if we didn't know the results and how important they are. The players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for, Nasi?
They're fighting for a lot of money in the Grand Store points. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. Just big prizes for everybody. And as we already know, the Grand Store points will determine who goes to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Final Four.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity. Those are really handsome prizes indeed. As we see the players taking their seats, getting ready for this, the penultimate round from the view. Here at the University Tower, we saw there our future bell ringer. It looks like Grandmaster Maurice Ashley is in the tournament hall to ring the bell. We see Chris Bird, Leonard.
Again?
Yes.
Maurice getting very preferential treatment there.
Yes.
We endorse, but
Yeah, I haven't seen the same person ring the bell twice in one event.
Well,
he's gonna break all the records.
I tell you, he's such a deserving person too. I mean, he's really worked hard for this. Look at that. He's holding the bell. He wants to be sure.
Yeah,
It's not
go.
taking.
Not taking any chances.
That's right. Hey, man. And of course, he is the author of the Clutch chess events that are coming in October. October is just going to be an absolutely extraordinary month here in the Central West End.
I had a conversation with him earlier, and I was very impressed by his professionalism. He told me, I went to a casino, and I thought, interesting gambling story. No, he went for a casino for design ideas because he thought the rolling jackpot and the cumulative prize funds, casinos actually do that quite well. And he just went there to see how it's being packaged, to see if maybe he could borrow some creative ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he takes this very seriously.
Oh,
as he should.
As he
Of
should.
course.
I was always really impressed by the logo of the St. Louis Chess Club, and I asked Rex about it. And Rex said, well, he actually stole it, straight up stole it from the fire department. He really loved the fire department's logo, and he said, that should be our logo for them. And he was shocked that it was publicly available. So he said, okay, I'm going to get that designed. As we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda there, who, by the way, is coming off of victory, much needed victory to restore his sense of self-confidence.
Absolutely, and he's today facing Sevian, player who's still looking for his first win, however, showing a very solid performance as a wild card in this event.
And somebody very much like MVL, who Sam had some chances.
Oh, absolutely.
There was no question about it. He was pushing in a number of games, not like MVL, who was just missing win after win, it would appear to us.
Sam, I think it would be fair to say, missed one clear win by a reasonable definition of a clear win in the very, very first game against Wesley. So he was, I think, one decision away from a position he would have converted. But he did have some chances, including actually yesterday against MVL himself. He was pressing with the black pieces. Interesting. He is clearly the outsider in this field. He's a very strong player, but this is a very stellar field. He's on 50%, and I think is probably horribly disappointed with his tournament, which is, in a way, a good sign. When you're doing much better than maybe would have been expected purely in numerical sense. His expected result here is minus, 1.5. But has every reason to be slightly disappointed about not having more points.
For sure.
Let's listen to Chris Bird making announcements.
Let them know who you're bringing to dinner so they can plan and prepare. Thank you. Okay, welcome to round 8. On the sound of the bell, you can start White's clock. Maurice, if you will do the honor, you didn't do it so good the other day, so we brought you back for another go. So if you can do us the honor, ring that bell. That'd be great. Thank you.
That had a kind of Santa-like ring to it. It kind of was ongoing.
Very
Well
cheerful,
done.
yes.
Very, very good. I mean, he's improving.
Should we start with the MVL and Fabi?
Absolutely. And they are off, and it's an E4, E5 king pawn. Now will we see? I think.
Roy Lopez, I'm expecting.
Yeah, from MVL, I think he's one of the most.
We guessed something.
Stubborn. Rui Lopez. Now, A7, A6, Bishop A4, B5, and Knight A5. That was essayed by Firouzja, I think?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Fabi in the previous season, it feels, right? He wasn't doing it this year. He was doing it, I think, in 2024. He played the Rui Lopez with the black pieces in pretty much every single black game and never repeated the system once.
Exactly.
He kept on playing small ideas in every game and kind of shuffling between them. Bishop c5 on move 5 is quite fashionable.
Right.
It can be played with a variety of ideas after the expected c2, c3, which is by far the main reply here.
And most testing.
Yeah, after c3. At one point, the most fashionable reply, having played bishop c5 in this position, was to castle d4 and play bishop a7. Magnus played it a bunch of times, and a lot of very strong players played it quite seriously. White can go rook e1, white can go bishop g5. There's also a lot of theory associated with the idea of d5, knight takes e4, and now bishop f4 is a move, queen d5 is a move. This has been discussed at length at one point, and I think the conclusion is this particular position holds. The positions after rook e1 and specifically bishop g5, they get very, very sharp and very messy. But these days after c3, players have began playing b5 again, and then White has a choice between both bishop b3 and bishop c2 are very serious options. I think we should probably wait until they progress a couple of moves further, because there's still an amazing amount of theory to talk about, which, you know, 95% of it we will not see today, so maybe we shouldn't overload our viewers with
He did
knowledge.
play c3.
We do
c3 is expected, and now for Fabi it's a very important turning point, because castles d4, bishop a7 is very, very different from the positions you get after b5.
Thank you, Peter. Should we check some other games?
Absolutely.
Yasser will be very happy about this, by the way.
Castles.
Which one?
No. The two knights. We're getting the two knights in the Prague versus Wesley game.
Oh, very good. Very good.
I think you said you were missing it.
Exactly.
In modern grandmaster practice, and yeah, there you have it.
Bishop b5 check. The actual line I was referring to the other day, the Steinitz idea where we end up getting a compromised king position was knight h3.
The bishop just goes to d3 these days. It never goes to e2.
But when it did go, this was bishop e2, h6. For some reason, please don't ask me why, this was a position that I studied as a kid. I don't even know what my conclusions were, but I remember that I just spent a lot of time over these positions.
Yeah, it's a very fun position to look at, although I suspect modern engines will have things to say about it.
Like every single move, right?
Uncomplimentary about our old analysis. I also obviously spent quite a lot of time on this.
Well, I've never seen this.
No? I mean, oh my God.
Yeah, it disappeared, This used to be the absolute main line, but it no longer really is,
But bishop d3 kind of superseded everything, and knight e5. Now,
honestly, already there are some things that you can say, and they are sort of complimentary, but also a little bit sad for us as viewers, because I think Prague is doing exactly the right thing. After bishop d3, knight d5, we had this absolutely barnstorming game between Alireza, Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana a couple of editions back, maybe last year, where White went h4, and it was a fantastic mess with White eventually castling queenside and all kinds of things.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
But considering the tournament situation and considering specifically how important for Prague is not to lose to specifically Wesley,
right.
Going for knight f3, bishop d6, castles, knight f4, knight c3, knight d3, and c takes d3 is a lot more sensible. If Wesley remembers his analysis, he probably equalizes, but winning chances for black in this line are virtually unheard of until you... I mean, you can always commit a massive mistake and then they will appear. But normally, this is a very, very safe position. Black castled. Prague already played knight e4. Rook e1 is also possible. After rook e1, black has a choice between rook e8 and maybe even c6, c5. But white is a pawn up with a very solid position. There's also this knight on a5. Normally speaking, you would think you're completely winning, but there are these double pawns on the d-file restricting your own bishop on c1, which is why your advantage, such as it is not big. Here the engine insists on bishop c7, currently at least. I'm not really booked up on the c6, c5 does make sense as well, because you do need to solve the problem of bringing the knight back into the game. But then white goes b3, perhaps bishop a3. Isn't this this is maybe the Nakamura-Caruana game, right? Knight c6, bishop a3, and then at some point you're supposed to play f5, and Fabi didn't and lost. I have some vague recollections of positions like this. Bishop c7 also seems logical, but then maybe we go... Machine currently goes b3, queen takes d3, rook e1, which is kind of interesting to me. We've given up our extra pawn. We also gave black all of this play with f5 and d4. Machine says it's just a forced draw. Gives up the knight on f3 and then gives this perpetual. I mean, you can choose not to take on f3, but then you're not better either. This is all curious, and obviously, like you would need to know this. It's very difficult for me to speak about this position without any concrete knowledge. But one thing I will say, the positions after bishop d3 could be a lot messier than this. And honestly, I think Prague is doing the right thing. I think we would all very much like to watch a very messy game, but you do at some point have to pay some attention to your surroundings, you know. and qualifying for Brazil is important.
Absolutely, we do have bishops.
Bishop c7, queen c2,
and c5,
and the immediate
players
c5.
are in the standings. Praggnanandhaa is currently sharing first with Fabiano. Wesley is sharing third with Levon, and a decisive game in this game absolutely changes the standings. It's a very crucial game. And if it ends today, Praggnanandhaa is in, but Wesley's out. As you can see, he's right behind him, just a couple of points behind. So if Wesley wins, he will swap places with Prague.
And literally take that fourth position. And by the way, it's funny, on the one hand, I thought c5 was a good alternative to bishop c7. And
he combined the two.
I didn't expect them both to be combined.
Queen takes c5. If Prague is still blitzing, this is obviously some kind of
prep
close to first line of the machine. Now bishop a6 is playable, bishop b6 is also playable. Bishop g4 is a third choice, which I maybe would have been worried with white about a little bit, but the machine says you can play b4, bishop takes f3, ba. And now we have finally solved our development problems. We still are 2 pawns up. After bishop e2, bishop takes d3, for instance, we can play bishop a3. It's probably fine for black, frankly, but we're also never really running any risks here with white. Our extra pawn is on a5, so we're not that impressed by it.
No.
But it is still an extra pawn. We play bishop b4, we play rook ac1. The bishop on c7 currently actually is quite well restricted by the pawn on a5. Wesley goes bishop a6, which is the main line. You probably play rook e1. Bishop takes d3 is logical, and it's time to start developing your other half of the board. And on my screen here, the machine says it's around equal. Honestly, if you don't know anything about this position at all, it might feel a bit worrying, because black can play something like f6, and then maybe you want to play bishop b6, rook c8, knight c6. There seem to be a lot of a-tempo moves you can be making. But move by move, it seems to not be working out. Bishop a3 is possible, queen c5, c3 is also possible, trying to coordinate better. Something like, let's say, bishop a3, rook f7, and maybe queen e3 or queen b4 was also suggested, but I don't understand queen b4. Trying to put something in front of the bishop on c5 if it attacks our queen. And we are, at the end of the day, still a pawn up, which is going to be relevant to every single evaluation here, because if there was still a pawn on b7, black would just be better.
Right.
But there isn't.
Right.
And And also, clearly, they both know what they're doing. Pragg spent no time whatsoever on the move rook e1, so it's something he prepared and something he clearly repeated before today. So it seems like this is just a theoretical battle between two extremely well-prepared players for now.
Thank you, Peter. And indeed, I see on the clocks 1 hour 32 minutes for Pragg and 1 hour 34 for Wesley. They have been blitzing out their moves. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
There's not many moves made in the game Gukesh and Levon. We can quickly take a look. It's just four
Queen's
moves
Indian
on the board.
with Bishop A6, an old personal favorite of mine. And I remember, again, I was warped by this necessity of having to win with the white and black pieces. And when my opponents would play B2, B3, and my zeal to create an imbalance, you know, B7, B6, B5 was my go-to weapon. And there were others, I must say, that I would
I'm just
go to
surprised.
as well.
So Gukesh has spent 10 minutes in this position. Clearly he's surprised, but I have seen Levon play this before.
Exactly.
What do you think he is taking this time?
Well, because Queen A4, that was an old favorite move of Max Delugi and Predrag Nikolic from Yugoslavia. He loved to play these Queen A4, Bishop G2 systems, and he was very successful with them. B2, B3, I think, is by far the most frequently played.
By far the main move, but the move I would like to see today is Queen C2. Because that's those really, really wild positions after Bishop B7, Bishop G2, C5, D5, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've played this with both colors, and with white I play Queen C2, with black I always see Queen C2.
Exactly.
Yeah, D5, and you have to accept the pawn sacrifice, and the positions become incredibly interesting. You take, I think with the knight is better than the bishop, white castles, and main line begins with, I think, knight C6, rook D1.
I must say I haven't seen this in a while. The top level,
Right.
Yeah. Feels like it was solved at some point. And as the usual conclusion is, if it has been solved, it's probably a draw. But these are fun positions. I remember analyzing them. I am not really a Queen's Indian player myself, but these were so fun. Even I actually took a look at them at some point.
Yeah.
P3 was played by Gukesh.
And I do remember Alexei Shirov, amongst many other players, going into that pawn sacrifice as white. B2, B3, and a very quick D7, D5 by Levon. I must say that Levon's preparation for this event, even as he's forgetting some of it, well, for example, his game yesterday against Fabi was just absolutely brilliant, drawing with black against Fabi with no efforts. That was impressive. And for some of these players, well, it's the last chance to get a good prize here at the Sinquefield Cup.
As you can see, Levon is currently sharing third, but Gukesh is sharing 8th and 9th with Alireza Firouzja. That's a sentence I didn't think I would ever say.
Exactly. But again, the players are so tightly bunched. Okay, there is beginning to be a little separation, a share for first and second, a share for third and fourth. But there was that group at 50%. You get a win and you hit a trampoline.
You loss and you're all the way down.
And you tumble deeply. D7, D5, very theoretical. Where else? I'm going to check in with Sam, Sevian, and Jan Duda. And here we have
only our second proper Jacobian of the tournament, which is very low.
That is shocking.
You normally get a lot more.
A2, A4 without castles. Aren't we supposed to play? Can we play D5?
Oh, D5 immediately.
I think playing A4 is specifically aimed at maybe making D5 slightly less attractive, because now I can play B4 and I'm driving a bishop back to E7 instead of B6. But D5 I'm pretty sure is playable. In terms of numbers, A7, A5 here is the main move, and D5 is hot on its heels with 9. I think it's just been played actually. Jan-Krzysztof deciding not to wait. You could absolutely make an argument that A7, A5 here is very logical, because importantly, if we are to have a discussion about all of these move orders, people used to automatically play A7, A6.
Exactly.
And then people began to realize that stopping white from playing B2, B4 is useful. And there are even positions where black plays A6, waits for white to play A4, and plays A6, A5, doing it in 2 tempi instead of 1.
Right.
So clearly clearly doing it in one tempo on move 6 cannot really be a massive mistake, but neither is playing d5 in one tempo.
Well, especially when rook e1, the castles in rook e1 hasn't already magically appeared on the board.
Yeah, castles appears, in terms of what people did in this position, before does exist, but people mostly castle, which would be a transposition, because that more naturally occurs from this move order. And this is a very central position of the modern gioco piano, where rook e1 is main, but people definitely tried playing a4 here. If you don't want to castle, b4 is not that popular, with my engine at least. a4, a5
really
sort of is. And I can explain it actually in human terms, because if you talk about this position for a bit, like if you play rook e1, definitely one of the ideas black has in all of these positions is to play knight d5, b6. You drive the bishop away somewhere, and then you play bishop d6, and this solves your problem with the e5 pawn. So by pushing the pawn all the way up to a5, you burn through a lot of time, but you've given black 2 moves to do something. It's not nothing, obviously. It's going to make your other play less effective, but you've completely ruled out the counterplay with knight b6. Black should be fine here. I don't believe this refutes the concept, but there is definitely some point to it. And I think maybe this is what he's planning, because otherwise, why not start with castling on move 6?
Exactly, where you give yourself the flexibility.
A wider variety of options.
Yeah. Knight takes d5 on the board. We'll keep this on the boil.
Let's check Nodirbek and Alireza's game. Those 2 players
are suffering.
They are, but their game should still be very exciting.
Well, we have a symmetrical English, and I must say, whenever I had this position as white, I usually was playing for a3, b4. There are players who play e3, but then they get into those symmetrical positions after e6. I always thought they were balanced, and if I wanted to play a little bit, I'm going to say crazy. I don't know if that's
as crazy as it can get in the English, right?
Check this out.
Oh, okay, that is really crazy.
Bishop takes e3, b takes e3, queen c2. And I kid you not, you know where I'm putting my king? Queenside.
Long.
Yes.
Oh.
It's very hard to get to my king.
This is a very serious idea, but these days they normally do it by starting with, let's say, d3, waiting for black to play e6.
Right.
And then it's even stronger.
Right.
Because the bishop on c8 is even more restricted. With the pawn back on e7, I think bishop takes 6, black just takes with the d pawn and doesn't really feel that inconvenienced. But once you've provoked e7, e6, bishop takes 6 is absolutely one of the more dangerous ways of treating this.
This. I don't know why my opponents were always anxious to capture towards the center.
Understandably so. Once again, notably, the way Alireza treats this is he is trying to give himself the best chance of playing, because after knight f3, which is a very solid option, black can do all kinds of things here. Knight f6 immediately is obviously completely playable. In all of my courses, and I recorded some courses on the Grunfeld, and then it turned out that I have to cover the entirety of the human knowledge in order to explain what to do if people don't want you to play the Grunfeld. I used to give the move e7, c6, and I still believe it's fine. The central line would be d4, c d4, knight b5, but I think after d7, d5, black should equalize. And d6 is useful, and after castles, bishop f5 became very topical at some point. Very strong players played those types of setups. Bishop f5, queen d7, for now not committing to anything in the center. e7, e6 here is actually quite playable, because we took the sting out of the d4, knight b5 idea. There is no knight d6 check anymore, so it's basically unplayable now. And play could continue e3, knight g7, d4 castles. And yes, we allow d3 and d4, but it's not immediately obvious what white is supposed to do with it. Alireza instead goes knight f6 here, allowing d4, and says, Yugoslav attack anyone?
Right.
And I think he'll be slightly disappointed by Nodirbek's choice. It's, I think, currently the first choice of engine. The engine, shockingly to my eyes, does not seem to think white is much better in the Yugoslav, although, of course, this is move 10, and you can't really trust those evaluations very much. But the Yugoslav, I don't know, in your times, and like the two of you's opinion, I remember when I first started watching people play this. The feeling was this cannot possibly be correct.
For black.
For black. But it's very messy and people play it because they just expect to navigate it better than their opponents.
Exactly.
Is that how you feel about these positions?
Oh, well, for sure. And it's hard to put it in perspective how many hours around the world grandmasters spent on these positions and the finessing the lines with Queen C2 and Rook B1 and Rook E1, and it was amazing. But nobody ever refuted it. They just felt it was
I think it's
dodgy.
As far as I can tell, I think it's alive, and plans could include black sometimes goes for like Rook B8, A6, B5. There's also ideas E6, and sometimes even E5, closing everything down and saying I will have counterplay on the king side.
To me, Peter, so you're calling it Yugoslav attack?
Yeah.
It's just G3 Benoni with knight on A5, right?
There's something much more. What do they call it?
No, I mean this sort of belongs to the King's Indian because in the Benoni it's very difficult.
Yeah, knight doesn't.
If we talk about the Benoni, right? It's going to be very difficult to get it to A5, right? Because C6 is never going to be available. So these lines do belong. Whoa. Okay. Breaking. Let's go back to the board. Because they're repeating, and I'm worried we might actually miss the end of the game.
Oh, they're already repeating.
Yeah.
So there was bishop E5, knight C6 back.
Oh my goodness. So, funnily enough, I've seen so many grandmaster draws.
But not with these two. But they're having such a nightmare, though, both of them, that...
So what they've been doing is after bishop f4, knight d4, going bishop e5, Alireza didn't see a better move than retreating the knight, bishop f4, and we might be seeing a draw.
Yeah, bishop e5 here is basically a claim.
Yeah.
And Nodirbek is thinking, e2, e3 is absolutely playable, rook c1 is playable, you don't have to do it.
Right.
But... You know, it's regrettable, but also you feel for him so much that I don't think we can begrudge this. Nodirbek, despite having an absolutely horrific tournament, until yesterday, he was playing every single game for a win, including yesterday.
Absolutely.
He is on -4. He is it 4? Yeah, it is 4. Is it 5? Yeah, 4. So he made 3 draws and lost 4 in 7 rounds. This is probably the worst result of his entire career, including junior events.
Right.
And if he finally decides to, take a practical decision and maybe get an additional resident, I don't think anybody can blame him.
Right.
But I've never seen him do this before. He is one of the absolutely most ambitious players on the circuit.
Right. If he were to continue playing for a win and play the move e2,
Machine says e3, knight takes f3, queen takes f3. We do have the b7 pawn to take. I mean, we would be losing this queen, but it does have the b7 square. Yeah, the engine plays either knight d7 or queen d3. Queen d3 it actually doesn't like for reasons which are quite striking. The engine says, just give up on c4, play h3 and g4, and your compensation is more than enough because of how difficult it will be to develop the queen side. The b7 pawn is just, you can't really do anything about it. And White just wants to play rook d1, rook c1. What we've done by playing h3 and g4 is we've taken away those squares from the light pieces, in particular the bishop on c8. So that's one option, and the other one would be to play knight d7.
Threatening e5, trapping the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop, this is the drawback of playing it to e3. The machine once again goes g4 just to give yourself this square, knight e5, bishop e5, rook a d1. And structurally, black is obviously doing fantastically well. White played a really strange move, g3, g4. Black has a bishop pair, but white is far ahead in development. The knight will be on d5 on the next move. And yeah, the machine says it's about equal, but it's a kind of a position where you probably feel slightly uneasy with black, but you are a couple of moves away from complete equality. So I guess if you know, you know.
Thank you, Peter. And again, we think we might be seeing a repetition here. When you are having such a terrible tournament, one of the things that you absolutely want to do, get out of town
I think,
and get to that next event.
I think most players would quickly repeat and go home, but it goes so much against his nature to make a quick draw that he's struggling with the decision right now.
Truly that, yeah.
But we do expect to see it.
Exactly. I'm going to go to Sam Sevian, Duda. That was a5, a6. By the way, now castles is on the board, so we do have the inclusion of a6
I'm
and
amazed,
a6.
like how many times we've seen Jacobiano on just Grandchester, and yet somehow they always manage to get a new position with just different move orders.
They
Always.
find, yeah, these little nuances, don't they?
This is still not an unknown position at all. There's 27 games on my screen reaching this particular
position.
Bishop f5 is playable. b7, b5 is playable, interestingly, inviting the en passant and then recapturing with the knight, not even the pawn. Once again, reiterating how important it is to attack this bishop. And if it goes to b3,
Well, bishop
we have
f5.
bishop f5, and the pressure against the d3 pawn compensates for the fact that we ruined our structure a little bit. So that's one option. The other would be to play bishop f5 first. White normally goes rook e1. And you play b5 here. This is a kind of a central idea of the line anyway. A b6, knight b6. And now a6 is hanging, but there's no particularly comfortable way to take it. If we take with the rook here, for instance, well, actually, this is a comfortable way to take it. I don't know why people are doing this. Rook a6 appears to be giving white a very big advantage. I was just going through sort of the established practice, but this is maybe inadvisable. After bishop f5, rook e1, the machine goes knight f6. The usual tactic applies. We have not blundered this pawn.
Right.
In fact, knight e5 is completely unplayable because of this
Knight
little bit of
fork.
jiggery pokery. Which is why we probably play something like queen c2, or because e5, e4 is definitely being threatened. Machine goes queen c2. You probably have to start playing slower, something like h6 or rook e8 is indicated. And this is where you think your lucky stars. Your pawn is on a5, because if black could play b7, b5 in one go without having to deal with en passant, the pawn on d3 would just fall. As it is, after rook e8, knight bg2, we are ready to put the knight on e4. And those resulting positions, they seem very symmetrical, like as an illustration, like something like this. It is very close to equality. But white has a little bit of a push, because you do have some space gained on the queen side. Let's say you play bishop a7. And even if the bishops come off, although here black will immediately take control of the d-file, but in terms of pure structure, if you imagine my knight getting over to c5, which is only 3 moves in fairness, I would have a little bit of something. I'm not going to get there specifically here, because the d-file, we're actually slightly worse with white, because black will have 3 heavy pieces on
the d-file.
Major pieces on the d-file in a moment. But yeah, these things are, they seem pretty level, but they could become complicated and difficult to play if you misplay it somewhere.
The strangest thing about these positions is they have that look of appearing harmless. But as you say, you put the knight on c5, and suddenly, you're struggling, with the black pieces.
Absolutely another point of going a4, a5 early to lay those markers down for future endgames.
I want to go back to our key matchups, and that is the game between Prague and Wesley, because they had been blitzing their way right up until this moment. I think rook e1 is more or less when we left it.
First. Yeah.
Wesley was the first to slow down?
But only now. I think this is now the moment that he finally slowed down. Rook e8.
b3.
Yeah, bishop b6. And I think the first line probably is queen d6, which, if we're honest with ourselves, appears more logical, because
exactly.
You would like the queens off. You're a pawn up, and black does have some very active pieces. But after queen d6, the engine says knight b7, queen d8, rook a d8, and says black has perfectly positioned pieces and enough compensation for the pawn. That bishop on d3 is just so beautiful.
Right.
Queen c3 is, once again, I don't know how much I can trust this, but appears to be a slightly riskier and a slightly more fighting option, where black can play rook c8 immediately, to which we are supposed to reply knight c5, tying more of our pieces in knots.
Knight c5. Oh.
Yeah, now e5, e4 is main. And it seems like the knight is hanging, but it actually isn't, not particularly, because we have queen takes d3 as a reply. So you can play rook a c1, or you can play knight e5. And the position becomes very messy, because black can, for instance, play bishop b5. Now the knight on e5 is on the verge of being driven away to poor squares, but we have b3, b4. Black has all kinds of options. You can retreat with the knight, you can play queen d5. It becomes very, very chaotic. Or after queen c3, the engine also suggests you can part with your glorious bishop on d3, but then after rook c8, the queen will have to go to b4. And you can continue chasing it around. It probably has to go to d6 now, because if you play something like queen a4 and allow black maybe f5, e4 in some positions, or even knight d4 appears to be very strong, our pieces are kind of not where they should be, and the king side feels a little bit abandoned. Yeah. I would start feeling worried here if I were white.
Your extra b3
Yeah, but queen d6 probably still rescues the situation, because f5 we have a very useful square on c4, which we'll enjoy. Engine says knight d4 and says equal, but the kind of equal where black is not suffering whatsoever. Queen takes d8, rook takes d8. You might have to play a little bit precisely with white not to be worse, but you can start trading pieces. I think we shouldn't lose this with white.
Peter, in your opinion, given the tournament situation, for Pragg, was queen d6 a better choice instead of queen c3?
I think he knows, and I think if you actually have detailed, hard knowledge about this position, it's probably irrelevant what you play, because I'm assuming everything ends in zeros anyway. If he saw this position for the first time, I'm pretty sure he would have played queen d6, yeah. But because he is still very much in book, he is still above 130 on the clock, despite it being move 19. Yeah, but I think without having consulted the files today, I think you play queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah. With speed. I want to thank you, Peter. I wanted to ask you about probabilities
of today's rounds.
Playoffs.
Yeah.
No,
I think it's the results for today.
I know. I was thinking, yeah. Are we going to have playoffs? Are we going to have playoffs? Okay. In terms of probabilities, here we go.
Well, very evenly matched here. Wesley has a slight edge.
Well, it's actually Wesley versus Pragg.
Alireza, so I'm a bit confused.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've got the wrong graphic on this one. Yep, we got wrong graphics.
Levon's not playing Duda either.
No.
But we'll fix that.
But that was a nice trick. We're not falling for it. We knew our pairings. I followed you at the opening. Okay. Next thing.
Let's go to Gukesh and Levon. They have made some moves, and let's see how that game developed.
Okay, this was our Queen's Indian game. b2, b3, d5, bishop b2, bishop b4, check. Whoa. Knight d2. We're not supposed to play knight d2. We're not supposed to.
I think it's bishop d2. That's.
I think bishop d2
has to be played.
It was like.
I see in the database 289 games after bishop d2. Only 2 games after knight bd2.
And I think
this
white lost both those games.
This rare.
Yeah, but I mean,
quite shocking, because like
I remember a game like Joel Benjamin ended up winning a rook on a1 when knight d2.
This does not seem as illogical as all that, you know.
Knight d2, c5, bishop b2.
Position looks fine though.
Looks completely fine. Why aren't people doing this?
Why is it considered bad?
Is it considered bad?
Okay, imagine I take. I'm a pawn grabber.
It's just a completely fine move. Just don't
Maybe
understand.
a stake with a pawn.
You don't want to play knight e5?
I'm scared.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking
Knight
if you
e5.
did play knight e5, I wanted to play
that
c3.
too.
Okay. So if you took with a pawn, I'm a pawn grabber. Give me. Yum.
Castles?
Yeah. I
Bishop
know.
d5.
Bishop to d5.
We have some
e4.
e4s,
Let's
yeah.
go.
D takes c5. There's
d5, I
taking-
guess, normally is the recipe here.
And now after I've won a pawn, the rest plays itself.
Yeah, but for white, probably.
Well, hold on.
Probably does play itself.
Well, wait a minute. That's pawn number 2. I'm up 2 pawns.
Okay, instead of d5, which is strong, knight c4 maybe is even stronger, because you do have that bishop on b4, which is in desperate status.
Now we're talking, because you've
d5
got
is also
A3.
good, though.
D5 is also
d5 is also good, yeah.
Really?
Absolutely.
And the idea was after take?
You actually are taking, not on my screen, like you have to castle. What are you doing, Yasser?
Well, you're not playing, or are you playing e5 and e6?
No, ED, of course.
ED,
And now
castles, knight c4.
Knight h4.
Knight
You
h4.
get
Yeah.
mated in this position so quick.
Yeah.
This is just like, the engine is now screaming at me that we've lost with black. It's like plus
Lost.
plus 150.
That's
Yeah,
a
because
lot.
you can't allow this knight to land on a5, and if you play g6, you kind of know it's not going to go well
No,
for you,
this
right?
is not
Yeah.
what I signed up for.
No, d5 castles is a lot trickier, because you keep things slightly under wraps, but the engine still likes it very much after 95. And this really does have this feeling of, you remember that how shocked all of us were when those first AlphaZero games were published?
Oh gosh, yes.
This is in spirit, right? It's very clear, and it's actually even the same opening, although not the same line, where you just give up a pawn for long-term compensation and you go without even creating immediate threats. Like 95 is a beautiful looking move, but it's not a move that creates any immediate problems for black. You can go knight b7, it doesn't lose, it's actually logical. You can take on b5, you can g5, you can play b6, b5 to give your bishop some runway to escape. Just likes all of those positions for white.
Remarkable.
Yeah. I think it's unlikely Levon does this unless he's looked at this very, very closely, because it is very risky. You can castle, you can go knight b7, you can contain the position much better if you do those things.
Thank you, Peter. And here are the standings of these two competitors.
They're having two very different events. Levon is sharing third. Gukesh is sharing 8th and 9th with Alireza. But, you know, if Gukesh wins today, then he joins Levon.
Remarkable, because Levon has been cruising. I mean, undefeated, +1. Everything's been going nice. Gukesh has been having quite a tumultuous event, including 2 losses. So it's remarkable that one round could just swing the fortunes of both players. Bishop b2, I'm really kind of knight c6. I'm really surprised if knight d2 is just such a reasonable, okay-ish move, then why has it only been played twice?
It's a very good question.
Out of 230 games when bishop b4 check.
I thought there might be some transpositions, but I couldn't even find transpositions. It's just one of those really strange quirks where there's no reason.
Everybody has played bishop d2.
Yeah,
everybody.
Like the split is so unreasonable. Knight fd2 is played as often as knight bd2. Mm-hmm. How is this possible? Yeah. Chess theory sometimes like throws up these little artifacts which you can't explain. Like king f1 is almost as popular as knight bd2, which is like, I do not understand. And knight c6, the move that Levon has just played, the engine disagrees with quite violently, actually, and goes d takes c5. If you take with the pawn, you're just worse after a3, because you'll have to take on d2. I'm assuming bishop a5 loses to b4. Yeah, just you lose material.
Right.
Because there's always going to be queen a4 coming out. So a3 forces you to take on d2, and then your position is, not only are you 2 bishops versus 1 down, your center is under tremendous pressure with bishop f6 cd ideas, rook c1 cd ideas. It's just bad for black. So I'm pretty sure the plan is to take with the bishop, and this would have been maybe okay, but a3 is very strong, because you get pushed back very, very quickly. dc4, b4, bishop b7, queen a4, you lost material, a bunch of material.
Is it bishop f2 though, instead of bishop e7, and knight g4? After b4.
You can and you should play it, because bishop b7 is completely lost. But the engine is not very scared. It goes king g1, and because the dark squares are so well covered, yes, you get to play knight e3, but now even something quiet like queen b1 trying to put it on e4,
but
we're just a piece down.
Apparently. Whoa. Go back. Mm-hmm. There is a b6, b5.
b5, I guess knight e4, knight c5 just solves it on the spot, right? Among other things, I suspect, but it's the cleanest. You just go knight e4, put it on c5, and no more checks. We've just solved all of our problems. So a3 pretty much forces black to play bishop b7, b4, bishop b7. And now we can take on d5, we can play rook c1, castles, and
it looks nice for white.
Well, it's fantastic for white, because, I mean, the position still, you know, these 2 pawns might disappear, and you might be tempted to think, okay, you know, 4 against 4, 2 against 2, symmetrical, how bad can it be? But every single white piece will be more active than the black one.
Right, the 2 bishops.
And it gives white almost a +1 advantage here, despite no real immediate threats, because it's just so difficult to play. White has queen a4, rook f d1 ideas. It's just very unpleasant.
So knight c6,
d5 is very strong
c5
now.
Could be a very good continuation for our world champion Gukesh.
By the way,
I suspect knight d2 is going to be rehabilitated, or at least habilitated.
Exactly. Yeah. No, like, this is very strange.
What is going on? Okay, once again, if I take, could I do something?
Let's look at this. Yeah.
Take.
d takes e4, a3. Otherwise, would be maybe playable, but a3 is very strong.
A3. c3.
Yeah,
You
we
can
know
see
bishop
if
c5 before doesn't work,
well.
and if you take on d2 after knight takes d2, your whole position is hanging.
That is true. c3, I take on b4 and take on a6.
And take on a6, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's specifically because of all these small tactics that the move doesn't work out.
Seriously, I mean, I have looked at this position 100 times, 1,000 times, and every time I've looked at this position, we've played bishop d2 and just continued as if that's just appropriate. I don't think. Again, I recall a U.S. Championship game where Joel Benjamin's opponent played knight d2. I think it was Kamran Shirazi, and Joel won very, very nice game as black. And I think everybody got scared off.
It must have some sort of strange bad reputation due to something.
So if I start with bishop c3,
Rook b1, yeah.
I'm wondering why nobody has ever investigated this line.
Yeah, and the bishop b7 line here, black would be winning an exchange with the take c4, bishop b4 ideas.
Right.
I've seen that before. But
Right.
it doesn't work out here, so
No, it's just
it looks fine.
absolutely
Crazy.
sensible. Yeah, I thought maybe at least like it will begin by giving black like minus 0.20 or something, but no. Knight bd2 plus 0.30, nothing changed. Very mystifying. Hang on a second. Hang on, this is what happened maybe, no?
What's that?
You're probably talking about this position though, right? Because people used to start with this, and then bishop d2, bishop e7, and we get your normal positions, right?
Okay.
But they included d5, bishop g2. It's a different line.
Might be that I've got the
It
lines
still
mixed
doesn't.
up.
It still doesn't explain why nobody plays knight bd2 here.
Right.
But I think Levon has also done it in a move order which is not the usual one. I think you normally begin by giving the check. And only then, like the major Queen's Indian theory starts from here. And now there is a big decision point because you can play d5, which leads to these structures very often. Or you can decide, I don't like those structures, and play c6.
Right.
Trying to play d5, and then if the capture happens, you keep the symmetry, you keep the solidity
This
in the
can
center.
also transpose to the Catalan, right? After d5.
Yeah, they're very adjacent to Catalans, yeah.
And if you start with this move order and white goes knight bd2,
It's
then
still
black
playable.
plays bishop b7, right?
Here, bishop c3, bishop c3, rook b1, bishop b7.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, and you can no longer do this because bishop takes d4 is even stronger than bishop e4. It's just a very healthy central pawn that we've lost. Yeah, I think maybe here we finally maybe landed on why and what happened and why in our mind this move doesn't exist.
Right.
Because as Nazi is completely correct, I guess this is just the refutation of this setup. Because your best move appears to be maybe bishop b2. But then you're still worse after knight e4. So yeah, like you're instantly worse, significantly worse with white by move 7 if you do it in that position.
Right.
But not with the inclusion of
d5.
Of d5 and bishop
think
g2
that's
because
what's
white is prepared to castle now in every
Right.
move.
I am told we're not going to be faked out if we looked at probabilities.
Let's
Very
give it a
distrusting.
second
I mean, very, very distrusting. By the way, we have not seen a draw. Nodirbek could not do it. He really thought about calling it the day, but no.
Still, draw is most likely result with 62% chance, but yeah, Nodirbek has slightly better odds.
Okay.
Then we have Prague against Wesley. Wow,
2-1?
2-1.
Favorite? I didn't see that coming.
Seems high, frankly.
Right. We're gonna grill Ben Underwood, our
This is one of those
statistician.
cases where a black has better odds than white, but assuming it's not taken into consideration this tournament's results,
Okay.
although Duda did win a good game yesterday, so. Another black favorite, but it's Fabi against MVL.
I think they have a very lopsided score, right?
They must have played so many games, probably based on their results.
And last but not least, wow,
Unexpected.
another 2-1. This time in favor of Gukesh,
They cannot have that many games between them, right?
right? Where's Ben when you need him?
We'll
Explain
see him soon
yourself.
today.
Explain your probabilities, if you don't mind. I wanted to go to the game of Prague and Wesley again because that game is so crucial to the Grand Chess Tour, and they did follow that line that you mentioned, Peter, with after
Bishop takes on e4, which cannot be an easy move to make because you like that bishop.
You do?
But stopping knight c5 and driving the queen to b4 is sensible. And now, as I mentioned, knight c6,
Queen d6.
queen d6 needs to be played. Black is completely fine after knight d4.
Yep.
But I mean, considering we're a pawn up and a lot of pieces come off the board, you assume white is not going to be much worse anywhere. Knight d4, bishop d4, it starts liking black a little bit.
Right.
Actually, I think it's, hang on a second.
This is where things can
Because
maybe
of the
go a
second
little
rank,
bit,
right?
go a little bit south.
We can't even force any trades after rook c1. You take the other, rook takes the c file.
But I think what Peter was mentioning was rook c1 trading.
Take on d8 and then rook c1.
Yes, that's
Take on
right.
d8,
Sorry.
wait for rook e8, and then go rook c1.
I guess we have this.
We have it on tap. We don't need to do it yet. You can do it next move. Rook c1.
Take rook c8.
I think the idea is to go bishop b2 and take on d4 with the bishop, because back rank issues are not present. We have rook e1
e1's
always.
protected, yeah.
Just in time.
Mm.
Although it just feels like a draw is very,
Yeah,
very high
it seems everything is
probability.
disappearing.
Very, very high probability in this case.
Rook c8, bishop b2, you're actually slightly worse even, although not by much. The engine very calmly goes f7, f6 in this position, says safeguarding the center is more important. But yeah, you're just a pawn up. You're not going to lose this. Knight d4, bishop d4, I don't know, king f1, rook c8, bishop a3, rook c2, bishop b4, rook takes a2, bishop c3. We're groveling a little bit, but we're still not going to lose it.
No.
I mean, it's not a fun way to make a forced draw with white, and you do have to wonder if maybe there was something cleaner early on, since this doesn't appear to be a winning attempt, frankly.
No.
You have to wonder why this was Prague's prep and not, let's say, queen d6 on move 19, if we go back to this position. Queen d6 does appear to be a kind of a more direct way to make an immediate draw. In particular, because knight b7 appears to be best, and I have... No, okay, this doesn't work. I was wondering if this is an immediate draw, knight a5, queen d6, but no, rook e6 is very strong.
Whoa.
And if we take on b7, we actually lose that queen to rook b8. Might still be okay. Might actually still be okay, though.
We're taking a rook,
Amazing.
full rook, right?
We take a
Wow.
full rook on e6. We probably make a draw here, but I guess he didn't want to get involved with any of that. But yeah, Prague seems to have gotten sort of a more recent bit of prep win today than Wesley, but Wesley reacted in a very correct manner and shouldn't be in any trouble whatsoever, but neither should Prague.
But again, it's a victory for Wesley that could propel him to Sao Paulo, Brazil in the playoffs. Draw with the black pieces. And here's what would happen if things ended today
Right.
with all draws.
Yeah, those will be the top four: MVL, Fabi, Levon, and Prague. And Wesley's just right outside in the 5th place, so he does need a win to swap places with Prague and qualify for Brazil. But he can also play for a win tomorrow, right? Although if Prague doesn't lose, then he probably still...
Exactly.
It's
That's
a lot
why
more
we
valuable
said
to beat Prague
directly.
That also.
We do have knight c6 on the board, and again, it is about that race to the playoffs and finishing in the top 4.
We haven't looked at MVL Fabi in a while. Let's take a look.
Absolutely.
A lot of moves have been made. Queens are off the board.
Boy,
Yeah,
you
it
are
is
right.
one of the lines I mentioned earlier.
We have left it after c3, and literally you didn't want to get
lifetime
too deeply involved because the branches, as you were saying in this opening, are so thick.
Yeah, but
we could overwhelm our viewers.
MVL is more of my generation, and he is absolutely taking a very practical decision here, because after bishop a7, as mentioned, rook e1 or bishop g5 are a lot sharper than d5. But d5 does give you a very safe positions. He played queen d5 here, knight c5, bishop c2. And the following sequence is very, very, well, I mean, maybe not forced, but supposedly the main line. You kick the queen away, you play d7, d5, because you do want to start assuming some control in the center. White takes on d6, you take. White went rook d1. Interestingly, after rook d1, bishop g4, as far as I could work out what my screen says, this is a position where only 5 games were played, all 5 won by black.
Wow.
Not to do with the evaluation of this position,
No.
though. We're still fighting for equality, but it's a very striking bit of strategy, right? You don't see very many of these having a 100% score for the black side. Bishop e3, main move here. Bishop takes f3, gf, and we get this weird structure where white ruined the king side a little bit, but black has a nice Alani on the g-file, and white, at least for the time being, has the bishop pair. Black played g5, knight d2, knight e6, knight b3. Of course, white is not very eager to take on a7. If the bishop trade happens, white would much rather it undoubled the pawns. Black went g6, rook d2, king g7, rook e1, rook fd8. So there's this dance in progress where
the tensions.
Yeah, black is not taking on a3, white is not taking on a7. And one of the things you could try doing here actually is playing d5, d4, even if it costs you a pawn, in order to get the knight in a very nice blockading square on d5. But black doesn't need to do it just yet. And you have to wonder why the rook went to e1 at all, because honestly, it kind of feels like it belongs on d1.
Are there some tricks associated with capturing on
and knight d4?
Right? Knight d4, yeah.
You can try that, but knight takes d4 is fine. But even simpler, I can go king f6, rook d6, and you will not be able to exert any more pressure along the e file. And then I will play b5, rook c7. This the engine starts liking for black, and I think it's even clear why. Because
exactly, blockading
this is
square.
more of a problem than the Isolani. Very solid position. Still around equal, the engine evaluates it as very close to exact equality. Goes rook e d1. For black, it goes.
And as you see in the standings after round 7, Fabi is currently showing first. So if he...
Wow, here we say wins.
Well, it's a line which has a 100% score with black, and he's playing black. So, if this were to hold up somehow, he would be in a very, very good spot. But we are not expecting it today. So after rook e1, and once again, you have to question why it hasn't been played on the previous move, black could continue shuffling, or interestingly, the suggested plan involves playing b5, and if you play something like king g2, the engine either goes a5, or in some positions it even was playing b5 before, which I thought was quite striking. Let me find against what it was playing before. Against knight c1, which is maybe a useful move because you want this knight on e2, it kind of covers more squares on e2. And here the engine was saying before is now playable, but it's tactically justified because this costs you a bishop.
Oops.
And if you include bishop takes a7, I have the, no, I don't, because bishop d4 check exists. Yeah, no, I don't. So it actually does cost you a pawn. But the engine says we immediately start creating counterplay on the queen side.
I must say this is not the clearest sacrifice I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure.
This looks very risky, but as usual, engines are in the world of their own, saying knight comes to c4, a lot of pressure against the queen side. I don't think anybody does that though.
Wow.
And we're being told g7, g6 on move 18 is a novelty, but. It makes a lot of sense, I think, restricting the bishop on c2, giving yourself king g7, king f6 ideas, as we've seen. Yeah. Pretty solid position
very
for.
Logical.
Yeah, pretty solid position for both, frankly.
Thank you for Peter. We've reached that time in our show where we like to check in our friends on Q Boutique. I know they pulled a fast one on me yesterday. This time I'm looking for the shirt. And look at this. Get your amazing t-shirt. This t-shirt features the tournament locations for the 2025 GCT Tour: Warsaw, Bucharest, Zagreb, St. Louis, and Sao Paulo, Brazil. It is available online at qboutiquestl.com, or of course, please do visit us in person for all your chess shopping needs.
Let's just stump the commentators. What's the question for today?
I'm resting on my laurels. I am in first place, you two.
I'm sharing it with you.
Are we?
Yes.
Oh, darn it.
You haven't pulled away yet.
Which GCT player has won the most cumulative money on the tour? Seems too easy, but I was going to say Fabi.
I'll take Wesley, actually.
All right, I'll
well,
take
Wesley. Okay, so Wesley has played in all of them. And very successfully, too. He's been the Grand Chess Tour winner.
So has Fabi, though.
But Fabi has, too. Whereas Magnus has missed some of the...
We'll find out the answer.
All right.
After the break.
After the break.
As we go to break, the production team had the opportunity to look back on the top moments of the Grand Chess Tour over the past 10 years. Take a look, and we'll be right back.
As you would expect, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour has featured some of the most extraordinary chess and chess moments I've ever witnessed. It was 2014, the second Sinquefield Cup.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and you are watching the Sinquefield Cup live in St. Louis.
Welcome to a recap of the 2014 Sinquefield Cup, the strongest chess tournament in history.
If you were to run 15,000 tournament simulations, I don't think you would get a single one that ended in the event as it did. Fabiano Caruana did what we would call a streak. He started with a win.
Italian Fabiano Caruana, who crushed Wesley Topalov of Bulgaria in the first round,
Another.
before displaying an amazing pre-game preparation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another.
Carlsen sacrificed a piece only to see Caruana accept it and defend coolly and rebuff his attack.
Another.
And today he crushed Levon Aronian.
I think it's a great start, but I have to stay vigilant till the end. After the first two games, I was still thinking like, okay, you're having a good start, don't let it get in your head.
Fabiano's playing, he's playing proper chess. I have a great record against Fabiano, so I just have to beat him, basically.
That sets up a key round 5 matchup between tournament leader Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. He is off to an epic beginning.
The openings are going well, my opponents are getting a bit, like I'm maybe getting a bit in their head.
Commentators who were asking, can this keep going on?
But it's all about fabulous Fabiano, the young Italian player winning yet another game.
He wins 5 in a row.
Couldn't have even dreamed that I would start with a perfect score. The result might not show it, but all the games have been difficult. But in any case, it's a fantastic start. I couldn't have imagined that I would do something like this. I think I didn't feel any real pressure because things were going so well that it was kind of impossible to mess up at some point. And also I had some luck on my side in certain key moments, and just everything came together like that.
The whole of the chess world was buzzing. And 6 in a row.
Well, it's Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, the Miami Dolphins' perfect season in '72, and now it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana with a 6-0 score, blitzing the field in an epic performance, one of the greatest in chess history.
I just want to play solidly the remaining games, just keep playing normal chess.
Then I can't believe it. 7 in a row.
As Vachier-Lagrave is still making moves in this position, clearly it's over.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable. Can he keep the streak alive?
Can you believe that you're 7-0 in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, it keeps getting weirder that I keep winning, although I'm not really trying to go for anything like this. I'm just trying to play normally.
It was extraordinary. This was round 8. He's up against Magnus Carlsen, who he had previously won. It's a double round robin. Could Fabi go 8-8, 8 out of 8, perform a Bobby Fischer, win all of his games?
Even if he doesn't turn up for the last 2 games, it would be one of the great results of our time, and if he finishes in style, it will be one of the great results ever.
The end to his historic run, 7.5 out of 8. Oh man, an underachiever. Whoa, especially a draw against the #1 player in the world. I mean, come on.
I won the tournament, but it's still not over, and it's important to end on a high note.
He got the half a point. He's still in line for the greatest performance ever.
And a draw has been agreed. Wow.
It hasn't happened before since. I've had periods where things are really going well, almost everything's going well, but not to that extent that, absolutely everything with almost no exception until my 8th round against Magnus, where still pretty much everything went well, just one, 2 moments in the game turned it into a draw. It's not like you have an ambition to get a result like that. You can't control it, and if you get in that rhythm, it can happen. But I look back very fondly, of course, on all the games in that tournament. Yeah, I think it was really about everything just coming together at the right time. Everything fit together. It was like a 1 in a billion.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable.
It would be one of the great results of our time.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis. Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Kieran Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a special guest in the studio, our statistician, Ben Underwood. Welcome back, Ben.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
A pleasure for us to have you because we want to torture you.
All right. Give me your questions.
He's ready. He's
ready.
Prepared.
Yes.
Nasi, you get first go.
Okay.
Nail him.
As commentators, we're curious. This is going to be the first question. What are the chances of seeing Grand Chess Tour playoffs for the top four?
Grand Chess Tour playoffs I have at only about 3%, even a little bit less.
3%.
For that to happen, there are a few permutations where MVL actually doesn't make it. He's at 99.9%.
Wow.
Or where Firouzja ties for a place, a certain number of places, I believe 2, under Praggnanandhaa. So he would have to make a tie for a certain place. Praggnanandhaa would have to finish 2 places above to have them to tie for that 4th place spot and enter into a playoff. So, of course, it's entirely possible, but unlikely that you have to, reach that exact combination.
3%
the only likely scenario, even in that case, is just playoff between Pragg and Alireza.
Correct.
Wow.
Okay. And what's the chances or probabilities of a playoff in the Sinquefield Cup, meaning tomorrow there could be a playoff?
Actually, around 60%.
60%?
Just a little bit under, because we have 2 players at the top tied with 4.5 right now. We have 2 players that are right below them at 4 points. So I think it's definitely over 50. It's a little bit under 60 right now. So hopefully
we actually have a graphic of your probabilities, Ben. And again, we do appreciate those probabilities that you've been giving us. This is before. This is the bar graph from before the Sinquefield Cup.
Rapid and Blitz, yes.
Yeah, before the Sinquefield Cup itself began, but now it's been adjusted and
it was changing every day a little bit.
And how do you come to these numbers? We're gonna see them change after each round 2 and 3.
So basically what I do is I have code that looks at all of the possible permutations of the placings of the players in the Sinquefield Cup. And I use my own Sinquefield Cup probabilities to look at, what is the most likely combination that can happen. And then once it figures out all those possible combinations, you see in what number of those did certain players make the finals versus didn't make the finals. Exactly. So right now, it has rounded to 100. MVL actually has not clinched just yet.
Right.
But it is at like 99.95% because there's only one possible permutation where he loses or draws today and Firouzja does really well or something like that. So
there you're seeing MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave,
So
is one of our 100% at this moment qualifiers to Sao Paulo. Ben, unfair question, but I'm so happy to be the one to deliver. How accurate have your probabilities been? Be honest.
This year, they have underperformed last year. So last year, my probabilities, my tournament favorites went, I believe, 5 for 6, and then the places under those, my second favorites were finishing high. Third favorites were usually finishing high as well. And then we get to the U.S. juniors and seniors this year. And for the senior championships, I have Alex Fishbein in here with 1.7% to win the whole tournament.
And
sure enough, he was sitting in this chair talking to you all after winning that playoff. And I went back and just thought, how could I miss
so
that
badly?
So badly? And I figured out one reason is because he is the most active player out of that senior group. And that is something I did not take into account when I was making my original probabilities. So he plays so much and maybe has lost and gained rating more than his opponents.
When I think about chess and I think about statistics, there are so many ways to look at chess, statistically speaking, including how much time a player might spend over a single move. A kind of a deep think, if you will. And you did some probabilities of deep thinking.
Yes.
I like the spelling on thinking. Nice.
So on this graph.
That's you, right?
On this graph, I looked at all of the Grand Chess Tour games.
Okay.
And this was before Sinquefield Cup.
Yep.
And what it does is it looks at how many moves each player spent before they entered a deep think. But this is actually a question I had for you all, is when I'm running so many games at once, what qualifies a deep think?
Okay, spell this out for me. Gukesh, he plays 11.3 moves and then has a deep think. Whereas Levon, he'll blitz out almost 16 moves before going into a deep think. I think anything over 10 minutes.
I was going to say, before we answer, Ben, what did you consider as deep think?
Exactly. I said 10 minutes. However, you get into certain positions in certain games where a player never thinks for 10 minutes, but they think 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
They're consistently.
So I said a certain number of 5-minute back-to-backs. I considered that third or fourth one as a deep think because, they may not spend a full 10 minutes, but they're definitely calculating, they're definitely thinking back-to-back-to-back like that.
Now, I got one last question for you, if you don't mind.
I have one more after you.
Are you okay? You'll get the last. Stump the commentators. Who forced you to go in that direction? You think to yourself, okay, I got to stump these guys. You got to come up with something a little bit off.
That was all Maurice. Maurice came up with this idea of stumping you every day and coming up with a trivia question that would maybe throw you all off. So each day I'll think of the best thing to ask you.
He's done a great job.
Those bell ringers are untrustworthy. I don't like. Last question.
Right, Ben. So you've been giving us statistics for so long now that you know these players as well as we do by now. Who is your favorite, personal favorite?
Personal favorite. So every tournament I feel like I pick him, but it's Fabiano this tournament. But I came in knowing that Praggnanandhaa had such a good chance to also finish well. I believe he was my second favorite, and just after the performances earlier this year, and I thought that maybe I had even underpredicted him and his chances for this tournament. So as of now, looking at the matchups to come, I believe the two of them are about equal, and so I'm excited to see what happens.
Are you excited to possibly see playoffs between those two?
I would definitely love to see playoffs between those two, and I think they would be super exciting. You have the rapid time control, which they always have good games when they play each other in those rapid time controls. So I
lied. I have a last question for you. And I asked Nodirbek this question. What a group of talented junior players we have to. I mean, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. Probability. Who's going to be the first 2,900 out of the Arjun, Prague, Gukesh, Nodirbek, Vincent?
I have not gone player by player yet. And I definitely need to start looking into sort of those time graphs and the time series analysis on, a lot of these young players coming up. I definitely think Prague has a chance. I think Arjun has a chance. And I need to do a little bit more research into that because it is exciting. And, these players definitely have the chance of getting up there.
They're getting better at it. And thank you so much for
Thank you for having me. Yes.
I'd still miss the cattle prod.
Pleasure to have you.
We have a stump the commentators question.
Yes, let's
I'm
find out
anxious
the answer.
to extend my lead.
I took Wesley.
Which player has won the most cumulative money on the tour? I took Fabi, Peter takes Wesley, and what about you, Yasser?
I'm going to go with MVL.
All right, nobody picking Carlson.
Because he hasn't played enough of the...
But every time he's a wild card, he wins.
That's a good point. Come on, MVL.
This must
be it.
Yeah, baby!
Wow.
$1.5 million. Look at that, it's not even close.
It's kind of close.
I was right about Wesley being slightly above Fabi, but yeah.
So
Magnus.
It's like oh my God. It's like $16,000.
Those are large numbers, though.
Those are very large numbers. And thank you, Maxime. That's...
All right, now you're in clear first.
Clear first.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's not over yet.
It is not over till it's over.
Let's jump back into the games. Let's start with Gukesh and Levon because I see that, Peter, give us updates what happened in this game.
Gukesh is playing a very good game today, somewhat aided by, the inexplicable absence of knight bd2 in chess theory, which I think stumped, talking about stumping. Not only the commentators can be stumped, I think Levon also got a bit confused by this and he thought, okay, this move doesn't exist, there must be a concrete reason why it doesn't exist.
Right.
He would still be completely fine if he just finished development. There's no particular reason to panic or freak out here. Yes.
No, but he's trying to refuse.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's actually kind of good for white because if we don't have any way to exploit knight bd2, then we develop the bishop to a square from which it probably eventually has to go back, so we maybe lost the tempo. The engine likes all of these positions after bishop b2, but nowhere near as much as it likes the positions after c5 and specifically knight c6. You could still play knight bd7 and castles. You're not much worse. You're a bit worse, but not much worse. After knight c6, you are in trouble, as we've established. And here the choices already are very unpleasant. Bishop takes c5 may be slightly better than b takes, but both are kind of bad. B takes was chosen, a3 knight d2, bishop d2 knight d2.
Now we have the two bishops.
And we are in a lot of trouble here. The engine says queen b6 best move maybe, but I mean, considering we are sort of entering this particular position by force, it looks lost. I'm not going to mince words here. In particular, because the bishop on d5 can be protected quite comfortably by knight c4 followed by e4. It looks lost.
Where's the king going?
Yeah, but rook c8, which looked like a much more sensible choice. And while I was listening to your interview with Ben, I was trying to figure out what I would have played here with white. And I thought maybe cd5, e5, rook c1 is strong. But in fact, after castles, c5 you cannot really touch, because after rook c5, bishop takes e2, very beautiful. suddenly black is winning. King e2, queen e7 check. Yeah, so
that's a nice
so you have to castle, and then black goes rook e8, and this is an improvement. White is still better, but this is clearly a big improvement. But there's a very specific reason why rook c8 is bad, and Gukesh did find it. It's this move b4.
Queen a4 is
yeah,
a big issue.
And if you take d takes c4, the position you get after queen a4, queen b6, you can throw in b takes c5 at any point. You can do it immediately, or with this inclusion, black has to play queen b5. We take. We go knight e4. There's a family fork on d6 being threatened. You have to play rook b8. And now white has, the strongest appears to be playing knight c3.
Sorry, what was knight d6 check?
Knight d6, king d7, it likes...
King d7, gosh.
It likes less, yeah. You are winning the pawn on f7, but black kind of stabilized with king c7 to come.
Okay.
Which is why knight c3 is stronger. We are threatening knight takes b5, we're also threatening rook b1 and a4. Only move knight d4, not to lose immediately, to at least have knight b3.
Okay.
And now we castle. But there's events elsewhere, so... No, it wasn't.
No, b4 was fabulous.
Fabulous
move.
Yeah. We're being slightly thrown off our game here.
I think they like throwing us off our game.
Yeah, knight b3, king c2. And the resulting endgame is very, very bad for black, because this knight looks beautiful but has no moves. The c-pawn is going to progress, like king e7. You would like to play king e7, but actually after c6, you're completely lost because you cannot stop rook d7 check.
Right.
The best move is maybe castles, but you're still kind of busted after c6.
Well, that bishop on g2 is a monster.
Rook fc8 only move, knight b5, rook b5, rook d7, knight a5 strictly only move, not to resign immediately, but yeah, you're in deep, deep trouble here with black. And this is making like 15 only moves in a row, and you land in a position which you might save with absolutely perfect play.
Wow.
So, yeah, Gukesh is so far playing
beautiful,
a very beautiful game, calculating all the small tactics very, very precisely. And Levon is, Levon, I think he fell victim to exactly the same thing we fell victim to. He thought, this doesn't exist, therefore
something must be wrong.
Therefore it is bad.
Yes.
When it's just this kind of a strange fluke where it doesn't exist for no particular reason.
Crazy.
And he should have just played normally.
And again, why is this game so critical?
Levon is currently sharing third place with Wesley. He is very close to qualifying for the Final Four, so a loss here for Levon can be... I don't know if he gets kicked out of the top four, but...
I think he's kind of secure, but for Gukesh, I mean, and our Sinquefield Cup prize fund, that could be a very nice, juicy payday.
I'm just so impressed by Gukesh that every time he loses a game, next day he comes back and plays his best chess and wins. He always bounces back super fast. Of course, it's very early to call this game over yet, but so far he's playing so
we
well.
do have d takes e4.
Yeah, best move played by Levon. Everything else was even worse.
And what we've been talking about is these positions after queen a4 followed by bishop takes f6. Our main variation, as Peter just suggested, queen a4, queen b6, that defends both the bishop as well as the knight. We take a knight, now that you're forced to compromise on the king side. We take a pawn, attacking the queen. All of these moves, as Peter says, there's a very, very narrow path. The queen must protect both bishop and knight. You don't like going to b7 because of rook b1. Hence, we play queen b5. And then this move is like, give me immediacy, right? I want to check. And again, Peter has been showing us how very, very, very barely is black surviving. And
even from here, you still have to make maybe 5 only moves in a row, not to resign immediately.
Just to get to a surviving position. So Gukesh. But, I feel like any one of these players can just play at the game of their lives and play like a perfectly accurate game. Gukesh, our world champion, obviously is one of them. I mean, he didn't become a world champion for nothing, right? I mean, he won the candidates and beat Ding Liren in a one-on-one match. So he's more than capable of winning any game, any given day. Peter, How come we didn't see a draw between Nodirbek and Alireza?
They just don't do these things. I was already surprised he decided to gain time with bishop b5, bishop b4. He doesn't even do those things very often.
Right.
But he did play rook e1 here. The engine...
just to inform our viewers, we did see a repetition.
They repeated those moves for a bit, and then he did play rook e1. And here, Alireza continues gambling every day. And here, natural move would be, I think, bishop e6. If you develop the bishop on c8 anywhere, you develop it to e6, I would suspect.
It's a tempo.
If you don't want to do that, the engine suggests playing h7, h6, which looks odd, but g6, g5 is useful. Chasing the bishop away from f4, is sometimes useful in these structures. Instead, he went bishop f5, which is already a problem, because after knight h4, you will have to go back. I mean, objectively. You kind of have to go back, and then after queen c1, maybe you're a little bit worse, because you've burned a tempo White wants to play, I don't know, in some order, b3, e3, maybe bishop h6 in some positions. But he did not play it with the intention of playing bishop c8. Bishop e6. Bishop takes b7, bishop takes c4. Just leaving it en prie on a8. And here Nodirbek's reaction is honestly a bit unexpected, because he kind of bailed on playing for a maximum, because the rook cannot escape. You don't even need to take it immediately. You can if you want, but you don't have to. And moves like bishop e5, for instance, solving the problem of this bishop, because it's kind of awkwardly placed on f4, placing it on a long diagonal is useful. And now next move we will be taking on a8. And black has kind of unpleasant choices. You can play queen b6, then I will take on a8, I'll play queen a4. I mean, honestly, we're just an exchange up.
Right.
Yes, there is no bishop on g2, but tell me exactly who is going to attack our king side here. Exactly. I don't see any likely candidates for this to be a problem. Right. Or maybe you can play rook b8, where yes, you do get to take on b2, but the bishop has returned. And we're an exchange up. Yes, there is a pawn for the exchange, but like White is clearly better. There's no way to make an argument that White isn't better here. Instead, Nodirbek played e3, knight e6. Now, having locked out your own bishop on f4, you can actually still do it. But optically, this is a whole different position.
Our light squares become a lot weaker.
Look what we've done to...
Why did we do that?
One is coming.
So, understandably, this wasn't chosen. He played bishop e5 here. And Alireza, I'm guessing with some regret, but decided to restore sanity, took on d1, and now the rook on a8 escapes.
Right.
He's going to be a little bit worse in these endgames, because the pawn on c5 is still a potential target. But he could have been, I think, in a lot more trouble than he is in currently.
Material down and have little to show for it. The current position, just an edge for Nodirbek, just because of the structure, you're saying?
Yeah, Nodirbek is choosing which rook to take with. Appears to be slightly more precise to take with the e rook to have the other one on the c1 square. It does appear logical. To have them here and here and not here and here. But both moves are playable. And yeah, Nodirbek is in a very safe, slight edge situation, but he could have played for so much more. And normally he does.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm surprised by this approach.
Yeah. The maximalist restraining himself. Thank you, Peter. I'm turning to the game between Prague and Wesley. And the players had followed our analysis for quite a number of moves, and Prague just played a move that was never on my radar, and that was the move knight f3 to e1.
Well, controlling the c2 square, I guess, because we were playing rook c1, rook c8, rook c2 against most things, and that rules those plans out. It's a passive square for a knight, but
knight e1
seems to be okay. Seems to still be very much within the 0-0-0 realms.
So summing it up, Wesley sacrificed a pawn. But the pawn on d2 isn't the greatest shakes in the world. Great activity, good activity. This rook's a little bit weird.
Yeah, very solid structure, much better pieces. So, if anyone is playing for a win here, I have a feeling it's black, but really nobody's playing for a win if we're honest with ourselves.
Okay, well, let's investigate. A move like knight d4, now we start to understand the idea of knight c2. We will give up the c-file, because the business squares are all protected.
Exactly, yeah.
Bishop b2.
Let's continue there, maybe bishop
Okay,
b4.
let's have a look. See.
We take on c8, go bishop b2.
Take on c8, take on c8, go bishop b2. And again, we're kind of covering all the squares. But Nasi, you wanted to jump in and
I wanted
say,
to take and play a 4 and to claim that once I start digging at your center, my position actually improves quite dramatically. Also helps me to play king f2 next move. I think white is even pushing a little bit.
Yeah, I wish I had rook c2, but it's just not there, and without it...
Well, let's see, we're taking, I'm assuming. We're taking.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we want king f2.
Include king f2 somewhere, yeah.
And if we go pawn hunting?
Still holds, I suspect, but white is entirely untroubled, right?
Knight f3, and yeah. White cannot be worse, right?
Well, no, I'm not. I thought I was somehow forcefully making a draw as black.
You don't need to. I think to begin with, black is completely fine. I quite like what the engine does in the current position as first choice. It takes on c1, and then actually says, okay, you covered the entirety of the c file. I will forget it exists. I will go rook d5 with a double idea of maybe rook a5, because this is now where the weaknesses are. And also f6, f5 might be a bit annoying. And white is still not worse. Before equalizes on the spot, rook e3 equalizes on the spot. Although it is a bit awkward. Rook c5, you kind of have to play bishop b2, now everything else loses.
Rook c3,
knight c2, you have to move rook either e4 or e2, or, I mean, you have to allow this. And we've had this before. Honestly, optically, it looks like it should be actually better for black.
Yeah.
The engine says equals, just equals, not even remotely, not even slightly better for black. But you always pick black here. Look at this gorgeous bishop on b6.
Rook on a2.
But I guess it just plays b3, b4 and says you can't actually get to my weaknesses. But this is a very pleasant position. I guess
rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5
I didn't
is
see that coming.
Missable, but it's very logical once you see it, because rook a5 is a very strong threat.
Yep.
I guess in order to make a clean draw, maybe we play b3, b4. You can play a5 in some version, and then I can just like get everything off the board. Yeah, like just
that's pretty straightforward.
Play, oops, not that. Yeah, bishop takes d4, and now king f1 or g3, king f1. I mean, we're still kind of begging a little bit,
right?
But we will beg successfully. 4 against 4. Yes, this is not pretty, but we've changed so much material. We should not really.
In my day, it was like, we will grovel, but we will grovel successfully.
We will absolutely grovel successfully here with white, yeah. So I think if rook d5 lands on the board, I quite like b3, b4, because it probably just removes the entirety of the queen side.
Yeah.
And that is what you want, because that limits your losing chances dramatically.
Fantastic, fair enough. That's a huge, huge game for those of you joining us late. Literally, we think that this game between Prague and Wesley will decide who goes to Brazil.
Absolutely, Yasser. As you can see right now, Prague is in 4th, Wesley is in 5th. It's only 4-point Grandchester point difference between them, so if Wesley defeats Prague, they will swap places.
Now here's a question though, because Gukesh has got such a nice looking position at this exact moment against Levon, could Gukesh upsetting Levon knock Levon a couple of places down and invite Wesley to join the party?
But Wesley still has to beat Prague.
And
then the next place is Alireza. Alireza is so far behind that he won't replace Levon, even if he wins.
Exactly.
So I think Levon has more of a cushion in the Grandchester standings, but yeah, this matchup.
So what I'm suggesting is Wesley drawn. Wesley going to 4.5 points, okay? Levon losing and remaining at 4, so Wesley gets the more GCT points by placing a little bit ahead, but I think it's 31 to 27.
Yeah, it won't be.
So I think that the 4-point gap between them currently is enough for Levon to assure himself. So really, Wesley might be in one of those, you know, I absolutely got to win kind of a mode.
Absolutely, especially today because he's playing a direct competitor.
Yeah, that's what makes it so vital. By the way, I just want to say that that move, rook c1, bishop c1, talk about hidden moves. I mean, I want to bring my rook to the open file.
And is such a strange move.
I'm trying to go rook c1 or rook c2. But rook d5.
If you can make 10 candidate moves, rook d5 is probably not one of them.
And then once, as Peter hit the nail on the head, as he said, once you see that the weaknesses are on the queen side, and you want to go after the a2 and b3 pawns, then rook d5.
Of course, once you analyze the
Logic.
position, then it makes sense.
It's
But
so
at first
logical.
glance, rook d5 looks nonsense.
Right, like you're making a rook up the board to go over to the a file, and it's not even the king
Notice
side.
the time difference in this game also. Pragg has only spent 15 minutes so far on his clock.
Wow, that's huge.
Perhaps knight e1 is his first real decision.
Yeah, he spent maybe 10 minutes on that move, yeah.
Yeah.
And I did not participate in your conversation with Ben, but honestly, to my maybe slightly old school approach, 10 minutes seems low for a
in
deep
terms
think.
of long things.
For a deep think, yeah. I would start qualifying 15. My initial number was 15, like when I had...
In the first 10 moves.
No, I think the qualification is
opening.
From the opening.
Whenever it happens.
Whenever
the
your
first
opponent...
thing for me, I think 10 is a bit low. Although these days time controls are faster, people are playing faster, so perhaps 10 is okay. But
yeah,
my initial instinctual reaction was this is maybe slightly on the low side. We are talking about a very specific thing, though. The first time you actually have to think over the board compared to you just showing your analysis. So maybe Ben is correct. I think we can trust Ben on most things.
Yeah, Peter, for you, the move rook d5. I mean,
did not come to my mind immediately, and I'm very spoiled by the fact that I have this as a backup.
True.
Very often I don't actually even get to think about the position because I automatically glance up at the screen. I think honestly, the moment you realize there's nothing to take on the c file, you start looking at other options, and rook d5 then should actually appear on the list because, as mentioned, f6, f5 is actually quite awkward. Rook e3 is not a beautiful square for the rook.
Right.
And yeah, the idea of attacking a2 and b3 before they can be safeguarded is sensible. Interestingly, even if you do something like this, the engine says, we don't need to create any threats. We're not even worse here. Although, of course, you don't particularly like the idea of white establishing this kind of control.
No.
And now maybe you have to start playing precisely. The engine still says you're completely fine after bishop d4, but nothing else. Now, I guess if you allow white to maybe place the rook on c4, so it never gets cut off from play, and then white slowly plays, I don't know, g3, king e2, knight c2, knight e3, or something like this, then you might be worse. But also, like, why would you do this to yourself? This is not really a winning attempt.
No.
Give white
but rook d5, when I saw rook d5 initially, I thought you were playing for f5.
Let's pull it up on our board. Yasser.
Yeah, and this move, rook to d5, when he first suggested that, now see, I'm looking at the position now, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a really good idea. You want to meet bishop b2 with f5 and quiz the rook. And he said, no, I want to go over.
That's not the idea, yeah.
No, I want to go over and hit the a2 pawn, and if the a2 pawn moves, the b3 pawn is left on pre. And I was like, oh my gosh, who thinks of that? That's really creative.
It really was, but Wesley did make a move, and it's bishop to a5, no trading on c-file.
Yeah, bishop a5 is also a very typical idea here because the d2 pawn currently is quite vulnerable. And the way to reply to it for white appears to be, I mean, other options are available, but we don't actually have to give it up. But it does kill off our bishop a little bit. So take on c8, we play b3, b4. If bishop b6, we can play bishop b2. And once again, we're preparing to unpin ourselves. We want to play king f1, perhaps f2, f4 if allowed. And there's just
Maybe
nothing.
Bishop c3.
And there's just nothing happening on the queen side. The knight on e1 actually does a very good job safeguarding all the squares it needs to safeguard. The idea, the immediate equality, I guess, is the move knight b5, using the fact that if you play bishop b2 here, your rook gets kicked away to really, really horrible squares. You probably end up losing the pawn on d4. And this the engine doesn't like at all, which means we are forced to go into this.
I'm sure this is
But we're completely fine anyway. And I think this really isn't a problem for white because I don't think Pragg really feels like he's better. So simplifications leading to very level endgames are not going to trouble him unduly. E4, rook takes f4, knight c4. I mean, knight f3 is equality. You can also play a5, a6, because if black takes on d2, maybe we play rook d4, rook d7, and actually pretend for a bit. It's not going to be very convincing pretending, but we can pretend for a bit. So bishop a5, not a bad move, but I think in terms of how simple it is to get us out of here with white, you know, if we consider that We probably no longer think we're better. Draw is a very good result for Prague in terms of both the GCT standings and the Sinquefield Cup standings.
Right.
He probably at this point welcomes a chance to just trade a lot of pieces and makes his further decisions as easy as possible. Bishop a5 is maybe less tricky than takes on rook d5. I wonder, takes, is f4 not an immediate draw? Guess not.
Well,
I blundered something. What did I blunder? I blundered f5. Kind of beautiful.
That's beautiful, yeah.
Don't take the knight.
Yeah.
Oops.
I thought for a second this might be a faster draw, but just not a draw at all.
No.
Yeah.
F5. Thank you, Peter. I want to go to the game of MVL and our tournament leader, or co-leader, I should say, Fabiano, and see what has been cooked up since the G7, G6 move. For those of you joining us late, a very, very big theoretical dispute between MVL and Fabi played the move G7, G6. Remarkably, as Peter has informed us, in the 5 games...
On move 18.
Yeah, and in the previous 5 games that got to this position, Black won all of them.
Oh, yeah.
That was like, what? Really? What? G7, G6. And let's see what the players did. Rook d2, king g7, rook d8, king f1, king f6.
Yes,
the king is an attacking piece.
Related to what you just said, question.
Please.
When you prepare and you see position evaluation is equal, but you see the results are all like Black wins every single game.
Yeah.
Does that affect you?
I didn't have those research tools that are so... I mean, we accept these marvelous statistics. I didn't have 1 million books. I had 100 books, 200 books, 300 books. And I knew at the time that I was doing research in the openings and trying to, that I didn't have what we have today, these databases.
The chess base, yeah.
The chess base, that was just, I mean, it's really hard to overstate, understate how, I mean, that was just a revolution in chess knowledge, that we suddenly had 1 million games
Everything
at our fingertips.
Exactly.
5 million games.
Instant access to everything.
And it keeps growing. It keeps growing as people are putting in games of the past. And today, by the way, when I was preparing my openings, I wasn't preparing them with the idea of surprising someone and winning a game. I was preparing them with the idea of, this is a weapon I'm going to use for life, and I'm going to beat 20 opponents with it because nobody studied my games, right? That stuff doesn't exist anymore, and yeah, I still win games, you know, with ideas on the past, but no, I mean, what they have to do today, and I think it's very frustrating for a lot of today's top players, is they do at times get their preparation in. Their opponent plays perfectly, draws the game, and then everybody knows the idea.
I mean, we've had that even in this tournament.
Exactly.
Right? Alireza was frustrated that Levon knew everything.
Everything, and now you can't pull it again because now everybody will know it's out. And this is an absolutely critical game for Fabi. We know he needs a clear first place to clinch
the finals, and also Fabi wants to win this event for the 3rd time.
Absolutely.
And MVL, as we know, he's comfortably qualifying for Brazil, but he also wants to finish well in this classical event.
Exactly. Well, let's pick up on the game. So rook d1, rook d8, a kind of intimation that this standoff along the d file isn't going to last too long, because at a certain moment, ideas of knight b5, maybe c4, are going to creep into the position. So Fabi says, okay, I've got d5 covered. How are you going to attack it? And here we go. Knight c1, knight e2, bishop to d3. Maybe on a good day, the knight could go to b4.
This is an interesting turning point, though, right? Because I want to ask you, wouldn't you be tempted to play d5, d4 if it worked tactically?
Does it work tactically, Peter?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you...
If I take on d4, I think I'm probably taking with the bishop.
Okay. And that's the problem, though. Now the king is on f6, and maybe you want to tuck it backwards home, right? As quickly as possible?
I'm not honestly that worried about this. I think there probably is some kind of a more concrete way to refute it.
Okay.
No, d4, c4, bishop takes d4. Best move appears to be knight e2.
Okay.
Honestly,
I have bishop e4 in case of you.
Yeah,
tricky.
I would have done this. I think I would have preferred to just simplify into something like this, in particular because we have immediate counterplay, knight d5, using the fact that the bishop on c2 is still slightly unprotected. Okay. Then we go knight b6, we're indicating that it might land on c4. I think this is very safe. It's not that the current position isn't.
Mm-hmm.
What Fabi did is not in any way worse, but I kind of dislike the idea of undoubling the pawns, which is what he settled on.
Releasing the tension, yeah.
Although the engine actually prefers this and says this is very level, and the one I was showing, this position was maybe ever so slightly better for white.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be very tempted to get rid of an isolani. But this, I think, maybe betrays my discomfort in playing the isolani structures. I don't play them very often. There are very few openings that I play that allow them. So it's probably my bias is showing there.
Mm. On the other hand, sometimes forcing play when you're in a position where you just like you shut things down and make it very, very clear. Your idea of d5, d4 clarifies.
It was more forcing. It was yeah. And I also like that. I like clarity. I like kind of fixing my decisions for the future.
Right.
a2, a4 is a very committal move because well, it's maybe as a target, but white is obviously preparing the bishop on b5. Interestingly, in many of these lines now, the engine does remove the king back to g7. It's sort of done its job on f6, and it might be safer on g7. Another way to go could be knight c5, bishop b5, knight b3.
Okay.
And rook d3 is a draw offer. So if you want to continue, I can just chase it, right?
Of course.
Because rook d4, knight f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah, this is a bit more than we bargained for. Apparently we haven't lost yet because knight f4 exists.
What? Wow.
I thought we just lost, but apparently we haven't. But we're not playing for a win here. Knight takes e3, king e2, black throws in rook takes b5, and then eventually we'll take on d1. Black is not in any way troubled by this. So if you do this, the rook might go to c2, and then maybe you. Although if I go back, white probably doesn't take the repetition. We have
think
knight
king
f4.
f2 is
knight f4, king f2, and then eventually we will return it to g2. Still kind of an intricate endgame you could absolutely misplay, I think, with both sides, but more likely with black.
But because of what you just said about that whole variation with bishop takes e3, I'm now seeing, like you say, this pawn on f2 is suddenly doing a good job on e3. And in these positions, Peter, I can easily imagine that, the king kind of goes to f2, h4.
It's a pleasant endgame to play, right?
And then you start to play rook to d2, and, well, is the counterplay so obvious? I mean...
I didn't even think black had counterplay. I thought they were just defending d5 and not losing.
Yeah, I think that's a much fairer description, actually.
That's not...
And maybe the
doesn't sound like a fun afternoon, And what did you do today, honey? Well, I defended d5 and I made a draw.
5 hours.
How was your day?
I was going to suggest that maybe if we don't have an immediate draw with knight c5, knight b3, perhaps it just belongs on e6.
Yeah.
Because while it's on e6, you cannot play knight f4. I might even consider taking on d4 if it comes to d4. I will not be very happy about it, but getting pieces off the board is never so bad. So you just go, I don't know, rook d6 here and chill.
And just kind of just say, okay, go ahead, do your worst.
Not blundering e3, e4, c3, c4 is also important.
Yes. Not blundering e3, e4 and or c3, c4 because the rook will be stuck. Okay, that's one game. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
The most interesting position we have right now is between Gukesh and Levon, and they are following our lines.
Okay, let's go there. And again, for those joining us late, Gukesh played a very, very rare move, and we all thought, we all thought, oh boy, he's mixed up his lines. No, we were mixing up our lines, or rather, there seems to be a hole in our opening theory that knight b d2, he got a very good position. And although I must confess, we had actually been throwing in bishop takes
we can
e6.
do it later.
We're not in any rush. Queen b5, Levon is kind of in a cheerless position. Again, we have been looking at bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e4, or gleefully looking towards the d6 and f6 squares. Our main line had been rook b8, knight d6
Knight
check.
c3, I believe. And then
Oh, pardon me.
castle long.
Apologies. Knight c3, knight d4, castles long, just as you said.
But
Nazi.
Gukesh might be thinking to not take on f6 and in the current position try a4, rook c1.
All right,
That's
let's see what, because we had just included the move bishop f6, sorry.
Let's see if he doesn't include. And
Okay.
Gukesh plays a4 here.
a4, well, not much choice. I've got to go back, right?
Rook c1.
I thought maybe knight a5, because I don't see
Still bishop c3.
knight b3, takes and c6 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then hoping to win that b pawn
Well,
while keeping the c pawn alive.
I'm with Nazi on this one. I mean, I've played Catalans in my life, and whenever I've had that connection between a pawn on c6 and the bishop on g2, I felt very good about myself. And I thought, they should put me in the World Chess Hall of Fame.
It looks very grim, but
doesn't it? I mean,
it looks very grim. It's just a question of a choice, because it's
right.
Your choice is so pleasant here that I'm trying to figure out if I like this better or worse than the one we were just
I noticed Black
discussing.
has a better option though. After bishop c3, maybe instead of knight b3, bishop b7 inclusion. In between move.
That's much more challenging.
Since you talked about the Catalan.
Yeah, let's get rid of that beautifully placed bishop on g2. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and then I'm not sure.
You're ruining my... Hold on. We can't, if I did something really unbelievably stupid, it's a bishops of opposite color, but I'm dreaming. I have my dreams of winning
Bishop d5, let's say.
This pawn, bishop to d5,
and unfortunately, still take on c4.
Yep.
So I'm not really defending that pawn.
Knight e4 though.
Bishop d5 was unnecessary, but.
Oh, sorry. Where would you like to go? All the way back.
I don't know where it's better. Okay, let's try bishop d5, knight c4, and knight e4.
Okay. Fun. Okay, so you want to play rook takes c5 in case of f3, I suppose? Is that
That was the
Still
hope,
have knight
yeah.
d6, king
d7.
d7.
We win the f7 pawn though. All of this is very grim. Or this, yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, the lost rank is still an issue, right?
Hello, I've got a surprise for you at the end of the day.
For Black.
What does Levon have to do to make the playoffs? I'm sorry, I think we've got to just take a quick look at how he could secure his, regardless of anybody else. If he gets third or better.
Yeah, Levon is to finish third or better. Right now he's sharing third place. So far he's doing well, but if he goes on -1, possibly -2, then yeah.
He could easily bye-bye. And Gukesh, he hasn't had by his standards, he's had a terrible event. But if he could spoil it for others, misery loves company, right?
Yeah. Any win in this tournament is such a big victory. It's so hard to win games.
It absolutely is. And this moment, he's really having a very pleasant choice between a4, a move that you've suggested, and the move I like, bishop takes f6 and knight e4. Advantage Gukesh.
No, both
and
are
clock
very,
times.
both are very interesting, and that's what I was going to say. They've only played 15 moves, and Gukesh is down to 26 minutes. I know his position is great, but he still has a lot of decisions to make. Versus 56 for Levon. Yeah.
So he's literally burned an hour on his first 15 moves.
Right.
And
let's say 10, because first 5 moves you play fast.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a deep think.
For sure.
And in that graphic of
Gukesh
deep thinks,
was the first one.
Well, the last or the first, depending on it. Levon is
was
least likely.
Least likely to take a deep think, and they are playing each other actually. Yeah, Gukesh starts after move 11, deep think. Aronian starts after move 16, and they're playing each other. So actually, their clocks are not surprising right now.
Right.
Deep think.
Thinking.
Well, it's strikingly deep. All right. Well, again, we'll keep an eye on this one as I want to turn our attention back to Prague and Wesley, because Wesley did play that variation with knight b5, I'm sure when he played the move bishop a5, he was going down this.
He saw that. BA absolutely required, but you're not going to blunder knight bishop to knight d6. It's very, very obvious.
For me, the move f2, f4 wasn't intuitively obvious either, Peter, because, you know, I'm thinking, I got a weakness, I want to dissolve it. So I'm trying to play d2, d4.
I'm assuming problem with d4 is rook c4? Does he get pinned?
Or I was actually thinking...
Take and rook c1, right?
Yeah, the problem might be actually much more direct than that.
You're not bringing your king close to the center, so that's
I have to play rook e4 here already.
Yeah, rook takes c1, finishes the game.
This is embarrassing. How many rooks have you lost in the corner? You know, they always play knight c2 check and they take your rook in the corner.
In the corner, yeah.
But how many times did you lose one in the center because of this bad...
As long as we don't count bullet games, probably never.
Sorry, I'm not going there. Why did I go there? I was supposed to go king f1.
King f1.
Is this...
Who knows what happens here? But I have rook e2, right?
Those endgames are actually slightly unpleasant, right?
Yeah,
we will lose the a5 pawn.
Now I'm warming up to the move f2, f4 a great deal because d2, d4 just doesn't do it. f2, f4 is the way for Prague to keep the equality.
King f2.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. Agreed wholeheartedly. And for Prague, a draw is absolutely fantastic because he keeps Wesley So, his nearest rival, at bay.
And he'll most likely still be sharing first place because Fabi has a slightly worse position against MVL. Okay. We don't expect Fabi to win this game, so Prague wouldn't be risking anything with a draw.
All right, we're going to take a break, and do we have anything that we're going to leave our viewers with? Some great stories of 10 years.
It's going to be a surprise.
It's going to be a surprise.
We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
The rise of Gukesh. Was this a surprise for you, and your thoughts about having a world champion at such a tender age of 18?
So when I was, I think when he was about 12, he was playing in Isle of Man. And we had some kind of after the tournament, you know, people get together, the closing ceremony. And I think he said, oh, let's play a game of Blitz. And I was thinking, okay, this kid, what he wants, you know. And then I've lost the game. I was very embarrassed.
Ooh.
I thought to myself, my God.
Okay, now, let's go.
How can this happen? No, I mean, it was just one game. And, you know, we were like the loser.
Yes.
Losers out.
Yeah, stands up.
And seeing him play so well after such a short time, I realized, yeah, there must have been a reason. Yeah. I mean, of course, it's phenomenal what he has achieved. It's going to be very hard for him to maintain his positions because it's one thing being a talented kid who's fighting and trying to prove himself.
And climb the mountain.
Yes, and it's another thing when people look at you and they really want your blood.
Yes, big target.
And we saw it in his recent event. He played with Duda.
Yes.
Duda ate him alive.
Yeah.
It was crazy. So, yeah, it will take him some time to change his style. I think same happened with Fabi. Fabi wasn't good in Blitz and Rapid. Then he kind of adjusted and he learned. It took him about maybe 4 or 5 years.
Right.
I think same will happen with Gukesh because he's a tremendously strong player. He just needs to make adjustments to be a better Blitz and Rapid player.
I think he stands out from all the other young players in one aspect. So like their calculation is golden, but I think he's more composed when he plays, especially in classical games. And while he's always looking for a big fight, he knows better when to slow down, and I think that was clutch, for instance, during events like Candidates, where you need great nerves.
Exactly.
Yes. So I wouldn't even say that, game-wise is, or maybe is marginally better than all the other kids. Praggnanandhaa, Alireza, Arjun, Nodirbek.
Vincent.
But Vincent as well, of course, but too many names. Yeah. But yeah, so I think this composure is maybe the standout factor. At least that's how I feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible achievement for him. Right. He's a very talented, super, hardworking guy, and I think he very well deserved the title. He played better and he maintained his nerves better than Ding.
Yeah.
And I think most important thing was that the way he won the candidates, that was very inspiring to watch.
Yeah.
He maintained, his high level game, and he never, struggled in the whole candidates tournament, and that was very inspiring to watch. I really, enjoyed his games in the candidates. He's still very young. He's, from my generation, and I think we're gonna have a lot of great games in the future, and maybe one day also a World Championship match.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I think, not only Gukesh, but now he's not even the #1 player of India anymore.
Exactly,
yeah,
Arjun and Prague, amazing.
Yeah, like freaking monsters.
Too crazy, right?
I was analyzing some Gukesh games recently, and the way he plays chess, even the opening, is very, very different.
A very dynamic, different kind of game.
Yeah, it's very special, of course. Probably an achievement which won't be equaled for a very long time, if ever. It is possibly one of those achievements that doesn't get equaled,
Right.
I think it was also one of those things where everything came together for him.
Perfectly, yeah.
And unfortunately, from my point of view, I do have bitter memories associated with this.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not maybe the most objective critic.
Of course.
But his candidates run was fantastic, +4 on the first try. Also maybe like a once in a history, historical achievement. Even if we look back on the greatest world champions like Bobby Fischer, who I think played the first candidates at 15, but didn't have a chance to win.
No, he wasn't.
And until 71.
Right.
And to win the candidates at that age with +4 without losses is a fantastic achievement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was huge. Then when he was playing Ding Liren in the match, I did think Gukesh should normally be a favorite. I thought maybe Ding would kind of bring back his former
self.
Yeah, his like top level, or at least close to top level, where he has a good chance, and he did have a good chance, I think.
Yeah.
If we look back on the match to make it even, if he had drawn the last game, he really should have.
Right, it would have been a tie break, and
would have been a tie break, and at that stage, after 14 games, tie break, everything decided in one day. It is kind of a coin flip. Ding is older than Gukesh. Yeah. He's probably a bit more fatigued at that point, but he has some. I think one of the main things he would have is that he's won in that situation before. So
yes.
It always makes you feel a bit better. You played a one-day tiebreak and you actually won it.
Yeah.
I really wish just that he hadn't lost the last game, so we would have seen.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting.
It might have been the same outcome, might have been different, but I think it would be a really interesting tiebreak. The way it ended was disappointing, because it ended with this one-move blunder. I think he was already under pressure, but normally you shouldn't lose that position that he had. It was a very sterile position where I think Gukesh was ready for a draw. He was playing with the black pieces. Ding wanted a draw, and this led to a series of decisions that were a bit suboptimal, and then he started to feel under pressure, and then it culminated in his final mistake.
So something maybe I just wanted more than anybody else, or
sometimes that's
more
the
than
explanation.
Yeah, more than anything else that I wanted in my life so far. So, I mean, from my childhood, I used to dream about it, and I think I managed to make the most out of the opportunities that I got, and that's all you can do.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club. from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament, October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8. Let's take a look again at the standings after 7 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup. We have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano, Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa. Sharing third are 2 Americans, Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So. And then in 5th, it's Duda, MVL, and Sam Sevian.
Just walked into the playing hall, Peter, the atmosphere, it's very, very tense.
It is tense.
Players walking around, and you can see they're nervous.
You always are towards the end of such important tournaments. You always do feel more tension, and things are about to be finally decided for both this event, which many players actually in our interview room said that we understand there's a final event in Brazil, but for me doing well in the Sinquefield Cup has value of its own, which I think is sort of the correct approach, frankly. Last 2 rounds are always particularly tense, and this is currently, I guess, the sharpest game we have, the Gukesh versus Aronian. A bit of a self-inflicted wound there by Lev. But so far he's been managing to find all the best defensive resources. He's still in a lot of pain. This is not a fun position.
Not at all.
But he's still alive, which honestly feels like a little bit of a surprise. When I saw b3 before as an option on my screen, I thought, this might just end the game.
Right.
Because you're already struggling, and then this lands, and you realize your position, which you probably thought was going to be like unpleasant, but strategically unpleasant. And after you see b4 land on the board, you think, okay, maybe I'm just losing by force,
Yeah. And you have that momentary self-doubt, like, oh dear.
Yeah, because
I'm deep in trouble.
It really does look like it might not work out. You might not have a solution which allows you to even continue, but there is a solution which allows you to fight, and Levon so far has been finding every single only move. Most of them are not difficult, but still. A4, he's played bishop a6, rook c1 chosen by Gukesh. I still like knight a5. I saw my screen suggesting just leaving the pawn on c4 there and like castling and playing on. This, I think, psychological. What's wrong with me today?
Psychologically,
yes,
difficult if not impossible.
Yeah, I think it's.
How can you do that?
I guess the engine goes knight d5 and plays rook b8 next move and claims that we have some activity on the queen side. The bishop on a6 is now a beautiful piece.
Wow.
Some
Extra pawn, 2 bishops. It's so hard to believe.
Right.
But you want to fight, like the pawn on c4 is your one good thing.
Yeah.
It's your passer. It's something to pin your hopes on.
Right.
You really want to play knight a5, I'm pretty sure.
We're desperate.
So let's maybe take a look at what happens there.
And in our analysis, we had been looking at bishop c3 and provoking
bishop
knight
b7, right?
That was the good move.
I want to investigate knight b3 a little bit further. We'll get back to bishop against bishop b7. By the way, the reply is very beautiful currently on my screen. If we play knight b3, it needs to be taken off, otherwise this one falls. White plays c6. Anyway, I was wondering about this. Let's play knight d5 and rook g8. And by far the best square appears to be e5.
Okay.
Then I wanted to play something like f6, let's say bishop b2, and rook g7, c7 comes to mind, or perhaps king f7, then rook c7, rook gc8, because the pawn on c6 is somewhat disconnected from everything else. It's not going to be so easy to support.
Okay.
Rook g7, I think, would be quite good, if not specifically for the fact that bishop h3 exists, which maybe forces us to play king f7, and then we regret. And then we regret having played rook g7.
Right.
So let's try king f7 instead.
Okay.
e2 is also a little bit vulnerable, so if you castle it, it will cost you an important pawn. Engine goes bishop f3. We go rook c7 now. I think we probably make a draw here, frankly. Castles rook gc8. It's going to be ugly. But it does feel like we probably, with best play, have very decent drawing chances.
Mm-hmm.
And elsewhere, the move bishop b7, it might be not worse, or maybe even stronger, but I really like the idea of playing king f1 here. Not even castles for some reason, but king f1. I don't know why the engine prefers to keep the rook back on h1.
How can king f1 be better
I have no idea how this could be stronger than castles. Yeah,
that's a
but it's pretty much the same move. Yeah, there's like a 0.02 centipawn, difference. But yeah, the position you end up getting is this. You still have to play knight b3 because rook takes c5, bishop b4 is incredibly bad.
Right.
You never get to castle, and you actually get mated, maybe even. The position is so horrific that you will be under direct attack. It's not even that you will lose all your queenside pawns. You will be getting attacked. So what you do is you play knight b3 anyway.
Okay.
Knight takes b3, c takes b3. We play bishop b5. Black castles. We play rook fd1, rook c6, rook d3. Honestly, despite this being equal material, the top line goes like this, and then rook b4. I think you lose more of these than you lose of those.
But I'm amazed you get to this, because
this is already
a moment ago it just felt like the b3 pawn was going to be lassoed.
Yeah, but despite this being a dream, it's a very kind of a sad dream. You play something like knight d7, bishop d6, rook a8, but a5, rook b7. These types of endgames, despite currently equal material, not very many pieces left, they are very, very poor. And once again, you as a Catalan player have probably won dozens of them, so you know how bad they are, even without the bishop on g2. The knight is very, very passive, the king is far away, the a-pawn is constantly weak. So yeah, Levon has a choice now, and let's briefly put this on the board after all. How bad is this? Not as bad as it looks at first glance, I guess, is my answer.
Really?
Yeah. Best line appears to be castles, rook b8, and now this move knight e5. But then after, let's say, we play knight c7, you play rook c2, I play rook b4, I start trying to attack the pawn on a4, the other rook goes to c8, I try to play f7, f6. I mean, now it's kind of bottoming out after c5, c6. Maybe it loses by force. But I think if it does lose, it loses to something concrete, because if you make some passive moves here with white and allow me to play, let's say rook fb8, I was pushing it on c8, but this is much stronger. Suddenly, 0-50, we almost equalized.
Wow.
So if it loses to something very, very forceful. Yeah, forceful and immediate.
Thank you, Peter. I think we should go to MVL5 because they're actually repeating their position.
We left the position after the move a2, a4 had been played. And let's catch up with the players. a4, knight c6, bishop b5, looks correct, right?
They found a very interesting construction, by the way, for the repetition.
Yeah.
Give
it's
me
not
the pawn.
3 move repetition, it's 3 times position repetition, right?
Knight f4.
It's a whole cycle, which is 5 moves longer thereabouts.
Yeah, with
Give
the
me a
knights.
pawn. Knight e7. Well, let's go back.
back.
Let's go back. No, let's go back. No, let's go.
Go back, forward.
And the whole dance
knight
restarts,
F4 now,
Right, knight f4, knight e7.
Yeah.
That's one of the more unusual repetitions that I've seen. And knight f4, and I think
no, this is still
the repetition.
This is still the repetition.
We're expecting knight e7 and the repetition to continue. Bishop d3, knight e6. Now, again, for Fabi, this is just like wonderful, wonderful, wonderful moves. That helps him keep his tie for first, and it sets up a very intriguing final round where he'll have the white pieces, and And there you have Maxime claiming.
So it's a threefold which takes 8 moves, which is unusual.
Very unusual.
Normally it takes fewer moves to get there.
I think they both enjoyed it.
Yeah. And for the tournament, of course, again, for MVL, he needs to finish 6 or better to book his passage to Brazil. And for Fabi, it secures him a share of first.
Not just
Good
yet.
result for both of them.
Not just yet.
Well, he's in clear first, actually, at the moment.
Yeah.
Prague has
and
to...
Prague is not going to win. Yeah, the most likely result out of today will be they will still be tied for first, only the two of them, because Levon is unlikely to win, frankly, out of his position, and Wesley will have drawn against Prague. So the top 4 will either be exactly the same, or perhaps Levon will actually drop down back to 50%. And yeah, for Fabi, I think draw today has always been not the best result. He would have preferred to win if he got a chance, but a perfectly serviceable, very, very decent result he will never complain about.
Absolutely.
And going into the last round, Fabi will have white pieces against the world champion. And who is Prague playing in the last round? He's with black against Levon.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting game
interesting
tomorrow.
game. That makes it very interesting. Fabi, Gukesh, Wesley, Nodirbek, Firouzja. And, I mean, Alireza has been doing his best to mix it up against Nodirbek. Nodirbek refused a repetition out of the opening. Have things gotten interesting at all?
Well, he did pass up an opportunity to actually win that rook on e8, and the rook survived, as we were describing. The knight returned back into the fold. The bishop kind of needs to be on better squares than c4. So bishop c4, knight e1, bishop f5 happened. In this position, the engine likes rook ac1. It also likes actually bringing the bishop all the way back. It's slightly stuck on b7. Nodirbek played a4, which may look strange, but strategically an idea of actually getting it all the way to
a6 and knight,
fixing the weakness on a7, then perhaps eventually winning it makes a lot of sense. The engine was, as black, suggesting that maybe continuing to simplify is decent. Instead, Alireza went knight g5. There was a position on our screen some time ago where white took on a8 and the queens were still on the board, and then e3, g3 being met by knight g5 was worrying. With the queens off the board, the engine says we can just play f3, and it's not entirely sure why we wasted a tempo on knight g5. There are no real threads being generated. But black is still not doing that poorly. It goes takes, takes, suggests that now maybe getting those bishops off the board is useful.
Idea.
You still pick white, I guess, because this is a bit of a weakness, but in terms of exploiting the weakness on c5, the fact that we played a2, a4 is not great.
No.
We would much rather have those pawns on a2 and b3.
Thank you, Peter. We just had our first result. Let's just take a look at that result, because it's such an important game. We had 2 massively important games coming into today's round, Nazi.
Right, and one of them was between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana, which just ended in a draw. And another one that we're talking about is Praggnanandhaa against Wesley So.
Absolutely, because the passage to Rio is up for grabs. Hello, Maxime. Welcome.
Hello, Yasser and Nazi.
Yeah.
Hello, we haven't seen you here in a while.
Yeah, I've played too long in the past 2 games, so they told me, no, we don't need you in the studio.
I mean, now you're reflecting, you've made your 8th draw, but you probably secured your passage to
100. Like, it would have required an incredible shape of fortune already after last round to
fail.
To make it to a tiebreak.
Right.
But the thing is, even before the tournament, I knew that 4 out of 9 is actually 100%, like no matter whatever else happens. So.
Wow. You're the mathematician in the family here.
Not really difficult.
But now, having said all of that, and you know that with a 4 out of 9 score, you were secure. You've left so many points on the table. This
was not the plan. Like no, it has happened to me in the past. Like it's not the first time I was recollecting. When I played in Bill in 2013, I left 3 wins. Slip away as well, like from very dominant position. So it's
we're
not.
Thinking this
it's
was
not
close to 5, or
no, I wouldn't say so. Like it's too clear and too very possible. But Yeah, the fifth one, you'll have to enlighten me. Also, like, you can argue I was better against Sam yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
That's
the one. But that's not really fair. You were just better,
Yeah, I was just better, and then I was worse, so...
And
but
have you gotten 8 draws in a row before? Sorry, Nancy.
So I've got, I have the world record. I have 25 draws in a row, or 24.
What?
Last year it was the World Talk that I boxed the streak against Levon, and I actually badly needed the win to qualify to this year's Grand Chess Tour.
Ah.
So I made 9 draws in at least 2 Grand Chess Tour events, the Sinquefield Cup 2018.
Right.
And last year in Bucharest. But I must say, like, in 2018, like, I barely got a chance. In Bucharest last year, it was more similar to here, that I was leaving a few half points here and there, and was not really in any danger.
So
I mean, I'll take it because it feels like I'm playing well. And as my first coach told me, it's very difficult to get the it was a quote from a football player. He said it's very difficult to get the first goal, but once you get it, it flows like ketchup. So hopefully this is what happens to me in the next tournaments.
Nice. Well, Anish Giri will have to live in envy, I guess. I mean, 24 in a row. 8 draws in a row, but like you say, you have been playing very well. You have been the one pushing in many games. What happened today? Did you feel like you had something from today's game, Maxime?
Not really. I didn't... I was very tired and was not really ready to prepare for every possible opening line that Fabi could play. So I decided to just play solid. And yeah, if I got some chances, I would try to grab it. And maybe specifically at the end, I have some chance to play on.
Are you aware that his move G7, G6 was a novelty to begin with? And that this position had been reached 5 times and White always lost them?
White always lost. Okay,
that's trick.
So you wanted to break the streak for White. Sorry, you were about to say you felt you got something. Tell me when you thought you were in
I mean, I don't know if I got anything. It just, by the end, because after a4, I expected knight c5, bishop b5, knight b3.
Yeah.
And Fabi was a bit concerned about rook c2.
That was...
But I thought g5, and I don't know what I'm doing with this knight on b3. But, so anyway, after knight c6, I was considering...
Oops.
Yeah.
What was that?
No, king e5 is not...
No, that was not the...
Yeah, so knight c6, bishop b5, knight c7. So here c4 probably doesn't work. But, yeah, dc and knight e5, for instance. I thought it's too much. But I was curious after knight f4, knight e7, if c4 here is something, but I assumed it takes on b5 and rook c4, and I stopped calculation here really, but...
It looks a little funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, and some rook takes d5 maybe at some point. I don't know, I assume that anyway, like, it's gonna end in a draw. But like, if I had been less
you guys found it
less tired, like from my previous 2 games, would at least have considered it.
To go on.
Yeah.
You guys found a very interesting way to repeat.
At the very end.
Yeah, this was funny. This was really funny.
We enjoyed it.
Yeah, Peter is showing us that after c4, g5 is not that scary. Which I assumed, yeah.
Although, you know, you do have to allow this very beautiful pawn center. And,
But the pawn on g5 is good enough. Maybe rook takes b5 is also possible.
Yeah, so after that move c4 that Maxime was showing, the engine suggests, it's not the only move, but the engine suggests this interesting idea of playing g5. And then we get this, well, much less symmetrical and kind of imbalanced rook ending, but black is fine.
Yeah.
The d-pawn was not going too far, and you can also block it with the king if you want, and black has 2 very active rooks, so... Yeah, I think your evaluation is just spot on. You pretty much never have anything. You can try if you want, but you're...
Yeah, I can try, but again, like, if I had been in a more fighting mood today, I might have.
Maxime, you booked your passage to Brazil. Who are you expecting is going to be on the flight?
Well, I was doing all sorts of calculation out of curiosity, but it seems that right now you have three big favorites. Well, Levon, Prague.
If it ended right now, it would be Levon, Fabi, and Prague, right here.
Yeah, and Fabi, obviously. But
Right.
Wesley could try to squeeze
something from
He
today's game.
would need a win today, and it doesn't look like he can win the position he has today.
Probably not, but maybe if he wins tomorrow, I don't think it should be enough.
Prague is playing Levon tomorrow with the black pieces. So.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Might be.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna be enough. But if he wins, he can get to 10 points. You'd need. Because Levon may be in trouble today also.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. So actually, if Levon loses, then if Wesley wins, he has very good chances.
Maxime, thank you so much for joining us. We hope we'll have more interviews with you for tomorrow. if we need you. Thank you, Maxime.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And let's go to that game of Gukesh and Levon as we see the players on stage. Does it look like 2 games are completed? I see 2 vacated boards.
The players are just not
there.
Seats.
And it is the game of Gukesh and Levon. And we do have that beautiful Catalan bishop on G2 and this pawn on
happily
C6.
situated on C6.
Oh, fantastic.
Hoping to win the pawn on B3.
Now it's knight D5 or bust, Peter, for Levon now. I mean, otherwise, this construction is too strong. Sorry. Oh, but we have a special... Wow, you snuck in on us. They'll let anybody in our studio.
Yeah, they will.
Hi, Fabi. Welcome.
So today, draw from the tournament's standings point, draw is a great result for you?
Yeah, kind of a predictable result, I guess, considering both of our situations.
Mm-hmm.
And I chose a line which is kind of provoking that he takes on e5. If he doesn't, then we get an enormous fight. But considering the situation, probably taking on e5 is a very sensible choice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are like some of the sharpest lines, which I think also Peter has played, where if white goes with bishop g5 instead of taking on e5, some very complicated, well, not here, but instead of d takes e5.
Yeah, we were discussing it in the studio, that this is a very clear kind of dual choice. d5, very, very level. Bishop g5, huge mess. Who knows what's going on?
Yeah, and also unless you're very prepared for it, or if you remember it very clearly, it's tough to play bishop g5 because black can play h6, bishop h4, and then take on d4, which is a huge amount of complicated theory. And yeah, e5 is a move taking on c. Like there are pretty much endless choices, which I'm sure Maxime knows about, but didn't really make sense for him today. And I think he's played this exact thing against Magnus. It used to be like Magnus's pet line. This was the trick, rook d1, bishop g4. Magnus played this, I think, against Sergei Karyakin and also probably against Maxime. The point is rook d6, bishop f5 is cleanly equalizing. It's a bit of a strange back and forth, but just tactically works out nicely. But I felt like at some point I misplayed it a bit and got slightly, at least like psychologically, slightly unpleasant for me. Maybe rook d8 wasn't, or I don't know, maybe king f6 wasn't right.
We were surprised, actually, by your decision to finally break the tension. Bishop takes e3.
Well, I'm just losing my d5 pawn in many lines, so I just decided that this saves it with a5. Because the point is, if he plays bishop b3 instead of knight e2, then I also have this, like, maybe I take on e3, a4, bishop d5, knight d5, rook d5, a3, and I first a4, take, and a3, and I just break up his queenside, and it probably liquidates very quickly to a draw.
Just in time.
Yeah, just in time, which is it is a little bit dangerous. And if I had played after knight e2, if I had avoided bishop e3, like after if I play a4, then I started to get worried that he plays like a3. Let's say I make a move like bishop c5, and then he brings the knight back again and tries to get it to b4. And if he achieves that, then I'm quite scared about potentially losing, not just one pawn.
For nothing.
One question I had while we were watching all this is, did you consider d4 instead of a5? Because that was my...
Yeah, d4, it's actually kind of what I had planned when I played rook d8, but then I realized cd4, bishop d4, knight d4. He has to lure the knight to d4. He can't play bishop b4 immediately. So here, bishop b4. And the problem is knight ec6, and suddenly I realize he takes knight... knight dc6, rook d7 I think is unpleasant. Rook ab8, or rook d8, or rook ab8, I don't know which one, and knight b3, and knight comes to c5.
Sorry, I lost you.
The other knight to c6.
The other knight to
yeah,
c6.
it's a choice. I mean, if the other knight, then rook takes d4, knight d4, and bishop b7. And unfortunately for me, he wins the pawn. Maybe I draw the rook endgame after rook ab8, but didn't really feel like finding out. And then knight dc6, it looks okay at first glance.
Right.
But rook d7, some move to defend this pawn, rook d8 or rook b8. Let's say rook b8, knight b3, I just... Like now, I look at it and it looks like maybe b6 is fine, but I was kind of scared to allow rook.
Yeah.
It's scary, right?
It looks unpleasant.
It doesn't look comfortable now.
So that's why I chose a5 and this whole thing.
Well, and finally you got a very interesting, unusual repetition.
Yeah, I thought he would play king f2, but he didn't feel like he really had anything. But I still thought I have to prove it. That's why I spent so much time on knight c6. The thing is, he was planning to repeat after knight c5 instead of knight c6, which he probably also mentioned. Yeah. But I was worried about the rook coming to knight c5, bishop b5, knight b3, rook c2.
Right.
And then I calculated some kind of ridiculous line starting
Here
with knight
he would probably have agreed to the repetition, but you were afraid that he wouldn't and play rook c2.
Yeah, he said g5 here. It's probably a fine move, but I just thought like king f2, what's my next move? And I'm always a bit worried that like I'm weakening too many pawns and squares. And but I did calculate something very funny with knight f5. I don't know if it's playable here. Knight f5.
After rook c2?
Yeah.
All right.
King f2 is forced.
Yep.
Rook e6.
Okay.
And rook d3 is knight c5, so that's not good for white. And knight f4, there's knight e3, which probably equalizes after. Probably white should play knight d5. That's probably an equal position. But then I started to see like e4, d4, bishop d7, and I got very scared.
E4?
d4, bishop d7. Like my instinct said maybe there's something here for black, but I couldn't. Also, I didn't see why I'm...
All of our knights are hanging, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of... Yeah, rook d8 doesn't work because the b3 knight also hangs if he takes and takes.
Ooh. So. Yeah. E4. That's flirting with some serious danger.
Yeah.
So Fabi, now it looks like you have pretty much guaranteed your spot for the final four. And tomorrow you're playing world champion Gukesh with the white pieces. What will be your approach?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think I've guaranteed it if I lose, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the math on that, but I
think you're at 98%. So.
Yeah. I really don't know yet. I'll have to think about it. It'll also depend on some of the other results today.
Absolutely. Fabi, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in tomorrow's round. As we return to play in the penultimate round, we've got 4 remaining games again.
We should go to Nodirbek and Firouzja because it looks like Alireza's in trouble again.
Yeah. I already saw that when we were lining up the interviews, and I was kind of stunned by what happened there because
knight g5 is already
a step in a strange direction. But knight g7, the moment I saw it, even without the board, I thought, like, aren't we placing many of our pieces on really poor squares? And the thing is, even bishop c7 is very strong, but maybe this is what he was hoping for. Bishop c7 followed by rook b8. The engine says you're much worse anyway. The thing is, even this doesn't work. But what happened in the game is much cleaner. You take, and now these two pieces have basically one good square between them.
Right.
So you can begin with h4, you can also begin with g4, it doesn't even matter. And G4 was Nodirbek's choice. Now you can play rook b8. Oops, sorry. You can play rook b8, but now after gf, rook takes b7 and h4, you actually lose the knight on g5.
You're crying, yep.
Yeah, and if you begin by bishop e6, white will play h4. If you play rook b8 here, a number of moves. I mean, bishop a6 wins, bishop d5 also wins a piece. You have a very pleasant choice here of how to start collecting. Maybe a slightly better choice is bishop b3, but, you know, not a dream.
Two beautiful minor pieces.
Just two pieces and no pawns no additional pawns for the rook against the pieces, knight e5. And maybe you have to make like a couple of precise moves to make sure nothing falls, but the engine likes bishop a6, which I also quite like. Just bring it back to e2 where it supports this entire structure.
Yeah.
I think it's just lost, frankly. I don't see any compensation for what we've done. And I think Alireza is just... by this point, he's realized he kind of ruined his tournament sort of beyond repair. He can no longer qualify, looks like he can no longer qualify for Brazil. And today, the whole game feels like he's tilting a little bit.
Right.
Because he is making decisions which a player of his strength, he is an unbelievably good player, he knows what he's doing is wrong.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I don't know how to describe it in any other way.
Well, there you go. He played for broke, and he really is not playing his best. I'll take the two pieces every day of the week, and I like that decision of bishop a6, just kind of coming back and cementing everything.
Yeah, I like White's position, even if we don't count the material advantage. Like two pieces for a rook, it's an advantage, right?
Yeah, king of two in this position also very strong.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just a very, very strange sequence of decisions here by king of 2 does allow rook b8. It's slightly strange to just give up the pawn on b2 with check, but the engine after rook b8 says bishop a6, rook takes b2, king g3, and says this knight on e5 will not get pushed back with a4. We're probably losing the c5 pawn long term. Just hates it for black. And honestly, this is not a surprise.
Right.
This looks bad. So yeah, just a very...
Wow.
Very strange game from start to finish by Alireza.
It went wrong for Alireza a few rounds ago, and that game with Prague might have been just the kind of the last finishing touch that has put Alireza on tilt, and he's out of the playoffs. Let's jump to the game of Levon, because our world champion Gukesh has got, for me, a dream position for us.
I'm with you, Yasser.
Sorry, I forgot. A dream position. Nazi and I have played the Catalan in our lives. So many others have as well. And whenever we've had this connection of this pass pawn protected by this bishop on g2, things have ended well.
Very well.
Very well.
Some good memories.
Great. And we were trying knight d5
critical moment for Levon. Yeah.
I think he needs to, but the reason he needs to is maybe not that easy to work out, because if you castle here with black,
for example,
yeah, we actually are giving up our bishop pair. The engine goes bishop f6, gf, king d2, and says we are probably winning, because I think the most important bit about this position that we need to talk about is just how dead the bishop on a6 is. It has no squares, and we cannot give it any squares. So we want to play king. I'm assuming you give any check from d8. The king goes to e3. And then I want to play rook c3, rook b1. And it feels like a very simplistic plan, but there's no particular counterplay against it.
That's very convincing, isn't it? That this bishop on a6 is looking out. There's nothing.
And there is no way to give a check to this king on e3 in the time provided. You would like to play something like rook b8, rook b4, but that always loses a whole rook to c7, which is unfortunate. And why just gets there? Which is why you don't have a tempo to play castles. If you could play castles and then play knight d5, of course you would do it in this order, because not losing the pawn on g7 is useful for black.
Right.
But you don't have the time for it.
Yeah,
I don't think.
So again, from the current position, we had been looking at this one?
Yeah, knight d5, bishop takes g7, rook g8.
Yeah. And then we put our bishop on e5.
On e5. I think provoking f6 was useful for some reason, yeah.
If I had...
Maybe we're stopping rook g4, I wonder. But, I mean, with bishop on d4, we have e3. I don't know. Let's ask.
Bishop. Let's ask.
Bishop d4, rook g4 instantly equalizes for black because after e3, there is bishop d3. And it gets to c2, and the position actually becomes double-edged because the c6 pawn is now... I mean, white is still maybe pushing a little bit, but this is a huge improvement for
over
black.
what?
Yeah.
Over what?
Yeah. So we don't really want to play to e3, and I think the reason we are playing specifically bishop e5 is because once we play bishop b2, we would very much like to have bishop h3 here. I'm assuming, or f4. Actually, f4. Interesting. Then my question becomes: why not bishop b2 immediately? Why do we need to provoke f6 so much? It goes rook g4, f4. No, this is so complicated. The line goes bishop b5, f6, bishop b2, rook g4, f4 probably the only thing that works. Knight takes f4, bishop f3, knight takes e2. Now bishop takes e2, rook e4 loses this bishop and the game.
Crazy.
But we do take on g4, knight takes e1, and in this position it's important for us to have bishop h5 check.
Putting the king on a bad square?
Putting the king on a square, where in this position we have a tempo with check.
Wow.
And if we didn't have that, which could be illustrated by the line with the immediate bishop before, we do exactly the same thing. No check on h5, immediate draw, which actually white needs to make by playing king d1. You're slightly worse if you don't.
Wow.
Well, good luck with all of that is my usual valediction here, because trying to figure out why we're really supposed to provoke f6, because f6 doesn't look like a bad move at all.
Right. You're just allowing bishop h5 check in a future...
Yeah. In some completely random variation, you're allowing bishop h5 check, and this turns out to be crucial. Yeah, that's not easy at all.
That's a stunner.
And that actually makes the decision to play knight d5 a lot easier, I think, because if you see even glimpses of this variation, and of course you don't realize f6, provoking f6 is so strong, like it makes this move so much more attractive. Because then you begin realizing that this is a mess. If we have this plan of rook g4, rook takes a4, then I'm actually kind of surprised Levon hasn't played this yet.
Right.
Because it looks just so much more promising than this. This really does look like we might be dead lost.
Right, king e3 and rook c3 to come.
Yeah, best move appears to be e6, e5. I mean, knight d5 has just been played by Levon, as we expect.
Levon, thank you, Peter. Levon went into a deep think on that one, and I know he had a time advantage before doing that.
Not anymore. It's 18 minutes against 21 now. They're pretty even, and they still have a lot of moves to make.
I was about to say.
20 moves?
They've only made half their time control, haven't they, Nazi? I mean, wow. And peeking ahead at our round 9 matchups, and this is very unfair with round 8, everything to play for.
Right, so we know Fab is going to be playing Gukesh, Levon will be playing Prague, and Wesley will be playing Nodirbek. These are highlighted because these are the players who are fighting to qualify, because we know MVL has now
secured his booking, as we might say. Knight d5 on the board. You know, it's funny, I'm sitting there going, I'm playing bishop takes g7 and bishop b2 and just thanking my lucky stars I have the 2 bishops and I'm enjoying life.
Yeah.
And then this variation with rook, I mean, this is, come on. This variation with rook g4 and knight takes f4, and I'm the, okay, right here, I'm thinking about what's for dinner. You know, like is the menu at the restaurant that good? And I'm seeing rook g4, and I'm saying, oh, I can deal with that easily by f4, knight takes, bishop f3, and would you please sign my score sheet?
I think you stop calculating right here.
Totally.
Very easily, yeah.
And
very, very easily.
My opponent plays knight takes e2, and I say, well, congratulations. I also do see bishop e2, rook e4, but you're going to be so unhappy being a piece down. And my opponent goes rook takes c6. Who's making a draw? And I go,
the b3 pawn is suddenly very, very dangerous.
Stronger than
wow.
the bishop, apparently. Yeah.
Wow, and I have to play king d1, and I'm the one groveling for a draw?
Well, not groveling, because rook d6 check, rook d6 is best, so it's an immediate draw. But yeah, we have no winning chances whatsoever with white, apparently.
And that would be shocking for me. I mean, just like that. I mean, suddenly the food would be tasteless by the time we got to the restaurant. Back to you and the game of Prague and Wesley.
By the way, this is livening up, and shockingly, I thought there's no chance black could ever be in any kind of trouble, because as we mentioned, yes, white is a pawn up, but it's a double day pawn. How bad can this be?
Right.
But Wesley may be trying to preserve some life in the position after king f2. He's gone rook d8 instead of rook b8. Still doesn't feel like a mistake. King e3. And here the engine says, okay, play h7, h5 for now, gain some space. But including h5 and h3 shouldn't matter that much, but I guess maybe it does. He's gone rook d5, which is very natural. White played rook a4. Now if you play h5 here, d4 becomes much stronger. Maybe this is the reason. He's gone king f7, d4, knight g4 check. And now after king e4, I'm assuming this is still a draw. But I made some moves which appeared logical to me. I played rook b5 here, which I think many people would have done without thinking in a blitz game. h3 is not bad, but shockingly even stronger is king d3. And then, I thought, well, explain to me why I'm in any kind of trouble. And I took on h2. White goes king c4. Let's say rook b2. White goes rook b4, plus 2.
Plus 2?
Because you lost the a7 pawn. Regardless of what you do here, you lost the a7 pawn. And the knight is so far. I thought, with black, I'd be very excited about this, because, this is now a double-edged fight. Right. And the situation Wesley finds himself in tournament-wise, he wants this endgame to be sharp. But probably not if it loses.
No.
And this appears to just be straight-up losing. I still, even seeing the evaluation on my screen, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around it, because, okay, you have a passer on the A file, but my rook is behind.
To begin with.
Yeah, why am I so much worse? But apparently it kind of wins, right? King b3, knight c2 will actually drive it away from the A file. g7 is hanging. I mean, it's difficult to argue with the engine these days. If it says plus 2.5 here, it's probably plus 2.5. Yeah. But it was very, very shocking to me. So after king e4, you probably are supposed to play king e6.
He's played rook b5, by the way.
He's played rook b5.
Which is...
the thing is, though...
Intuitively,
yeah,
right?
For Prague, I think it's also difficult to appreciate just how strong this is. In particular, because you can play h3, and you have a risk-free edge here as well. Rook f5, pretty much the only move, because I think rook b2, rook c4. This one I understand is better.
This is not what you want with the knight on this.
So rook f5 check, we drop back to e2. We're better here as well, but this you probably survive with black, right? Because fork is threatened. The knight returns to good squares. So, yeah, realizing how strong king d3 is definitely a challenge. Mm-hmm. It's very non-obvious to me, I can say this much. I think they probably still, both of them think this is very much within the drawing margins, but yeah, after king d3, it's a very fun position all of a sudden.
I mean, wow, that is so counterintuitive to me. At first blush, I thought, pretty decent rook, pretty decent knight.
White pawns are
pretty decent king.
Split up and doubled.
Yeah, there's a pawn structure. Okay, I agree. I'm a pawn down over here, but come on, I can take on h2. I've got rook b2. Why aren't I really, really close to a draw? But in these positions where the king is so
honestly, I'm still
active,
mystified by this. What about rook g5 in this position instead of rook b2?
Let's do that. What about rook?
Stopping rook b4 from happening. I'm guessing a6 and then rook b4, b7. But once again, equal material now. Black to move. Shouldn't we be able to find something to do in this position that does, bury the threat?
Or set up something for us?
Lost, so nothing you can do.
Again, chess is hard.
Yeah, rook g5. Yeah, it goes no. Okay, now the evaluation is. Did I misplay something? No. Okay, it's not as bad. It's bad if you go along the b file. Rook g5 probably does hold, and rook b1 is stronger than rook b2. Rook g5, a6, and now knight g4, knight f1. All of those things probably make a draw. Like knight g4, it goes rook b4. Doesn't actually go knight e3, knight g2 immediately, although now it seems to be doing it. Like knight e3. Interestingly, it goes king b3 and not king d3. I'm guessing with the intention of playing rook b7 check, and after king g6, the rook ending is lost, apparently. You can take on g2, take on a7, and there is no way to stop both the a pawn and the d pawn. No, this is just a very sharp endgame, which you can very easily misplay. Even after you make all these moves, you still have to play very precisely. Like in this position, it goes king e6, rook b7, and it runs towards the a pawn. Just gives up on a7, plays rook b5 check, tries to fight against the a pawn straight away. None of this is remotely obvious.
No.
This is very difficult now.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
But finding king g3 is going to be a challenge, in particular because for Pragg, it makes sort of more sense to play something which is maybe slightly less ambitious but safer.
Yeah.
And in that respect, giving up your entire king side maybe doesn't appear that attractive. but he is better after king g3.
He is playing to win this tournament. If he wins this game, he's in clear first. And
That's right.
This is the first time in this game he's had this opportunity to play for more than a draw. If he finds king d3, it's going to be an exciting game. Playing for 2 results, really.
You know, this is strange because, I mean, I'm looking at this game and I've just, it's been a quiet game. The players seem to be drifting smoothly, steadily towards a draw. And even at this point, you know, if you told me, and the game ended in a draw, I wouldn't really have to think too much about it. But the idea that king d3 and king c4 is a serious winning attempt for white, thanks to the doubled a pawns. Okay, I need to go back to remedial chess schools, you know, somewhere in Russia. Like, wow.
I'm not sure even that helps.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm supposedly from Russia. It's mind-boggling to me.
Right. Wow. Okay, big surprise. King d3, and white is the one playing for the edge. Go ahead, take the pawn on h2, and see your king side eviscerated. Rook g5, but you've got to be you have to realize that you can win a rook and pawn endgame with literally 3 connected.
King b3?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get
so
the
that
king.
pawn on a2 is protected at the end?
So at the end of the day, you're going to have 3 connected passed pawns versus 2 doubled a pawns.
A1's pushed so much farther, and d pawn also. Like if black pawn obviously was on h4, it would be a different endgame. But yeah, black
and
just
you're
far
probably
behind.
lost.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, this was lost. The engine showed like +3 or something.
That's hurtful. I mean, okay, wow, stunning.
What did he play?
Chess is hard.
He made a move. No.
He did?
No, he just got up and came back.
Either took a drink or got rid of a drink, maybe.
But absolutely crucial moment. If he finds king d3, then Pragg has good chances to win
This
game.
is move 35. He has 25 minutes. He can actually invest quite a lot of time into this if it dawns on him that he is now genuinely playing for a win and not just pushing with no risk.
Okay, I mean, sorry, I mean, king d3 is so sophisticated. I mean, I'm looking at knight f3, defending my pawn on h2. I'm looking at h3 again, defending my pawn on h3.
But Yasser, in order to win
Yeah.
games, you have to give up your pawns sometimes.
I've won a lot of games by protecting all my pawns at all times.
Yasser is not on board.
I'm not on board wholeheartedly. Okay, I'm showing you this position for the first time. You're instantly reaching for your knight because you're saying to yourself, your knight on e1 can go to f3. But then after rook b2, you start to think that maybe I should have come up with something more clever. You might be thinking that, you know what, I would really love to play rook c4 and rook to c7, but I don't want to lose the a pawn.
a6 is second best.
Yeah, so you kind of come to the conclusion that you should be playing a6. So, and if black goes knight takes h2, are you coming to the conclusion that king g3 could be your best move here?
No, but here I think we play rook c4.
He can rook c4 immediately because
Exactly.
you're threatening to win the pawn.
But then in this case, is this so absolutely convincing?
Yeah, because we have 2 passes, right? D pawn is also pretty threatening.
But in this particular case, unlike before, your king is on b3 in the other variations. Here, my rook is already behind.
Yeah, I don't want to blunder some kind of a mate after knight d3, rook e2. It doesn't seem to be mate, but I'm very worried.
King f4.
I still have king f4. I might still be alive, but
if
yeah,
I have a
I'm
pawn
not
on
happy about
h4,
any
you're
of this.
crying.
G5 would be a beautiful mate.
Yeah. You would be crying.
a7, g5 mate, yeah.
They're a very surprising mate that you could blunder into. Well, a big moment for Prague and potentially the Sinquefield Cup up for grabs right at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
But how are you not playing a6? How are you not playing h? Okay, you come to the conclusion that knight f3, rook b2 is maybe not what you want. So why do you reject h3?
I believe it was knight f2.
Knight f2, and it seems to be holding move by move. It's still kind of dangerous.
King
like, even that.
e3. Where's the knight going?
d1, or maybe rook b2. Not sure which one's better.
Aha. And somehow, crazily enough,
King e3, knight d1 check is completely... Yeah, this is not good, yeah.
Whoops, that's a big surprise. And I can't somehow trap the knight in...
Rook f5 check here is needed. Actually needed.
Yes, I think we had this. You shown this to us, Peter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Knight d1, rook a3, you're in deep trouble. And here king e3 is stronger than king e2.
Okay.
Because you want to deny the e4 square much more than you want to deny the d1 square. d1 square doesn't matter that much.
Right.
So king e3.
Knight d1.
Knight d1 check king d2. It goes back to f2.
We
can throw in. Yeah, we can throw in a5, a6 here. We're still pushing, but the engine says king e6 and rook b4 always met by rook a5, I think, is the important detail. Without the king, we are pressing much less. Although, yeah, a2, a3 is for some reason the best move in this position. This is a difficult position to play. I don't know.
But here I would find myself drawn to white. I would reassure myself that I'm the one.
Feels very level.
We have passive knight, passive king.
Yeah, like,
well, even the rook is passive.
Are we even better if black just starts playing h5, g5 or something? No, we're not actually. It's just... Yeah. No, we've let all of it go if we play h3.
Really?
Yeah, move by move, and maybe it's not so obvious from afar, but the rook is stuck on a4. The noticeable thing that sort of joins all of the positions that we like for white that we watched in the last 10 minutes, it needs to be on b7 as fast as possible. And we can't actually organize it, because this always happens.
I see.
And yeah, and also our king is so far from the front lines there. So, you know, it's a very difficult decision.
Thank you, Peter. And if things were to end today,
he's played h3.
These two players are the players fighting for that fourth and final spot. Prague and Wesley, you see there why this game could determine our fourth playoff, fourth playoff player.
An important game.
Yeah.
Between Prague and Wesley, yes, Wesley needs a win either today or if he wins tomorrow, it's not in his hands. Prague still controls his destiny. And we see king d3 or a6 were
h2, h3. Yeah, we do see h3. And for me, that's a very, very likely choice, because I would kind of said knight f3, rook b2 isn't what I really want. But I'm hoping with this move h3, knight f2, king f3, that somehow this knight might find itself trapped internally, that is to say, like
rook f5 move.
Knight d1, like, you know, I'd start to think, you know, like maybe I could trap this knight somehow.
Yeah, this isn't great.
That rook f5 move really saves it.
Wow. We're going to keep this one on the boil as we go over to Levon, Gukesh versus Levon, because when we left it, we really loved Gukesh. And look at this. He's included bishop. Isn't that remarkable?
Both of them are making best moves.
Wow. And now there is an absolutely wild and crazy line, those of you joining us late. Bishop b2, to our eyes, to our naked eyes, like, why isn't this just, I claim victory? You know, I have an extra pawn, I have the two bishops, and this pawn is easily rounded up. Well, there's a very specific line, and it goes like this. Let me take your pawn on a4, and let me play rook a2, and I'll show you some counterplay.
I'm going to block your rook. Let's play f4.
Very, very naturally. It can take, and please take my knight so that I can take your bishop. No, 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 no. Now I'm leaving two pieces hanging. The knight on f4, the bishop. Would you like to resign? Not at this moment.
Well,
Now would you like to resign?
Crucial difference, right? We include one check, so that when you go king f8 or e7,
right?
I'll take your knight, and then I'll have a tempo move bishop a3, which makes all the difference.
Yeah,
So
this
that
is
allows
still not +3, this is like maybe +1.2, so black retains some drawing chances even here. The b3 passer is not nothing, but it's a massive, massive improvement that we removed the bishop on
Like
c1.
only engine makes a draw here. Practically, this looks so lost.
It does, but then on the other hand,
Once you start looking,
Bishop d1
yeah.
maybe, stopping rook c2.
that makes a sense that you're finally immediately pressuring the pawn on b3. But even here, it's going to take some good technique. We're going to take a break before time trouble rears its ugly head. And as we go to break, don't tell me it's just a commercial.
We'll find out, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club. From Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament, October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the corporate chess league is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Make new memories, make new friends, and make something amazing at Crafts and Cocktails, hosted monthly at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy delicious complimentary snacks and fine cocktails and mocktails as you explore your creativity through unique and fun projects. You can craft at your own pace or ask an artistic instructor to help guide you through the process. Need some inspiration? Check out the dazzling art on show in our galleries while you're here. It's a fun and affordable way to get together with friends, meet new people, and nurture your own creativity. Whether you're a beginner or expert, you're welcome at Crafts and Cocktails at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8. 4 games are still going on. So far, we had one draw. That was a draw between MVL and Fabiano.
It was a big game, big result.
But yeah, all the other games are still going.
And some very interesting advantages with the players, Peter. Most specifically, Gukesh and Levon. When we went on break, we didn't expect the move e4.
Absolutely not. But the calculations involved, and we keep on repeating this line, but it is the critical line. And I guess Gukesh, I mean, he must have seen f4. f4 is maybe the first move that comes to mind.
Right.
So he must have been calculating this entire line. Actually, it's important to begin with bishop h5 here and not on the next move, because you don't want to give the d7 square for the king, so bishop h5. I'm curious why not king d8. But after king d8, here the difference is after bishop b2, we will have bishop takes f6 with check.
Against any rook
Against
c2.
rook c2. But the engine says king f8, bishop takes c1, rook takes c6, bishop a3 check, king g7. Best move is indeed bishop d1, and we would have been completely winning. But there is this, which I think is very missable. Using the fact that for the time being the pawn isn't really hanging.
Okay.
And that allows black to get rid of the final pawn on
A2.
the queen side. And these types of positions, I mean, you win some of them, but you also occasionally don't. But still, it seems much stronger than e4. And the thing about the move e4 is that black has 3 very obvious replies, and sort of none of them are wrong. The strongest appears to be knight b6, maybe the one that doesn't come to your mind immediately, but when you stop and think for 3 seconds, you think, yeah, I would very much like to put it on a very good square, either a4 or c4. Best seems to be rook c3. If you take on f6 here, which I think you would like to do, black can start by removing the rook from now completely useless square on g4. And if the bishop goes all the way back somewhere, we will very happily take on a4. And you're pushing with black. The bishop is disconnected from the c6 pawn. b3, b2 is a massive threat. After rook b1, to illustrate further the point that c6 is now weak, we can even take it with the rook, which was completely inactive a moment ago. And you're looking to equalize here with white. So the best appears to be, as I mentioned, rook c3. But then after knight takes a4, rook takes b3, we can throw in bishop c4. Rook here, we take. Already rook takes c6 is playable, or you can maybe even improve it by playing rook g5 first. And it's just a draw.
Wow.
Bishop f1, best move, but you're not winning this endgame.
It's so hard to go backwards with the knight after e4. Going forwards, knight to b4, and the choice in the game, knight f4.
Knight f4. Now, after g takes f, which is absolutely forced, rook takes g2, white probably takes on f6. Black plays bishop d3. This probably, frankly, this probably holds as well.
We're not going to see this. Gukesh played bishop f3.
He played bishop f3. Interesting. Bishop f3, knight d3 check.
Happened.
King d2. All of this is already on the board.
Yes, it is.
And now Levon actually has a choice. You can play rook g5, or you can play the immediate knight takes b2 with the idea of meeting bishop takes g2 with this check. And the point is, I will get my pawn to the b2 square, and then I will take on c6 with the rook. And yes, we're down a full exchange after all that, because we were down a lot of material earlier. But positions like this feel like they should be holdable for black. And in fact, the computer confirms that this is not that bad. Yeah, both of them are on below 10 minutes. This is move 26. Gukesh has 6 minutes versus 7.5 for Levon. Levon will get away with it, seems like. Or at least has very good chances. I don't want to call the game yet, but...
This is now much better position for him than any time before. So yeah, I think the worst is over for him.
It's crazy that after knight takes b2, dropping a whole exchange, knight c4 check, and as Peter has been showing us, king c3, b2, very, very important inclusion. And let me just put the rook on, let's say, a less vulnerable square. Rook takes, and suddenly...
If you take on b2 here, I'm not even taking the rook, right? I'm taking the bishop on g4,
Precisely.
which is a problem for white.
Which is also a kind of an interesting segue into the game of Firouzja, because there it's two minor pieces versus a rook. And the minor pieces we think are winning. Maybe the minor pieces are winning in this one as well. So Levon riding the ship after a very, what to my eyes was a winning ending, winning middle game position for Gukesh. This is an extraordinary turnaround, and he's played what looks like logical moves as well.
Absolutely, and only maybe missed opportunity for Gukesh was that moment when he played e4 instead of f4, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Otherwise, he played that.
And just briefly to return to the current position, knight b2 is fine, but you can also maybe make an immediate draw with rook g5, because if you don't take on f6 here with white, you actually worse.
Yeah.
So this must be the intention.
Yeah.
And now we take on c1.
Yeah.
Rook takes c1, rook a5. It is black playing for a win. I don't know if black wins, but it is black playing for a win. So the intention has to be bishop takes g5.
Right.
And then we go b3, b2. King c2 needs to be played.
I'm getting scared.
We played rook b8, and this will cost you an exchange. You have to.
Yeah,
you
but
can
I've
throw
got
in. You can throw in bishop h5 at any point. Oops, sorry, this wasn't great. But eventually, you will have to allow me to take your rook, and then the c6 pawn falls. Let's say king c1, rook c8. Black isn't losing this either. Probably not winning.
How many pawns?
2. So I think white is safe.
Right.
After, I don't know, something like this, and this. I don't think white runs many risks.
Right.
In fact, if anybody will be playing this for a win, it's probably Gukesh. But this is pretty level.
Yep.
You generally hold these positions with the extra exchange.
Right.
We have a move.
We do?
G5.
Yeah.
Rook g5.
Yeah, this is just the line that we were showing you, left choosing this one. It actually gives him more winning opportunities because, as mentioned, if you don't take on f6 here, you are struggling to equalize with white, which is kind of stunning.
Yeah. One of the most extraordinary turnaround games I've witnessed is this game between Gukesh and Levon. I mean, Gukesh was playing this really beautiful model game, looked like a Catalan where he achieved everything. And then just out of the blue, knight to d5, sacrificing the g7 pawn. Somehow Levon got an enormous amount of counterplay, so much so that the entire game is now in doubt, and maybe it's a 3-result game at this exact moment after the move rook g5. Again, we're looking at all kinds of sacrifices, but our main move is bishop takes f6, knight takes c1, bishop takes g5 and b2. And where did that b pawn come from? I mean, what an extraordinary journey it's had.
It's come a long way.
It has. And at this point, you know, again, 3 results are possible, but that was so unexpected for Gukesh's fans that he played such a model game, and he has played the move bishop takes f6.
Also, would like to mention that both of them are
time trouble.
Yeah, approaching time trouble, and still a lot of moves to make.
But even knight takes c1 is, I mean, there's so much to calculate here, including the move rook a5, right? Because
I guess that allows rook c3, right?
Rook c3, does it allow rook c3? Let's just have a look-see here. Who's king? You're taking my knight, I assume, yeah?
I was hoping so, yeah.
Okay. And
but then the position is also very unclear. Check.
Right.
Check, take on d3.
Take on d3, take on c6. What have I got? I've got 2 passed pawns, and this one is kind of scary.
F2 is hanging.
Very scary.
F2 is hanging.
But Levon does opt for a saner choice of knight takes c1, so looks like we are going to get the position we were looking at earlier. Gukesh could gamble with rook takes c1, but it is very much a gamble.
So rook takes c1.
Rook a5.
Rook a5 in this iteration. I'm sure Gukesh...
Bishop g5.
Yeah, I'm sure Gukesh was thinking when he took on f6 that he was going to recapture the rook. But
B2.
you get to this position,
Now we have to
and
take.
you start to think, well, wait a minute. I can't play king to b1. Bishop to d3 will hurt my feelings.
Yes, he's taken on g5.
He's taken on g5, and here Levon, big moment for him, b2. But then again, there's no other choice.
Yeah,
right?
what else can you do? Yeah, he will play b2.
Right.
And we will get that endgame with the 2 bishops and 2 pawns against the rook.
I mean, you can play king c2.
Yes, rook
c6.
Rook c6, king
rook
b2.
c6.
Oh, sorry, no. King c2, rook b8, of course, not rook c6. Yeah.
And now I'm taking the knight to stop b1
Rook
equals
b8.
queen.
The one interesting point here would be, can we maybe preserve the pawn on c6 if we don't give bishop h5 check, exactly as you're showing? Exactly as you're showing.
Okay.
We do this, and we try to play e4, e5 after you play rook c8.
Yeah. e4, e5, and
But there's bishop b7 always,
I'm
right?
assuming I got...
Yeah, there's always bishop b7.
Wow. Everything just in time. Like this bishop on a6 has never had a shout in the game. Suddenly plays
It's been
bishop
there
to
since the
b6.
4th move.
Yeah, right. b2 on the board. Sorry, you mentioned that time trouble is rearing its ugly head. How bad is it?
It's not bad at all. 4 minutes against 5.
How many moves remaining to the move
12
40
moves,
time control?
and next couple of moves are all kind
Yeah,
of
and
forced.
it's going to simplify now, so.
King c2.
Rook
How
c6
unplayable is rook takes c6, by the way?
It's playable. King b2, knight d3, right?
Yeah, because the king is, we have so much activity.
You have to go king b1 to not walk into some mates.
King to b1, king to a1?
Maybe c2, if you get it.
I'm kind of thinking that this bishop might be coming to d3 after knight f2.
Yeah, but Lev just
Not gonna
doesn't
see
want
that.
to
Rook b8 on the board.
entertain those things.
Oh, you want to take with the bishop on c1?
So badly.
Yeah.
So badly.
Elsewhere, the game between Sam Sevian and Jan-Krzysztof Duda will end in a draw. We don't need to switch to it, just as a kind of a public service announcement.
That was a mistake, by the way. I did not mean to click a knight. I meant to click...
Doesn't matter, though.
Right. Hold on. Would it have made a difference if I had recaptured with the bishop?
And then e5. Still bishop b7, right?
We still have the same bishop b7, yeah. And
Yeah.
honestly, I think if the light square bishops come off the board, it is black who's playing for a win there, right? Despite white having the 2 pawns.
I don't want to do that. I'd be much more inclined to play in this kind of a fashion where, okay, king b3 / king d2. I mean, I've got 4 pawns over here, 2 pawns and a bishop versus a rook. I think
It's still actually a reasonably sharp endgame, right?
Right?
Yeah, I think I'm still playing for a win with white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? 2 bishops in an open position. Sorry, I'm completely mesmerized here. And Prague versus Wesley, when we left it, I was very surprised because when we left it, I did not look at the move f5. I was looking at knight f2 check primarily. f5, king d3, now knight f2.
Now your path is narrower, but Wesley has made all the correct moves, and it is now, I think, zeros. It's very important to play knight e4, though, because you have to be able to meet rook b4 with knight d6, knight e4 back. It's basically an immediate perpetual if you play rook b4. Yeah, this game will finish in a moment now, so we can stay with it. If Wesley doesn't play knight d6, knight e4, he is much, much worse.
Did just reach move 40, so that might take their time.
But yeah, Wesley will not even contemplate it for very long because his other options are
perpetual.
horrific.
King c5, king b5.
a6, we
King
throw
a4.
in knight c3, knight b5.
Actually, you have to be a little careful. Why did I put my king on a4? Rook a3, checkmate anybody? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
A very interesting game, actually, where we thought it will be very dry after move 20, but the endgame was extremely intricate, a lot more intricate than we originally accepted.
Yeah.
it just appeared for a moment there that Prague was like, okay, I'm satisfied. The game is a draw. Let's go away. And he kind of looked up like, where's an arbiter when you need one? But I'm thinking the perpetual
needs
much
to
as
be,
you guys
needs to be given.
Sure.
Yeah.
Black cannot be playing this for a win.
No.
So we'll take the draw. I don't know what they're all both looking at.
Some time travel elsewhere, I guess.
Maybe that's
There's no board behind them. I think they're looking at the screen.
Yeah, there's a screen, I think, exactly in that direction, with all 5 boards.
Yeah, Wesley looks like he's reconciled himself to a draw. Because they've reached the time control, let's jump back to our game. We do now expect this one to be a draw. I want to jump back to the game of Gukesh and Levon. And yes, they've progressed directly to that 2 bishops. There's the first
We
step
do see
in a
perpetual
draw.
coming here.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got the game of Levon and Gukesh on my screen, and that is a funny variation where bishop b7 was found. Yeah. So bishop e3, rook takes check.
King g2, I
King
guess.
d2.
It doesn't try to even play rook c4. I thought maybe rook c4 was interesting, but it always plays rook c7 as far as I can tell. And just says black is not even remotely worse. I think I would be maybe slightly hopeful with white, actually. I would think maybe have some push. But the machine says no. The machine says, and you can sort of understand why, because these positions where the side with an extra exchange has the only rook on the board, not 2 against 1, but 1 against 0. The rook dominates on an empty board so much that you often are very safe.
Exactly.
Still a bit surprising to me just how unbothered it is about this position.
Yeah. I mean, for Levon's last move was rook takes c6. And extracting, that fang. I mean, I don't know how else to describe that pawn on c6. It was such a menacing
You would be
looking
doing a
pawn.
happy dance, right?
Yeah, exactly. A little jig, like, boy.
I think 2 games are almost at
Right,
at an
Prague
end.
and Wesley are repeating.
And this
Wesley
game,
just claims 3-move repetition.
Um,
Makes a draw.
More and more, it looks like we might have a playoff for the Sinquefield Cup come tomorrow's championship round as Prague goes into the last round tied for first with Fabiano.
Prague had some small chance today.
He did, surprising all of us. I want to just check in on Nodirbek and Alireza, because when we left it, we really felt that, unfortunately for Alireza, he had taken 1 risk, well, maybe 6 risks too many.
He got a pawn at least. He has pawn and rook now for 2 pieces.
Yeah, Nodirbek made an interesting choice. He could have actually traded the A pawns off the board. Instead, he preferred to give his one up in order to completely stalemate that rook on A5. And the interesting question is, do we win? In the end, this one is also a draw.
Between Sam Sevian and Jan-Krzysztof
as
Duda.
advertised.
Our apologies to these 2 players as we really focused on our key matches.
What I wanted to ask you, G5, black goes 98, 96.
98,
and,
by
and
96.
imagine I play, let's say, king f2, you play 96, and I play b2, b3. And my question is, you have knight b5 though. But my question was sort of more generally, if you take on c4 here, the rook will never have any moves until the knights go somewhere.
Knights also don't have any
But you
moves.
cannot attack the rook.
Okay, but I
so
could
do we
go,
win?
Yes.
Do we win this?
I put my king on b2.
And then move one of the knights.
And then it's knight versus king.
Knight a1, b3, I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
We
I
should be able
trap.
to
I trap
the,
the rook.
rook after
Yeah, that
that.
probably.
Yeah.
But
it is a very funny...
It's a really strange position.
Entrapment.
Yeah.
My goodness.
But we do have knight b5. I don't think anybody takes on c4 in this.
It's like one of those domination in the endgame kind of studies where you imagine there's a white pawn on a4 and the black rook is ensnared. And, you have to get your knight to b3, but it's got to go through all kinds of gyrations to get to b3 that you can't believe. It does.
And those are more common, but here it's very strange setup.
Well, truly. And we do have, as you described, Peter, the knight is jumping to d6. But you also wanted to include this idea that after knight d6, there was knight
knight b5. Sorry,
Knight b5, I think, is a much more sensible choice here. Trying to actually give yourself. There is knight a, and then back to d6.
Knight a3.
Careful. There's
I can take and go rook b5. It escapes. I'm still
escapes,
worse.
But it's still worse. Yeah.
You know, we're always going to be worse here. There's no question about that.
I think this is losing, right? The knight d2 and then king comes to c4. I take c5.
Is it that straightforward? Yeah.
That's the one.
Wow. Quite a funny situation where the two knights on c3 and c2 are ensnaring this rook on a5. It's not something that you see every day, I must say.
No. Looks like a study, made-up study.
Truly. It really does. And again, as we get our guest...
What's the study?
Yeah.
How to win?
Welcome, Wesley.
Welcome, Wesley.
Oh, sorry. I just heard study.
Yeah,
or
we
my
put
game or Firouzja?
No,
Firouzja, yeah.
Firouzja's with the...
How do you win?
Yeah.
We're just looking at this analysis that Yasser's going to show you. So
we were looking at b3, knight d6, king f2. And we get this very funny position where the rook can't move, but the knights can't move. But we bring the king to b2 and go knight a1, b3.
So how do you prevent that?
Well, we're going to go h6 and make a...
king, yeah.
Make some trouble. h5.
Yeah, make some trouble.
Yeah, h5.
h5, gh, king h6.
Wesley,
yeah,
welcome.
I wasn't sure this is winning.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Did you make some trouble today?
Yeah.
For yourself or for your opponent?
For myself. I made it harder.
Okay.
I mean, I think I should draw very easily because I played this game with black online recently, but I didn't play c5.
So you were very experienced.
Yeah, just a few months ago, I played some kid who plays this line all the time with white. I think his name is Mukidin Mandaminov. If I get the right kid, yeah.
Right.
Like he plays.
The right kid.
Yeah, kids like to play this knight g5. Yeah, so I think it's all fours.
Okay.
But I mean,
Tell
it
me
should be
when...
very, very easy to equalize. But I only look at queen d6 today. Like I forgot to check queen c3. So queen d6, knight b7.
Was your prep?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I looked at today, but I forgot. Okay, queen c3 should be easy too. Bishop e takes. Okay, rook c8, queen b4.
This all looks very reasonable.
Yeah, take, rook c1. Yeah, I think it's like f6. If you don't play f6, like you think rook c1 or knight f3 should draw too, but then white can press for a long time.
This was a key moment right here, and this was a shocking suggestion of the chess engine.
I thought bishop a5 was correct.
Yeah, without bishop a5, I'd encourage you to consider another move. I'm sure you looked, of course, at rook c1, bishop c1, and trying to exploit the open c-file, and there's nothing to exploit. But
what? King f7.
Incredible move here.
f5?
Rook d5? Say what?
I only look king f7, king e6.
Which is also, by the way, an engine suggestion and a very good one. But this is a very unusual rook up and over.
Rook a5.
Wow. I mean, like, that was just a stunning, I haven't seen.
So let's say bishop b2.
Bishop b2, rook over.
Bishop takes, a4.
Bishop takes, a4.
And it's impossible for white to be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a rook c5 or something.
Yeah.
Rook d5, yeah. Rook
rook d5. Because you made it, you made it, you're saying, I was making an easy draw, and then suddenly it wasn't an easy draw. Suddenly
I think
you were fighting.
I thought f4 was too ambitious, right? Like I could play ef, but wasn't sure what. Yeah, maybe rook d8 or something on move 31. Around move 29 to 33, I thought. Like I have to find this. But I think it's still equal, but I have to be very precise.
Indeed, you're the one having to defend accurately.
Well, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, in this position, engine was showing some crazy lines. Starting with king d3, white actually has some chances.
Really? Like how big? Yeah.
So like if you take king
c4.
Yeah, I was looking at some of this.
Rook g5.
a6.
a6.
Do I have to play rook g5? Can I play rook b2?
Rook G5 was better.
Rook B2, Rook B4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely.
Yeah, and then I thought I have counterplay. Let's say Rook E2. But maybe I'm just slow, yeah? Rook B7.
Yes, that is
then
exactly
you go Knight
it.
D3, yeah? And his pawns are...
Remarkably fast, actually.
Yeah, I thought he could go for this, but I thought he was risking too because I get some pawns. But
Right.
obviously, either it works for white or it doesn't. So
Exactly.
And I don't think Pragg wants to risk too much. And
Yeah.
because if he loses against me, then
Yeah.
he's not going to win the term. Yeah.
Or
But-
he could even get knocked out of the playoff.
Yeah, I don't think he
potentially.
wants to give up all this king side. But what's the evaluation? Like, I'm sure.
After
I mean, he thought
Rook
along
B7?
no king D3.
Oh,
It's still
after-
0-50, but you have to play incredibly precisely. You probably survive, but you have to play many only moves in a row, it seems.
Yeah, for sure it looks scary, but I didn't have much choice because what I missed is that if you go back, I was gonna play Knight C6 on move 34. No, go back. I was gonna, like, maybe all this Rook D8, Rook D5 was a waste of time. I think I could equalize faster. I think all the Rook D8, Rook D5, maybe even Knight C4 was unnecessary. But I was gonna, like, F4, I was wondering what happens after EF4. Is white better there? I wanted to play EF4, but I thought Knight C4 was a simpler way to draw. F4, EF.
Well, wait a minute.
What happens if EF?
EF is fine. What he did is also fine.
Rook E7, yeah.
So far, you have no problems here. Yeah.
Yeah, what I miss actually, if you go to move 34, when he played D4, I was gonna play Knight C6, but maybe Knight C6 is very bad.
Sorry, which one?
Move 34?
34.
Keep going.
3,
Couple more
4.
moves.
6 more moves.
Yeah, when white plays D4.
Yeah, I was gonna play Knight C6, and then he was gonna go
Rook C4.
Knight D3.
What?
We got Rook C4, Knight E7. Okay, Knight D3.
Oh, okay.
King E7, Rook C4, King D7, Rook C6. And I think pawn endgame could be losing for me. Maybe it's losing. So this is what I missed from afar.
From afar.
And Knight D3, King E7, Rook C4, King D7 takes.
Yeah, this is very risky.
Yeah.
Maybe just straight up lost, yeah.
Or actually King D6, Rook C6, yeah. It's just lost, yeah. So I was like very disheartened when I saw the king and pawn endgame. Because he's in time to play G4, H4, H5. So I had to look for counterplay with all this Knight F2. But I think it still holds. And yeah, but I had to play very precisely. It wasn't. I mean, Pragg has improved tremendously in the last couple of years.
It's very
gotten
clear.
so much better.
Wesley, I'm peeking ahead for your game tomorrow. You're going to be playing against Nodirbek to give yourself any chances for Brazil.
You have to win tomorrow.
You're going to have to win with the white pieces. How are you
In
feeling?
order to have a chance.
In order to have a chance.
To have a small chance.
To have a small chance.
Yeah, after finishing 5th in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, obviously I needed a much better score. But the thing is, all this Grandchester is hard because 9 years ago, they would remove your worst score.
Worst record, yeah.
Yeah, but like for this year and also from last year,
they count everything.
I had one big blunder in Romania, and then that's basically it. Yeah, because I get like 2 points, 3 points Romania.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one game can really decide whether you're gonna make it.
One bad result can do that to
tough
you.
to come back.
Wesley, we're going to let you go because we've got a big game still going on between.
Thanks for joining us and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank
Levon
you guys.
and
Hopefully
Gukesh.
you feel better. Levon, it's just equal though, yeah.
Okay, well, indeed, we've got this 2 bishops versus rook bishop. Peter, take over for this for us. We've got 2 pawns, but it looks like Levon is setting up a fortress.
Yeah, we left it after King D3, it seems, and Levon has played Bishop D3, which I quite like, just getting the pawn from A7 to a very safe square on A6. And the current position looks like this, where nobody really wants anything. There's no conceivable way of getting to the one important weakness on A6. It's not even a weakness. So
right.
A lot of shuffling is available, but we do have more guests in the studio, so perhaps we should prepare for that. I think this is just a very safe position for Levon. I wouldn't have moved the rook away from the c file. I don't know what rook f8 is all about. But I guess after bishop h5, I could just put it back. Maybe he's looking for a repetition to get to move 40 and then go from there.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you, Peter. As we remind everybody that he just had a very, very big result between Prague and
Right, and there's
Wesley.
only 2 games left. As you can see, the stage is looking empty.
And soon there was 2. And we have a special guest in studio. Welcome, 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 Prague.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I missed something.
Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Where do you think you might have missed something? Was it in this ending?
Yeah, I knew till 91 more or less.
The crazy part is he had prepared for you till Queen D6. You played Queen C3, the one move that he hadn't considered this morning. He said,
he looked at this today?
Today. He was.
But why?
I don't know. But why?
I play like 100 things, yeah, and this is not the one that's like top of my...
He was just refreshing his files. But your move Queen C3.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
I know. And tell me when things you thought you might have had something. 91 caught us by surprise.
Yeah, I knew it actually.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I knew it from Rook C1, Bishop C1, F6, 91. While comparing, I realized I don't have any other option than playing 91.
Okay.
So,
he had an alternative to Bishop A5. The alternative that the engine had provided.
Takes and Rook D5, no?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh, good. Okay.
And
that was your prep. Okay, Bishop. So tell me again where.
Yeah, I didn't see another way than before.
You might have missed something.
Yeah, nice.
Still, everything is normal.
No, Bishop A5 was not in my prep.
Okay.
Out of book by then.
Sorry. Okay. So when you got
I didn't really think I had anything. I mean, but somehow later.
You did get something.
Started feel like I'm getting somewhere.
That's right. That's exactly right. Your intuition was correct. Maybe it was...
The critical moment was here, right?
Here. You played H3 and Knight F3. It's crazy. The engine is saying King D3.
Yeah, I spent some time here, but King D3 was not the move I was looking at. I was trying some Knight D3, Knight B4, trying to get like quick to A7.
Exactly, of course.
King D3.
We were looking at Knight.
Takes on H2.
King. Now apparently... Oops, that was my bad. Apologies. Apparently, in this position, Prague, that after King D3, Knight takes H2, King C4, Rook G5, we think is the best. I don't know if you even gave this much consideration. Rook B2 and Rook B1.
Like I didn't understand the point.
Is even worse. But Rook G5, A6, and Black is really on the precipice here.
But White is also taking a risk because they're giving up too many pawns on the.
Yeah, also probably I don't want the situation.
Yeah.
The one thing that you didn't want to do is take a big risk. But Rook, so there was this long-winded variation that was so curious to me, was that we got here King B3 double exclam, Knight takes, and apparently this is a winning Rook and Pawn endgame for White.
But instead of Knight G2, King E6 still holds.
Yeah. Black doesn't have to take on G2.
Yeah.
So King E6 just, right? I mean, crazy.
But after H3, I don't have anything, right? I mean, towards the end, I was not, I mean, I missed this Knight D6.
Yes.
I mean, I assumed I'm getting somewhere, like mainly this A6, yeah?
Yeah. A6 here, yeah.
For White. But this, I didn't think it was anything. King E6.
Oh, you meant you were expecting him to play.
No, Knight E4, Rook B4, Knight D6.
Knight E4, Rook B4, Knight D6.
King C5, Knight B7. Oh, sorry, Knight E4, King B5. There is this A6 which.
Yes.
Which is basically a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, I missed this from afar.
And then this was going to be a perpetual check, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. A big day for you tomorrow, young man. I will just quickly show the pairings coming up for our championship round.
You and Fabi are sharing first. Fabi's playing Gukesh, and you're playing Levon with the black pieces. And the first place will be decided between these two boards, or possibly we'll see playoffs. Are you Looking forward to playoffs?
This year, playoffs has been good for me. We'll see. I mean, classical game is, there are two classical games, I mean, mine and Fabi, so
sure.
You never know what's going to happen.
Exactly. Prag, congratulations. Big game tomorrow. We wish you all the very best. Be sure to join us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the results thus far, and for what we thought was our championship games, the one between Prag and Wesley, and MVL and Fabi.
They've all ended in a draw.
Yeah. Our
We have
tournament
2
leaders keep
Yes, they
their
keep
position.
their lead and keep all the excitement till the last round, in the last round.
Yeah. Nodirbek and Alireza, Gukesh and Levon, Peter. Those are the 2 left.
Let's begin with this one. This is the game we perhaps spoke about the most in the round, the game between Gukesh and Levon. It's now very stable. This is move 40. They finally got to the time control, so they can take a breather and perhaps consider the options. But the options are not, very
high.
Well, wide, because if the king gets to b6, maybe it becomes exciting. But if you play king b4 here, I think black very confidently stops it on the c file. Alternatively, for black, there are just no targets to attack. The bishop on d4 covers the entire setup. Knowing this is Gukesh, he will continue looking for options. His tournament isn't really going very well. He would very much like to, get back to 50%. This is his final game with the white pieces. So, of course, he will continue. But I don't really see a plan. You can play bishop c5, but even if we completely ignore it, if we play something like bishop f1 and just keep shuffling on this diagonal, the engine does some kind of weird shuffling with the white bishop, but I still don't know what we're trying to land. Like we do this and I go back to f7. I don't think there is a plan. As far as I can tell, there's never any kind of pushes.
And why not? Let's push him. Push him, baby.
Let's shuffle for a bit. Okay, if I allow both g4 and f4,
for example,
the engine does start liking it. Let's continue shuffle. Let's see what it feels is the best setup.
h5.
I guess maybe bishop b3 actually becomes a bit annoying because the pawn on e6 becomes.
So somehow I don't want you to play h5, h6, h5.
h5 it goes rook b8 check. If king c3, the rook actually becomes active. Eventually, black will have some play of their own. And if you play bishop b6, maybe I play rook f8, wait for you to play bishop b3, put it back on c8. Even this, weirdly, and this is what I wanted to ask my screen.
Bishop to b3?
If I allow absolutely everything, is there a way to make progress? And I think the answer is probably no.
g5, I mean, we're
g5, we
passers.
take, we play bishop e2, h6, we put the king on f7.
I would be terrified.
Lost.
I mean, put it back on f5 and... How is anything ever going anywhere?
When you put on f5, I can go bishop b6, bishop c4, take the other pawn.
Like we can do this,
Bishop
or
b6.
Bishop b6, we play bishop d3.
Guess you're not going to move the bishop, right?
I'm wondering if even, like, something I wanted to ask my screen again. Let me just manipulate it somehow. Yeah, I think this is a draw, is the problem.
Down 2 pawns.
Down 2, but you're not going to be able to shift me from those squares. Like bishop b3,
d8, yeah, right.
Or bishop d8. Yeah,
doesn't matter.
We play this way, and in this position after king d6, important not to allow king e7. If you do this, you lose.
Because king f8.
Yeah, but I do have king f7. And this setup is very, very sturdy.
Wow.
And then just bishop b1, c2, d3, e4 forever. And this just shows just how much leeway there is, just how much we can actually allow without really putting our game in danger.
Okay, that takes care of that one. Wrap up the game between Nodirbek and Alireza for us.
A bit too early to wrap it up, but seems like what Nodirbek has done is very strong, because I thought, why are we allowing black to trade all of these pawns off? We left it maybe somewhere here. After d6, b3 was not played. Nodirbek just played bishop b6. Black played h6. He took and played king f3. And yes, the king side, much of the king side is disappearing. But his plan, I suppose, is just to wait for gf, and then we just, there's still enough targets on the queen side that we can eat, like Pac-Man, we just go over there and collect everything. And the rook is so much out of play that now, after king g7, Like you can go king e5, but interestingly, the engine suggests you can even just start offering this trade, allowing the rook to escape.
Really?
Because the pawns we got left, black will never be able to attack. One goes to b3 and is forever safe. The other one, if need be, goes to e4 and is forever safe. The king will be on e5. Black just has no way to stop white from going after from one to another and just collecting everything. Yeah. So feels like this is maybe even a comfortable conversion from here. Although these types of positions that you can always, allow some kind of an unfortunate piece trade and suddenly find yourself in a situation where black has decent drawing chances. But for now, I think Nodirbek has it under control.
Wow, that whole concept of knight c4 and bringing the king to e5 and just playing two minor pieces, bishop and knight versus the rook. That was the least probable way for that I wanted to try to win the position. But if that's winning, then the position is really good enough.
Yeah.
And for Nodirbek.
But I know what you mean. I want to win that rook on a5.
Right, so badly, right?
Yeah. Win is a win.
Boy, somehow this pairings for round 9, it's not number 1 versus number 2, but there's a lot of games that...
Yes, it's all about, well, first, we don't know who's going to win. There's going to be 2 players tied for the first, Fabi and Pragg, and possibly Levon and Wesley just half point behind them. So who knows? We might have more than 2 players tied for first after tomorrow.
Right. And if it ended now, these would be the 4 players making it to Brazil.
And it does look like these 4 players will be making it to Brazil after today's results. But Levon is still playing, and tomorrow Wesley has a chance. If he wins and if Pragg loses, maybe they'll swap places. So everything will be decided tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right. And with a little pause in the action, we're probably going to take a pause as well.
I agree with you because they just got extra 30 minutes. They'll be thinking for a while. Okay. Let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between 2 world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8. Let's take a look at results so far. Three games already ended. They were all drawn, but very important games. Prague and Wesley was crucial for the GCT standings. MVL and Fabi also crucial for Sinquefield Cup standings, and Jan-Krzysztof ended in a draw.
And for Sam Sevian, our wild card, very, very impressive, undefeated, unblemished, 8 draws for him, and he probably left a little equity. I can't help but believe that the remaining games of Gukesh and Levon, I want to think that Gukesh has something, but you keep showing how Levon can draw this. Peter.
I think I'm very impacted by just how calm and serene the engine is about all of this. And Levon, in the current position, as you can see, h6 is hanging, and he is ignoring this fact, playing rook d8. If white takes on h6, we have rook d5, and we actually start some active counterplay. We would very much like to take the pawn on a5 off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we even start thinking of playing for a win.
Right.
And if bishop d2 here, we have, well, among other things, the bishop just somewhere along this diagonal, and you will have to give up on a5 anyway, or e5. So rook d8, you can continue repeating. For white, it's just very difficult. The line we were showing, and we were discussing this on break, something along these lines is very attractive. But in order for us to get this diagram, I basically passed for 5 moves straight, allowing white to get h5, g4, g5, f4, all of these moves. And Levon obviously is not in any way obliged to do that. Feels like pretty much always there's, and this idea of rook d8, rook d5 is maybe particularly important because in order to deny the d5 square for the rook, you have to plant your bishop on f3 maybe, and then it's in the way of all of your ambitious plans of making advances on the king's side. Feels very level. I understand we would very much like for this to be an exciting, sharp endgame, but it seems like Levon is not really in any trouble whatsoever.
All right, and in the other remaining game?
In the other game, somebody is definitely in trouble. This is the current position, and yeah, knight takes d6. Very concrete play by Nodirbek. You normally do not want to, make 2 islands into one, but now after knight a3, specifically after knight a3, I think you want to continue locking out the rook for as long as possible.
If rook a4?
Rook a4, we go knight c4 and we start collecting. And once again, the b pawn will also survive. If you play rook b4 here, king e4, king d5, king takes d6. Yeah, we just go after it with the king. It's completely lost. After knight a3, the engine prefers king g7. But apart from the fact that we can go knight c4 and maybe takes d6, you can also play slower. The engine likes playing bishop b3, king f6, let's say king e4, king e7. And then it gets the king over to c3 and then finds a way to improve. I guess the way to improve would be we can play bishop c2 here, for instance, and already ask which of your 2 pawns, g6 or d6, are you prepared to give up straight away. This should not be holdable.
Right. A question, instead of black king going to e7, could he try to trade the g pawn for f to have less pieces left on the board?
Yes, but then the usual problem happens, and I'm actually kind of trying to win the rook there, so you probably need to throw this one away. But then the remaining 2, you will never be able to attack the remaining 2, and it sounds very simplistic, but the way to assess these types of positions very often is just to count the pieces. It doesn't matter what they're called. I have 3, you have 2, and 3 just overpower 2 quite comfortably in most of these cases.
Yeah, and especially with the pawns being fast.
If we had weaknesses, then maybe, but none of those will ever be attacked in any way that I can't speak.
So you're basically suggesting we're destined for a single victory today.
Does seem very likely.
Right. And
Do you think, Yasser, we have a chance of seeing knight and bishop against king this time? Alireza being on the other side of it?
Playing all the way to the finish? No. No.
Probably not, no.
But for those of you who are joining us late, the game between Gukesh and Levon took an amazing twisted turn. At a certain moment, I thought Gukesh came out of the opening with a huge advantage. He had what appeared almost a dream position of a Catalan with a great bishop on g2 supporting a pass pawn on c6. And we were all but what do you call it, saying our prayers for Levon. But he came back with a pawn sacrifice and made great
every
counterplay.
time we thought it was going to be over for black, somehow it wasn't that bad.
Exactly, and that whole variation with rook g4 and, you know, out of the blue, this counterplay just came, and Levon, it really Houdini-like escape, I think, for...
And I'm sure at the board right now, Gukesh is disappointed, thinking probably that he had a completely winning position, like +3 or something.
Exactly.
While in reality, it was never that big of an advantage.
Which again was shocking, because again, you know, this pawn on c6 made such a visual impression that I was really surprised when the engine said Levon. And in
like
that position where
1.5
we're a whole bishop up too, and then the pawn on b3 suddenly is worth a bishop. Like, how does that work? Bishop h5 check on the board. Time trouble is not a factor for the players because they've made the control.
Yeah, just about 3 moves ago, so I don't think we're going to see another time trouble. More likely we'll see a 3-move repetition here sometime soon. But given that it's Gukesh, he'll probably try to push pawns, try to create a passer, and just test Levon until the very end.
Exactly. The last move, bishop, again, for those joining us late, the desirable bishop takes h6, as Peter has been showing us. Rook d5 allows the rook to finally stretch its legs, so to speak. So that was why Gukesh has played bishop check. I'm assuming after bishop g6, I will probably play back.
And bishop d3. I was wondering if this actually is a way to perhaps find a logical-ish repetition.
Bishop back and forth.
And if Gukesh doesn't want to draw, he will go to f3 then.
Exactly. Yeah. And then we'll just kind of finally take a timeout to defend the pawn on g7. The real problem, I mean, if we could magically transfer our king to the b6 square, yes, then we're pressing. The problem is that the problem has been for us to pass the c file.
Yes.
Rook c8, and we're threatening maybe rook c4 check. So
Still
that is
like visually 2 bishops and the extra
You'd
pawns looks
think.
like it should be winning.
right. You think that you have some ways of pressing it.
Yeah, I don't know about winning, but it should at least be better.
Yeah, like
Right.
When in fact pretty much any decision
like
is
triple
zeros
zeros.
on a screen. Yeah.
Bishop g6 played.
Right.
If bishop e2 now, we might see repetition quickly, but like we said, bishop f3 is also available for Gukesh to keep the game going.
Yeah, keep it alive. Bishop f3, rook d6.
I don't think I'm afraid to allow the check. I'll just go up b4.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
And
he's gone
done it.
bishop f3.
As you've been saying, Peter, this generation of players, they're not interested in no draws. They want to play bishop f3 and play it to the end.
You know, earlier today I was kind of very surprised when Nodirbek didn't repeat.
Right, just because he's been having a bad tournament. But guess what?
He's proving us wrong.
It's paid off for him today. It has been a very awkward, bad event for him.
Yeah, but you have to credit Alireza with an assist, honestly.
For sure.
It sounds a bit mean, but Alireza played a major part in
playing hard for the win at every moment. Yeah. And the current position, well, the problem is there's really no stopping White from improving.
It's actually interesting. So Alireza's blunder was 97, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Nodirbek's blunder was 97. He exactly lost with that move.
Nice spot, yeah. That's exactly right.
You're a writer for the Twilight Zone. And for Alireza Firouzja, my pick in the tournament, by the way, our defending champion. What a frustrating event he's had. His line score has been a real roller coaster ride there. He started, his results were good. His positions were bad. He definitely scored.
He was in trouble in round 1.
Yeah, he definitely
Even in round 2.
Yeah, 1.5 out of the first 2 games was amazing. But that loss in round 3 against Fabi when he was playing for first.
But then he had some advantages that he didn't manage to convert. One of them was against Gukesh.
Right. And then all the way to round 7 where he lost with Prague. A game, again, where he was the one forcing the action, and he basically forced Prague to play a great game to win.
Yes, it's definitely a surprising result for Alireza. And so he's played here before twice, the Sinquefield Cup, and he won both times.
Yes. Yeah.
It's kind of strange when you can't do better than you've already done.
Well, he's made 3 appearances in the Grand Chess Tour, and he's been the Grand Chess Tour champion twice.
Yeah. This is the 3rd time, right?
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, he's been very, very successful on his previous St. Louis.
Especially
turns.
in St. Louis,
Yeah,
right?
especially. Yeah, and this is his name carved.
Twice in the trophy, in 2022 and 2024. So you can see in 2021, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, then Alireza, 23 is Fabiano, 24 Firouzja. Who's it going to be in 2025?
It must be a new trophy. Where's the 2013 Magnus Carlsen in 2014?
Yeah, it's a new trophy in 2021.
Right, because of the
There's probably no space left on the old one.
Yeah, and
you get
he actually had a
walk
rough
back to
tournament in 23. He did have one experience of not doing particularly well in St. Louis. In 2020, in 23 he came here and he finished actually -2 with no wins.
So then this is his 4th time.
Yeah, it's fourth. Yeah, he won
He
won 2, and he had one rough go at it. Yeah.
And here we go, Nodirbek. Alireza is looking away from the board like, I don't want to see you playing King to E4. I know what you've got.
Why did the Valborg drop after King E4?
Did it?
Was it? No, after Rook B5, maybe Black's not.
Yeah, Rook B5, B3, Rook A5 is a big improvement because the Rook gets to A2. Let's show this.
Okay, so
you play Rook B5, and this is why you wanted to deny this square.
Knight
first.
A3 was the starting move.
And then back to A5, I think, is what is missable. The point being that if you play King D5 here, Rook A2 followed by Rook D2 check, or even Rook E2 taking the pawn. Your knight
should be on C4.
Your knight on C2 is kind of poor. Yeah.
Right.
So wait, Firouzja can save this right now.
Judging by this evaluation, this is probably a draw now.
Wow.
This is a very, very big swing.
Okay, hold on. Knight E1. Right?
Yeah, Knight E1, Bishop C2, Bishop C4 or Knight E1 are best choices. But the difference is we probably get rid of the A pawn. We play A5, A4 incredibly quickly. Let's say you play Bishop C4 now, I play A5. You still, you can play King D5, but you get this position. And you're kind of running out of pawns, right? You might still be winning, but it's very touch and go. Now I have G5. If you don't play F5, it's just an immediate draw because you will have only one left. And we have established, if you remember, there was this endgame that ended up with Firouzja giving mate, where we realized that with the king in front of a sole pawn, Black Rook and King saves the game between against King, Knight, Bishop, and a single pawn. So F5 might still be winning move by move, but also, how comfortable are you entering all of this with a passer on G3? I don't know. I think this is a draw now, frankly. Nodirbek is just not having a good event.
Oh my goodness.
If he fails to win this one, he will really be kicking himself, I think.
So the problem is, from this position, you put your knight Your knight's the problem. Your knight really belongs on a better square. It doesn't matter. D5, E4, C4.
C4 in particular.
So you kind of you start with the move knight A3 to kind of freeze this rook, improve the knight, putting it on C4, putting the king on E4, and away you go. He started the wrong way, king E4, and now rook B5, give me the pawn, B3, and then suddenly the rook goes back.
I think this is what he missed.
Now, do it again, move by move, Peter.
Rook A2?
Rook A2, knight D3, or any move. Just
A5, I think?
A5 and bishop D7. I'm going to try and make it
I think maybe
awkward.
C4, BC, A4. I don't know, and I don't actually want to ask the board. I want to try and think for myself for a second. But once this passer appears on the board, it normally costs white a piece, or maybe every single pawn you have.
King D5, yeah, rook D2.
Yeah. Outside passers are incredibly annoying.
For the minor pieces.
For the minor pieces, yeah. Like it's a bit of a nightmare.
Wow.
Yeah, this is definitely great counterplay for black.
Wow. And that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, you had to include that knight A3 move.
Wow.
But it's so easy to miss making a move and then going right back. We don't think that way.
Exactly. We've just, we've come from there, if you will. So if we go knight F3, A5, what I was trying to set up, Nasi, was a situation where, you know, I have my cake and I eat it too, right?
But here I have rook A3.
Not to mention,
rook A3, bishop A4, then C4, then I might start playing for a win.
Exactly. I've got to come back
you
to
come
D2.
back and then I repeat, yeah.
Yeah, but this is what you've just stated. Oof. This isn't the way I'm supposed to win this game. Ay, 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 ay. Ooh, what a miss.
Yeah.
And will Alireza, I mean...
It's possible we won't get any decisive games today.
It's remarkable because, you know, if I'm in Alireza's shoes, I've just kind of been going through the motions. I know I'm at a funeral, my own. I'm losing. And nobody's tapped me on the shoulder yet and said, alert, 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 Yasser, you might be able to save the game right here, right now. But there's nothing else for him to do. So that's the good news, is that the rook is trapped.
Rook A4 check. The idea is if you go forward, king D5.
Okay, I'll fall for it.
I go rook A2. I think I'm losing the B2 pawn.
Because you've tricked me. You've made me walk in front of my bishop. But if I go
you will go back, right, to D3.
But then there was a moment ago where you were trying to convince me to play G5,
right? Yeah, rook B5 is stronger, but even rook A4 check, this is just such a strange decision because the fact that the rook has freedom to roam, you know, this is also, this should never be allowed.
No,
maybe you still have winning chances, but this should never be allowed.
Agreed.
This is why knight A3 was just so much stronger. And if you go king G3, yes, absolutely, I will play G5. And because of the rook still being locked out, I don't know if this is a draw. It might not be a draw because we still have the same plans here with the rook completely locked out. But this is also a bit of an improvement because in previous cases we had the similar position but with the king like on G5 for black. Now it's already towards the squares where it wants to be, like around C7, I guess, is the optimal square for this king. And plus 1.5 here is kind of inconclusive. If you want to read the tea leaves, so to speak, and you try to decipher 1.5 in an endgame like this, suspect it's maybe closer to a draw, because I think even this screen, which gains depth much slower than whatever our viewers are using, if there was an immediate way to make such progress that we're starting to win pawns, it probably would have climbed already.
Right.
And it's very solidly stuck at 1.5. Now, king e4, yeah, I don't know. It's after honestly exploiting the gifts that Alireza showered him with today very, very nicely up until then. Yeah, this is a very kind of a relaxed move in the game where you really only needed to make maybe one final precise choice, and you were home and dry.
Thank you, Peter. And we've been informed that in case Alireza does lose and VL is home and dry, he's done. He's booked his passage to Brazil as a playoff contender. But
probably even with a draw, because Alireza has to win this and the next game to have a chance for the fourth place.
Don't confuse me. I like rook b5. I really like forcing or provoking the move b3 so that I can then go right back to rook a5 so that I can activate my rook.
Just have to spot rook b5 or rook a5 back.
Yeah, I think rook a5 back is what you miss. Rook b5, of course, is one of the, I don't know, first 3 moves that occur to you. But then putting it back on the horrible square you were trying to escape for like 15 moves, that might be a bit of a sticking point.
Psychological block.
And that is definitely what Nodirbek has missed, but will Alireza find it? He's down to 10 minutes after getting extra 30 minutes 4 moves ago.
I'm gonna flash back to Gukesh and Levon.
He made some moves, but the position hasn't changed much. Just shuffled. Gukesh decided to move the king over to the king side. That actually makes sense. You don't need the king on the queen side.
Well, we did if we were going to go king b6.
That wasn't happening. So
that was not happening.
But now the rook is freer to roam. It's not like it has many targets, but the fact that it's active, I think, is quite useful for black.
But I think what Gukesh is hoping is that he'll somehow be able to play f4, king e3, nurse his pawns forward, rook to e4.
Levon is provoking f4, and then I guess he will put the bishop on b5 so that it's not in the way and cannot be attacked by the king, and will start, I don't know, giving checks is maybe a strong statement. But actually, what my screen is indicating here is that we actually now have a very clear-cut plan of how we're making a draw.
Okay,
we are trading this rook for this bishop, and then attacking the pawn on h5.
Easy. That's easy.
Yeah. So whenever this opportunity presents itself, as long as we can attack the pawn on h5 at the end of that line, it's just an immediate draw.
Wow.
Which gives us so much leeway, obviously. We can start chasing, actually. Levon, I think, will have this figured out.
And was coaxing the move f2, f4 part and parcel of that whole?
Not the only way, but definitely not bad for black in any way, shape, or form.
Great.
Bishop b3, we go, let's say, rook b4, and we start, giving checks. Or, for instance, if you do this, it instantly snaps on c2 and goes bishop b2 and offers a draw. Bishop g2 would have been illegal, but bishop e2 is allowed.
And offers a draw.
And just offers a draw. Yeah, well, takes h5, put the king on g6, play h6, h5. The bishop returns to f1, protects h6. Yeah, we shake hands somewhere around here.
GG.
Yep.
How did Levon get into this situation? Because he too has had quite an adventure ride in this year's Sinquefield Cup.
Right. He started by winning Rapid and Blitz, and then he won the first round in this tournament. Who was it against? Nodirbek. And then all 6 draws. A lot of them were quite quick draws because his prep was just much better than his opponents.
Yeah, but you got to say he was on the back foot against MVL, and that game he swindled that rook and bishop versus rook.
That was a miracle, yes.
That was the summer of Levon continues there.
And there was also, I think, one more game where he was maybe in some slight trouble. I'm struggling to remember exactly which one, but there was definitely one more.
But an undefeated result so far, and if he maintains that, it's not inconceivable. I mean, round 9 coming up tomorrow, the championship round, there might be a 3-way playoff. We've been thinking about a 2-way playoff.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me. Then it can't be a 3-way playoff.
Unless Wesley wins, then they can be Wesley, Levon, and Fabi playoff.
Or Wesley, Levon, and Pragg.
Levon and Pragg cannot be.
Wesley, Pragg, and Fabi.
Yes.
Yeah, we could actually get to a 3-way tie in some circumstances. Yeah, and
these are the
every day
pairings tomorrow.
Every day you feel for Nodirbek so much because he is such a strong player. You can see glimpses of it almost every day, actually.
Right.
He finds very interesting ideas. He fights extremely hard, but just not clicking.
Yeah.
Day after day, it refuses to click for him.
Am I seeing a rook on b5?
Rooks on b5, pawns on b3. The critical moment. Will Alireza go back to a5? If he goes rook a5, we think.
You think
It's
the
a draw.
game?
He's done it. He found it.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's really, really, really hard because the rook has been kind of high and dry, stuck on A5. So you almost have an aversion of a psychological aversion to going back.
But now his plan is very straightforward. You go rook A2,
Yep.
A5, A4, trade the pawn.
Oh, yes. I mean, that A pawn versus the pawn on B2, to trade that A6 pawn off for the pawn on B2, that's an enormous win for Alireza.
Wow.
So hard to win a game. I mean, we've been thinking for quite some time that Nodirbek was just going to kind of...
The technical conversion.
Right, but not a difficult one. It just felt like what Peter was showing us was kind of a bully-like way of winning the game.
But you know, that's chess. There's always some tricks available. Gotta be very careful until the very end. So king e4 looked like a great move. You're headed towards d5. You're about to win the pawn on d6.
Right.
But no, you had to be a little bit more prophylactic. Play knight a3 first. Then it's much easier to win.
Kind of keeping that rook ensnared. And there was this really kind of a funny line too, was this idea that after the king was to come back into play, that you kind of keep the bishop,
keep the rook
still stuck on this crazy square, and then we were looking at c4, etc. What a chance that was missed, and now Alireza saving his position.
It's such a strange game because for most of it, you felt like Alireza was, trying to disbalance the game to the fullest extent he could find. And because the position was kind of unattractive and passive to begin with, it felt like he was playing for a loss, frankly.
Right.
And now that he's in a desperate position, he is scraping so hard not to lose.
Right.
And those two things are somewhat incongruous, I think, but that's how life is. Life doesn't always follow.
Okay, help me out here,
rules.
Peter. I go king to d3. I'm assuming rook a2.
Yes. No, actually, no. G5 by far the strongest move here. I wonder why. Why not rook a2? I guess maybe it gets caught there, right?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to do.
Yeah, it doesn't really escape, and also e4, e5 immediately is very strong. So it's important to break those open as fast as possible.
Okay.
If you play a5, actually after g4, we're not even better anymore. It's just a very strong passer. So you have to allow either g takes f4 or take on g5 yourself, and then you really don't have material anymore.
Enough material.
Yeah.
It makes sense once you play king d3 and knight on c2 is not hanging. You're not playing rook a2.
Yeah, rook
with a
a2
tempo.
doesn't make as much sense as improving your king, getting more pawns off the board. Those are all very good things.
Wow.
It's so strange because after king d3, your rook is still stuck on a5, and you're not moving it. You don't want to go to b5. But it's saving the game from there.
Yeah, but we're depriving. The big difference is the king is no longer landing on d5, and also this knight has no easy way to get back to the ideal square on c4, where it really should have been 2 moves ago already.
Right.
Very strange endgame.
G5. G5, F5, G4.
We actually have 2 games left on both sides. Visually, white should be winning in both, but it's like a draw in both.
Wow.
Whoa, okay. I found a way to be worse for Levon.
Okay, well done.
In the current position, I noticed my screen was saying rook b2, or perhaps rook b5, but it wasn't saying rook b1. And if you do play rook b1, after bishop c2, the evaluation reaches the heights unheard of in recent times. Probably still a draw, but it doesn't like it anymore. If you play rook b2 here, it really does start thinking maybe you are putting yourself in serious danger. Let's say king g8, it goes g3, g4, and starts pushing. But if you start with rook b2 and white plays g4, it just goes bishop h3 and then legitimately starts chasing after the bishop. g5, king g7, and starts trying to give up the rook for the bishop and play bishop g4 and says, yeah, this we're saving very comfortably. But yeah, you can still kind of tune out, fall asleep at the board a little bit, make some completely autopilot-y moves, which, like if you feel there's no danger at all left, and you just press the clock for a bit, White will start making progress on the king side. But I don't think Levon is likely to completely tune out.
Levon was just sitting like this, so I don't think he's falling asleep
He's as
at the board.
focused as you can get. Nodirbek has tried knight e1. And this is where we're supposed to play rook a1 and play a5, a4 as quickly as we possibly can.
Rook a2 or rook a1, yeah. g6, g5 no longer clean, because then White goes king d5, or takes, king d5, and the engine stops liking it. But any rook move which stops king d5, rook a2 very much included in that list, because we don't want to be allowed rook e2. And then we want to play a5, a4 as fast as possible.
Right.
Let's say knight f3, a5. If you play king g5 here, once again, I have rook e2, and if you play e4, I have rook e3. Like, genuinely, somehow we're finding serious counterplay. b3 is about to fall. And then we do have an outside passer, which is something we're dreaming about as Black in positions like this.
Yeah.
No, this is just tricky for White now. I have a feeling it's just holdable.
Now it's getting tricky. For those of you who are joining us late, Alireza really, really needing back-to-back victories to have any chances whatsoever. Really, he threw everything. He tried everything and was completely lost. But Nodirbek, in a tricky ending, has allowed Alireza out, but a draw will eliminate Alireza from contention. And Alireza is probably thinking, how can I win from a worse position? Because that's what he's been doing the entire tournament, as has Nodirbek. Wouldn't it be ironic if this game ends in a draw when they could have made a repetition right out of the opening?
Like 40 moves ago?
40 moves ago.
Yeah.
The irony would be too great. And we were watching the end of Firouzja's Grand Chess Tour 2025 experience, as he will not be making it to Brazil in case of a draw.
Alireza chose rook a1 over rook a2, which is, in terms of making the fastest draw possible, probably slightly less clean, because if you play a6, a5 now...
Which I want to do, of course.
Yeah, White has knight b2.
I see.
Which you probably did not want to allow, leaving the b3 pawn alive for the time being. King g7, king f6, king e7, Black still is in a much, much improved situation compared to some time ago. King d5, I think...
I have rook b1.
Yeah, there's rook b1 takes b3. You don't want to be allowing that.
So it's like knight a4.
Knight a4, king f6, bishop c4, king e7. Yes, immediate counterplay has been stopped, but Black also improved massively. Now rook d1 check, rook e1. You have knight c3 in the end there, yeah? I thought I was giving this check and winning your e3 pawn, but you have knight c3 in the end. Or here, yeah. No, this is, as mentioned, this is slightly less clean because we wanted the A and B pawns off the board.
Right. I do apologize. Let me just correct myself. Firouzja will have to lose the game to be completely mathematically eliminated from Brazil. I don't know what would have to happen in round 9 for him to even have whatever chances, but apparently there is a scenario where something...
Everyone has to lose, right?
Everybody has to lose. And the arbiter will have to take 2 points off the board as well. Peter, over to you.
Yeah, we are seeing something along the lines of what I was describing, actually. Rook b2 was pretty good. Rook b5 was pretty good. I don't know why rook b5 is stronger than bishop b5. But Levon did allow this idea of bishop c2 followed by g4 f5. And now the evaluation is back to being okay, but for a second there I was panicking because the screen was giving White a big advantage. But we can play something like rook b2, bishop g6 check.
Okay.
I think it's important to go to g8 here. Actually, might be the only move. This is a bit of a shocker. According to my screen, so king g8 is the only move that makes a draw.
King g7 is losing?
King g7, g4 seems like you lost, because I think you want to play rook g2, but now you're losing to f5 because this queen's with tempi.
f6 check.
Oh. Yeah, and in comparison, if you do the same here, f5, rook g4, f6, Black is just in time to deny you the c5 square for the bishop. You play f7, but you no longer have the support of bishop c5. And this is completely fine because bishop d8 is way too slow.
This is very dangerous then.
Yeah, but this is
Still
now,
feels like...
I think you probably choose g8, but you know, it's possible to kind of no longer feel that you're in much of danger, but you absolutely are here. Everything else appears to just be losing. King f8, g4, rook g2 will lose to f5 as we've established. Machine goes check, check.
Yeah, checks from the side.
Yeah, drives the king to c3, goes rook g2, f5, rook g4, f6. Rook c4, check, king b3. Oops, not rook d4. Rook c4, check, king b3. But now we are threatening bishop b3 takes h6. And there's no comfortable way of stopping it. Black plays like this and stops the immediate disaster, but you are running very, very significant risks now. Because you will have to park this bishop on f7 and play like this. Nothing can be moved for the time being on the king side. Maybe you actually don't win even this, because like how are we getting the king over to b6? The same problem that we had earlier is still very present.
So it's like a fortress?
Yeah, it looks like some kind of a really weird fortress.
How's that possible?
Bishop b6, rook c1, king b4. What? Yeah, I mean...
Why didn't we start with king b4?
I mean, sure. King b4, rook d8 is actually very strong for some reason. What happens if I pass for a move? Maybe, once again, trying to understand what my screen is telling me. Strongest move is bishop d3. Actually, we cannot make any progress on this side, but we can trade h5 for a6. Okay. And then maybe black holds, maybe black doesn't. It's very difficult to establish.
Here, Levon has played king g8 immediately, which is, I think, is a good move.
Yeah, in preparation for what's about to come, yeah.
It's a very strong move.
Yeah, and now after g4, you have to go for, like, if you want to stop all of this altogether, maybe you have bishop e8.
We do have g4 on the board, by the way.
Very understandable. Yeah, Gukesh doesn't want to spend any time debating. This is his one plan, and he is trying to execute it. Bishop a4 might be okay. Rook b2 we know is okay. Bishop e8 is not a move you would like to make, but also appears to be fine, kind of stopping physically the white
You're allowing
advance.
bishop d3.
Right.
Yeah, and then we go back to b5.
Oh.
And then we go to g6.
Like rook b3, king g2, and we go back to b5. And if you go to g6, as established, we can play rook g3, because in the end there, this is not a check. And we have our strictly only move rook c4, which does hold. Yeah. Complicated.
Indeed. Chess is hard. G4 on the board. And time, a factor?
Actually, Levon is down to 7 minutes.
7 minutes for Levon.
Gukesh has 11.
Okay.
In the other game, it's 9 minutes against 4. So yeah, they are on both boards. They can reach time trouble.
I think somehow, I mean, okay, we're comfy here in our studio with AC and everything, but if I'm in Levon's shoes and I'm having to find a whole sequence of only moves, including that rook c4, and I'm down on time, I'm feeling like I'm the one under
I mean, I'm sure
pressure.
He's been feeling that this whole endgame, but he's defending extremely well.
Yeah, now I think you play bishop g6 at tempo.
Yeah.
Because you do want to put as much pressure on the clock as well as on the board, and you look at your opponent menacingly and pretend you're winning.
Yes.
This is the way.
Very importantly.
This is the way.
Bishop g6.
We're gonna see. Do you start with rook b3 and then you go rook g3, right? Yeah. After king d4, king d2.
If I try to hide my king on h4,
maybe bishop f1 and I'll checkmate you.
Well, I was going to play g5, sidestepping your diabolical plan.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want this, or maybe you do. Rook b4. Maybe you could have played just here, rook b4.
Yeah. Rook b4, bishop b3, but then no real threat, so maybe we can go after the a5 pawn even. Rook a4.
Okay, is there anything menacing here?
5 bishop e2. Oh no, but I don't know. Maybe not.
I mean, it again. I mean, with tick 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 ticking clock. This
worrisome. Maybe this I just lost because apart from bishop c5, I have now allowed bishop takes h6.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's just gone.
Like I said, very very easy game to get.
Yeah, easy to mess up.
Totally.
With black, and suddenly there is queen on f8.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I think Levon shouldn't go down too much on the clock because that's when you can easily miss something.
Indeed. Well, he has actually played rook b3 check quite quickly, and Gukesh is the one who's he had 10 minutes.
Yeah, your plan represents the best hope. Seemingly, you have to get it all the way to h4.
Okay.
This is what the engine does as well. Once we get there, the engine does play rook b4 for choice, although bishop f1 also holds. Bishop f1, and after g5, he just goes h takes g5 and says, I'm not a believer in any of this. Because we have bishop d3. If you take with the pawn, we have bishop d3.
Okay, king takes g5 kind of feels like
so king takes g5, and it... Oh, yeah, this is...
How is this not lost?
Because... No, it's not lost for the same reason again.
Really?
Wow. Okay, I wouldn't have been able to guess that.
Yeah.
But then again, everything else would probably
it's a recurring theme, and I think in particular if you get there somehow, if you get teleported towards this position and you start thinking about it, you will land on it because everything else looks horribly dangerous.
Agreed.
Like allowing king of 6 h6 is probably going to cost you the games.
Right. Rook takes g6.
That always saves black at the right moment. You just sack your rook.
Don't you always love that at the end of the game? Your opponent says to you, "I'm sorry." That I'm sure you were. When you play rook takes g6, you're thinking, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Fantastic line I want to show in the other game for a second. Let's bring that up because whoa, what? Did that just what?
Alireza just.
Alireza, I think, is losing.
He's done something very strange.
So first of all, when we left,
but it doesn't work.
When we left the game, Alireza has rushed his a pawn up the board. He's managed to trade off his a pawn.
And look here, Yasser, he took on c4, thinking this is a draw, but I see by the Valbar it's not. White is apparently winning.
And
he played rook takes c4, sacrificing the exchange for what he thought was a dead draw, but maybe it's not a dead draw.
No, it's not. And the biggest problem for him, I think, is that king d5, king f6, king takes d6 wins. The issue being that after c4, you have seemingly two well-progressed passers, but after knight f4, they don't run fast enough. Let's say c3, knight d5, knight takes c3, and it will come back to e2 just in time, and you cannot get to this point in time.
Dear.
Yeah, and also I wanted to show a really beautiful line, because I thought this is what he may have missed, but he wasn't ever intending to play king g6. And here the problem is king c6, blundering a bishop, question mark? No.
Knight d5 check.
Knight e5 and f7, and this is a full queen. Regrettably, knight f4 check apparently also works, which I didn't like to see because I really wanted my knight e5 to be the only solution, but this also wins. But knight e5 is very beautiful. But all of this is completely unnecessary. g3, knight f4, king h7, I'm pretty sure is a draw. He didn't need to do any of it.
Oh dear.
f7, king g7, knight h5 appears to be the strongest, but the engine suggests this is just holdable because we do have enough counterplay against the e5.
So in the current position, is there only one way for Nodirbek to win, or is everything winning? Like knight f4 winning, king d5 winning?
They're all the same position. Knight f4 and king d5, I think, are just the same position. Both of them winning, and he's played king d5, and there was even a bit of a clock bang there. I think he's calculated it all out. Yeah, this is going to be heartbreaking after all of this defending that got him to basically a draw.
Nodirbek looks very confident now, he sees that he's winning this. I mean, you gotta take f6, otherwise white king goes to e6, right?
King e6, f7 is a winning threat. So we take the pawn, we take the pawn.
Even this is winning, but maybe even simpler is to play knight f4, knight e2.
Even simpler is...
Here, king takes f6, I can play...
Oh, sorry.
King takes f6, I can play knight f4. g5, knight h5 check, importantly. And against any other move, c4, king f5, I don't care.
If I go king e7 back?
But I think there will be zugzwangs, no?
I would take that pawn on d6. I want to have a passive.
We do have king takes f6 on our live board.
Knight f2 is immediately winning.
Oh, yes, g3, knight e4, that's it.
Yeah, knight f2, and
He's
if you play
played
king
it.
f5, knight e4, or knight
played-
h1, or anything.
He has played knight f2. It's on the board, Peter.
Yeah.
So after king e5, pardon me, king f5, I like this knight e4.
Knight
move,
e4.
right?
And
It's kind of a
everything
zugzwang.
falls, yeah.
Yeah, and we're in full control. We can have knight g3 check, and then the king takes e6 on tap.
Oh my goodness.
Definitely a lucky break for Nodirbek.
Yeah.
Wow.
One move away from being pretty much completely safe.
Wow.
That was really quite the shock for us because we thought that when Alireza played his move rook a5, that he was much closer to a draw. And then one move away from a draw, he played rook takes c4, and that completely ruins his chances now. A loss, and that's it. He does not, he's no longer
I don't
in
think there's any
contention.
way out of here. I mean, no way to even ask a pertinent question as far as I can tell.
Yeah, you're out of moves. You gotta go king f5, knight e4, maybe king g6, but you just start picking up all the pawns.
Yeah, exactly. King f5, knight e4, c4, just simple.
c4, knight g3 check.
Knight g3 check.
And then we can take on c4, and that's very easily winning.
Yeah.
King h4, knight f5 check.
King h4, knight...
Knight f5
I mean,
check.
knight f1 might be winning.
Yeah, probably.
Well, no, g3. I made the worst move. Knight f1.
Yeah, now king d5. Hang on, no, this is a draw.
This
though.
is a draw.
This is a draw.
We sacrificed a bit too early.
What did I do wrong?
Maybe e4 here?
4.
g3, knight e3.
That's also a draw. How are we not winning it?
What?
I'm
Yasser,
swindling
did you steal a
you.
move from us?
I'm very good at stealing moves, truly.
10 seconds for Alireza down
What?
to 7, 6, 5.
He's got to play king f5. There's
Only
no
move.
other...
Oh, he played g3.
No.
Just take that pawn.
But that is just completely lost.
That's very...
No, he wants king f5, king g4. And maybe the only thing that wins in that position is knight f1. It's possible.
Well,
no.
But knight
for
f1
Nodirbek,
is easy to play.
He's
So it's
grabbing
king
that...
d6, right?
King d6 is also winning, yeah.
He's grabbing that pawn as fast as he possibly can.
So king d6 is winning, knight f1 is winning. Everything else is a draw, though. King d6, c4, and now the only thing... No, this is just heartbreaking. Because in this position, the way you win, and the only way you win, is you actually force the pawn to get to c2. You play king d5, c4, king d4. And now after c2, knight e2, e3 is no longer hanging, so we can safely play knight c1.
And knight a2.
It's not difficult, but very beautiful.
Right. Oh.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can play knight f1, and after king f3, you play king takes d6, c4, king c5, c3, king d4, and then you get over
similar.
to d3. Yeah,
Yes,
very similar. Yeah.
Something similar.
So actually, it's not such a bad try, g3. It loses to only those things, but it does lose to those things.
Right. And we do have this on the board, I believe.
No, Nodirbek. Oh, yeah, he's played it now. I'm not getting updates, but
Knight to...
you don't have updates either, right?
Well, it's
He has
G3,
10 minutes. He has 10
e4
minutes to
check.
solve this study, and I think...
Knight takes, g3,
He's played knight f1.
king to g4, knight
I don't
to
think
f1.
he's using his time. He's so excited to win his
Game.
first game.
Exactly. So king f3, and this is it.
Yeah. e4 is a draw. I think.
E4 is the one thing you don't want to do. You want to just take that pawn. He's done it. Now, because, yes, you can win the knight. You can go king f2, king takes c5, but king takes f1. But now the pawn just goes ahead,
So you have to move the pawn. King, similar story. You have to move the pawn.
It's all forcing, so it kind of...
Similar story. And you're one move away from a queen.
Works out perfectly. Knight
This is
d2
just...
check, then knight b3.
And now we're ready to play e3, e4, and that's the handshake. Wow.
What an
Tragedy
ending to
for
this game.
Alireza.
Yeah.
And for Nodirbek, oh my gosh. I mean, there we have
Resigns.
it, a handshake. Wow.
Big win for Nodirbek. And this eliminates Alireza from
Contention for the playoffs.
Final Four.
Yeah.
And MVL has officially qualified for the Final Four.
Well done.
Let's
I feel
switch
more
to the
sadness than I do elation. Sadness. Wow, I'm very happy that Nodirbek managed a victory in an otherwise forgettable tournament. Sorry.
You know, things are also happening in the other game. I see a question mark on Levon's move. It might not be lost, but
Something is
Gukesh
happening.
getting some chances, maybe.
Well, I mean, much to his credit, Gukesh is ready to play f4, f5, and rush the f-pawn to glory. Why
Bishop
can't he do
d6
that?
specifically.
Bishop d8, you mean?
So bishop d8 specifically, yeah, with the intention, I'm guessing, to maybe parking it on f6 and then playing f5. And
Makes
also,
sense.
I think maybe we want to start climbing with king b4, king c5, king d6 even, because for
We
black...
do have bishop d8 on the board, as you
Waiting.
suggested,
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah, and also after rook g2, what bishop d8 does is f5 remains a draw, but it gives us an additional
Yeah, that's what I
opportunity of
wanted to
playing
ask you
g5.
about. Yes, g5.
Yeah, and if this happens, looks like maybe rook g3 check and rook f3 is still a draw, because maybe white has no way forward from here. But
Really?
this looks so ugly.
Wow.
This looks so ugly, and you really, really hate going for it. But you have no choice.
Right.
Instead of rook g2, you could still maybe avoid these things by playing
rook e3 check
rook
is on
e3,
the
king
board.
b4, and no, but that's the same position actually. Maybe you have to go for it. Second best is rook h3, but once again, g5 gets us the same position. H takes g5, f takes g5, you lost.
Right.
Because now bishop goes to f6, we play h5, h6.
That looks...
And then eventually I think the king gets somewhere. We're not even playing, we are kind of keeping your rook on the h file. We're never playing h7 check when it just wins the exchange. But it parks your rook on a very poor square. And even taking the bishops off the board doesn't save the game anymore, which is a bit of a shocker, but I guess the king comes to c5. If I could teleport my rook to d5 here, I'd be completely fine, but I can't, yeah?
Thank you, Peter, for those of you joining us late. These are our results, and what an eventful victory it has been for Nodirbek. I mean, I feel like a Tolstoy epic was being written for this one. I didn't see that coming. That whole rook takes c4 at the very end was...
And the other three games been
gas.
drawn.
Yeah.
But that was such a, well, amazing finish.
Epic. Epic. Crazy stuff. And here to explain himself, explain it all to us. Welcome. What happened today? This was a crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, we got symmetrical English, and then suddenly he decided to go for King's Indian.
Yeah. Well,
like, yeah, we transposed to King's Indian with c5. Here, yeah, I knew that bishop f4. And yeah, I've repeated once and played rook e1. The idea is like if knight h5 after rook e1,
yeah,
I have bishop e5. So that's the main idea.
And you're supporting the e5
yes,
bishop.
knight f3, ef.
Right.
So that's the plan. And he went for bishop f5. I think it's slight inaccuracy, I think.
We had been expecting bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6.
If you don't mind me asking, bad tournament, just a bad tournament. You want to catch the plane, go home, the loving of your family, and you decline a repetition.
Yeah, I mean, this is
This is not the way you play
This is principle. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't make quick draws. So.
Exactly.
I mean, at
Okay.
least with white. So
Despite the fact that you're having like a career awful
Yes.
tournament, if I can put it like that. We didn't like his bishop f5 either. And tell us when things are going right, and tell us when things are going wrong. At this moment, you felt good.
yeah, of course.
Of
This
course.
should be like, I mean, close to much better position. I
But
think.
you weren't interested in grabbing the rook on
No,
e8.
not at all. Because after bishop a8, queen a8, bishop e5, he has knight g5 and some nasty stuff. So.
Sorry, say
Bishop e5 here, maybe?
Bishop e5. I thought rook b8 maybe. Take bishop b8, queen b8, and b2 is hanging.
Yep. We have looked
Yeah,
at
it's still good for you because you have queen c1 in the end. But I was wondering,
Yeah, queen c1, but
what you were
but
looking at.
I was not sure like if this is like better. Where I mean,
he has very nice looking pieces. Yeah. It's,
yeah. I want to play the end game where. I have
no risk.
No risk.
Risk-free,
Slightly. I mean, maybe much might be slightly better. Like knight f3, knight e1. I think is a good move. And a4. I want a5, a6.
And maybe on a good day, knight b5.
Yes, knight g5, and here f3 is all right. And here, of course, after take, h4 is much stronger. Like it's just ends the game on a spot because the idea is like h4, rook b8. Here g4 is very important. B8, g4. And this is like, this is just ends the game on the spot.
But you did get this, there's one game that's remaining that's really coming to an end, and they're in time trouble. You got an ending that we thought it was so easy winning, and it wasn't so easy winning.
It wasn't.
It's easy with an engine, Yasser.
It's easy with an engine.
It wasn't.
But around here, you must have felt like you were winning.
Yeah, it should be close, but I went for this, rook trapping, but I think it's not practical.
So you can never actually win that rook.
Yeah, I can win, but I can improve my pieces, like bishop e6. But yeah, it felt like I messed up a little bit, like king f3.
You were doing.
And here, of course, knight a3 should be winning. Like take knight a3. Like before I missed rook b5, rook a5.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was your winning.
A big moment. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to rush you to this very crazy moment right here, where he played rook c4.
Yeah, rook c4. That was only land that I calculated. Like, so it worked out.
And he allowed it.
Yes.
So you had actually calculated that this is winning.
King d5, knight f2, because otherwise I think it's a draw.
Yes. King h7 was a line that we had calculated to a draw. It feels great. You could finally win a game. You could. The Sinquefield Cup wasn't all terrible news.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, so far I think this is the most difficult tournament in my career.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I have to go through that and come back stronger next year. Probably.
Absolutely. Damascus steel. Thank you so much for joining us, Nodirbek.
And good luck in the last round.
Absolutely, absolutely. Peter, what is going on?
Very dramatic events
crazy
elsewhere,
game?
because in this position, Levon played rook e2, the move the engine already didn't quite like, bishop d8, rook e3 check, king b4.
Yeah.
We were saying that black might still be holding somehow, but...
New score sheets.
New score sheets. But after bishop d3, here I feel like maybe white is even objectively winning, but it's objectively winning with only one move. You have to start with bishop b6.
Okay.
Now the opposite color bishop ending is not drawn because we haven't committed to g5 yet. You have to actually, the only move, this is losing. Importantly, if you play rook f3, we just trade bishops and the king gets to b7. You can collect as many as you like on the other side, but once you lose a6, it'll just cost you a rook and the king is completely locked in. So the only chance to even continue after bishop b6 is a very strange looking move, rook e4 check.
Okay.
Now the bishop ending is a draw, but after king c3, bishop b1, we can try to improve bishop c5, bishop d4. It's inconclusive. Maybe it's actually still holding, but it would have been a bit of a study for Levon. Instead, Gukesh played king c5 straight away, and this is now a draw, and I think Levon realized how, because he's already taken on g6, and he played rook g3, and now this will cost you a rook. But you're picking up everything on the king side, and then I guess we go king g7 takes g6, king f5. Let me show you how this goes out, move by move. Right? We take on f4. You play something like king b7. We go king g7, a6, king takes g6, a7, rook a4. It does cost us a rook, but in the final position after king f5, bishop f6, we always have h5, h4, costing white the final pawn on e5. So this looks like it's now finally going to fizzle to a pretty safe draw for black.
From the very start, Peter, if I'm not quite so cooperative and allow king g7, if I throw in a bishop f6 somewhere in all of this?
Yeah, if you play bishop f6, you apparently lost the rook before.
Oh dear!
And now this will cost you a bishop.
Oh dear!
While you're doing your very, very slow things on the other side of the board.
That is very, very
It
slow.
actually costs you a game, which is very harsh, right?
Right?
Yeah. Let's not do that, maybe.
Let's not do that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've got that position on the board, and we are expecting, just as you say, we're going to play the moves king g7. We're going to give up this rook for this pawn.
Yeah. He's gone king b5, which is maybe a slightly threatening move because you want to not allow rook a4 to happen. But even here, after king g7, a6,
king g7, a6,
we can go rook
f8.
f8. Yeah, we can go rook f8.
I mean, all I've got to do is I've got to sacrifice.
Actually, rook f8 is the only thing that draws.
Yeah, but
because otherwise bishop a5 will eventually interpose. You can't actually get to the a8 square in any other way. But this does save the game after rook f8.
Right, and all I've got to do is give up my rook for the a6 pawn.
But what if I start with bishop f6 check? Oh, then I don't have
Yeah, but then you don't have
bishop
bishop a5, and I'm in time with rook f1, rook a1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, so current situation, who's down on the clock?
1 minute for Gukesh.
He had the 10 versus the 7 or something like that, right?
A long time ago.
That was pre-interview,
Yeah.
Nodirbek?
Yeah, before Alireza sacrificed on
but
c4.
for Levon, he can see how he's drawing the game now.
Finally,
what a
light
great
at the end
sense.
of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And it's not the D train.
Yeah, right. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief as he does see this idea of a6, rook to f8, followed by rook to a8, giving up his rook and drawing the game. What a close call.
Slowly down to 14 seconds. A6 played. Rook f8 only moved that draws, but it's going to be made
absolutely box, as they
very
used to say.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Levon knows.
And that's it.
Levon knows.
So many study-like endgames today, where you have to find the only moves to save the game.
Right. And we just saw another study-like game concluded. But that was a victory for Nodirbek as he calculated the only winning line in the position.
I really like that bit. Yeah. That was the one thing I calculated. So,
Good for him. Oh, boy.
8-7, bishop h4.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could start playing this for a win with black, but probably not. Yeah. King g6, and we don't immediately collect. a7, we go rook a8, king b6, and we go king f5.
Why are you even spending a tempo on
Yeah,
rook
well, I don't know
a8?
why I played rook 8. Let's not play rook 8.
Yeah.
Nazi is completely correct. Yeah, I don't know what that was. King f5. a7, king f5.
Sorry. a7, king f5.
Actually, we're not threatening king takes e5, which is a problem because bishop g3, b8.
But you're threatening
G4. Yeah, but my plan was to play king g4.
Yeah.
Bishop, let's say, e7. I go rook a8. Do I? No, I go rook e.
I guess there's bishop d6, and then you still have to go rook a8.
Yeah. Let's actually put the rook on e8 for now.
Bishop d6?
Provoke bishop d6. Now go rook a8. And I've gotten a bishop away from the diagonal. And now I want to take on a7 and play h5.
And that, well, in any case, you're
There's
losing
always
your
bishop
h pawn
e7, right?
as a decoy.
Yeah, but who wins this pawn
King
ending is my
f5.
question.
Oh, but wait, you're going h4.
Black wins this endgame because I have king f4, king d6, king f5. This is exactly what I wanted to show to our viewers. This is lost for white.
Yep, king g5, king f4.
No, it's not because
No,
I
king
have...
c5 and king d4.
Yeah, you have king c5, king d4, and you still
That's
make a
how you
draw,
draw.
actually.
Yeah.
Just in time.
Yeah.
Oof, that was close.
Yeah. So I guess it's very difficult to shake the equilibrium here.
Oh, boy. But bishop.
But it's
H4?
funny that it's black who's
sorry.
who's drawing.
Sorry. What was the actual moves? Because I'm not getting the updates.
Okay, it was king g6.
King takes g6.
Then
king b6.
a7. King f5. King b6 and h5.
Levon just played h6, h5 because he realizes allowing the bishop to b8 would be a mistake.
Yeah. By the way, I mean, that is a dirty, dirty trick that Gukesh had set for his opponent. Just when you're about to make a draw, bishop b8, that hurts your feelings.
Oh, that makes you want to quit chess.
Chess is cruel. That did not happen because
h5 was played.
h5 and not king takes e5. Gosh, that's such an easy blunder.
Bishop g3, only thing that draws, guys.
So bishop e7 loses here, but
he's played bishop f2.
Is this losing?
Yes. King g4,
oh my God.
black wins.
I'm speechless. What? How is black winning?
Well, the idea is you don't want to take the pawn on
This
e5,
diagonal is very short.
Because of bishop check and bishop b8. But king g4, you're going for h4, h3. Uh-oh. King b7, h4.
And yeah, now black has 2 extra tempi.
Oh, dear. Yeah, this has gone wrong for Gukesh.
No, that's not true. King c7 was also making a draw.
Well, now it doesn't matter since bishop f2 is on the board.
Yeah.
Bishop f2 is on the board.
King g4 is winning, king f4 is winning.
So wait, Levon is about to tie for first?
That's what I
think.
If Levon ends up winning this game, it's going to feel
and he has white
a bit rough, yeah.
What just happened, Peter? Can you?
Well, and he hasn't played any of the winning moves.
He didn't play king g4.
Is it still no longer winning?
Yeah, it's very difficult to update the viewers on what's happening because the evaluation changes every 3 seconds, but it felt there for a second as if Levon was about to win an unwinnable game in which he was struggling to make a draw for 60 moves straight, defending really, really diligently. And then he was presented with this golden opportunity. Actually had 4 minutes on the clock and could actually spend some of it thinking. But chose not to do that, and now it is back to being a draw. Very, very dramatic game in which you could maybe say a fair result will be the final outcome. But yeah, I do not want to be Levon when he
gets the bad
gets up from the board and his phone, I guess, gives him the bad news.
Bishop
takes a7. Yeah.
That's a little bit of a surprise too, right?
Still okay.
No, it's still a draw. Wow.
Still okay.
I think I was also watching Gukesh when he played bishop f2. He looked devastated. I think he saw that king g4 and he was lost.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
And then
it's not even difficult.
When
we'll watch them complete the game, but it wasn't even difficult. This is the heartbreaking part.
I think Levon is completely blissfully unaware right now that he had a win.
He is chilling.
Yeah.
Bishop f2 gives a check on g3, goes king d6, no risk anymore because a6 e5 never happens. Very clean now, but yeah, a moment ago, it was anything but.
Incredible.
It was tragedy in St. Louis.
Yeah, and they are now showing us how to get everything off the board.
Sure, Fabi and Prague are
successfully.
very happy to see this game in a draw.
Yeah. They didn't want Levon crashing their playoff party, which could have easily occurred.
And now it's a draw. They shake hands.
Wow.
Whew.
Peter, it's still extraordinary for us because, again, this was a game Levon is just so very happy to have escaped with a draw.
He still thinks everything is fine and dandy. Yeah, he
Mm-hmm.
defended for 6 hours, made a hard work draw.
Yes.
But yeah.
But it was this moment.
Yeah, it's a very fluky chance. It should never have been there, but a chance nonetheless.
I think Gukesh is telling him now that in this position, king g4 was winning for black.
Yeah.
And it is extraordinary, isn't it? The idea is we're going to give up this rook for this pawn, but white is going to have to give up the bishop for
immediately on
this
h4.
pawn, and then it's going to be a race. Who gets to the e6 and e5 pawns first, and it's actually black. Hence, the move king b7, h4.
Yeah.
You have to take. King takes.
You make
White
and now you no longer
g4.
you're no longer in time to get to the g4 square, and you resign. Yeah. King g5,
King
king
g5,
f5.
king f5, and
Just
game is
completely
over.
lost.
What
I
a
think it's one of
chance.
those where, like, it didn't occur to him he could start playing for a win. He was defending for 6 hours.
Exactly. As the players discussing the game, pardon me.
Yeah, I think they're going to be there a while. Let's take a look at the
A
standings.
very eventful penultimate round standings.
We had only one decisive result. Nodirbek Abdusattorov defeated Alireza Firouzja. All the other games were drawn. So standings on the top haven't changed. Fabi and Prag still sharing first. Levon almost just joined them, but he's still sharing third with Wesley. And then there's still three-way tie for the fifth. But Alireza got replaced. Because I think, yeah, before this round, Alireza was sharing fifth.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, what a
crazy
finish
ending.
to the day. Yeah, just when we thought we spoke about everything that needed to be spoken about in that game.
We said everything we could.
Yeah, things took a turn.
In both of these endgames.
In both of these endgames, yeah, and then took another turn in the final endgame of the day. A very, very dramatic final game. Clearly players are a bit tired, and also this is something that we had an occasion to speak about quite a bit, where your brain just refuses to process this very critical moment when the evaluation changes so drastically, right?
Right.
You're just so used to the idea that you're fighting for a draw in this game.
And you have been for 6 hours.
Yeah, that your brain just doesn't go there.
VAR almost caught up with you guys, with Peter and Anastasiya, but wow, what a day.
One more game. Still.
One more day and everything will be decided tomorrow.
Yeah.
We might see playoffs, we'll just have to wait and see. So definitely come and join us tomorrow for the final round of the Sinquefield Cup.
I'm drained. Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.